100 pound. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pound. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pound. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down. Like a cold-hearted killer,
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, we're in. Good morning, everyone. Hello, welcome. It's day 3 ESL Masters. My name is Behemoth. With me is Cats right over there as we wind our way through round 2 of Swiss for Europe. Start to take a look at what North American action may look like. But before we do that, and before we start talking about this ZVZ that we get to start with, Reynor, young Yakov, that's going to be fun. We do, of course, have to thank our sponsor, Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop, all for allowing us to have, I don't even know how many days, so many days of StarCraft coming up in the next couple weeks. It's going to be fantastic. We got Swiss stages now, playoffs later on. And if you want to see what's going to happen as these players, they work their way through, they qualify, they do all of these things, well, there's a LAN in Dallas. End of May, early June, May 31st through June 2nd, where the players from this tournament, from North America, from Europe, from Asia, from GSL qualify, and from at large, they're all going to be playing for a lot more money in front of a live crowd. And, I was at DreamHack Dallas last year. The venue, Case Spady Arena, downtown Dallas, is awesome. And, Cats, for those of you that don't care about StarCraft, there's some really good barbecue there as well. But we should talk about what's happening here to start our day. Cats, it's going to be young Yakov. It's going to be Reynor, right? It's going to be this ZVZ to start Reynor. He beat Aristiori in round 1, but how are you thinking about this matchup?
I mean, it's Reynor versus young Yakov, right? Like, the only thing is obviously the caveat that Reynor is in Korea right now. We are playing on EU for the first game. Young Yakov is a very, very strong player, as is every player that is here at this sort of stage in the tournament, right? Like, they've qualified, they've made it this far already, and that's great. But now you're facing Reynor. That's one of the best players, in the game.
Yeah,
for a while.
Yeah, and he did kind of make it look easy against Aristiori yesterday. He wins one game off defending a Ling Flood. He wins another game off attacking off a Ling Flood, and then kind of defending as well, and just really playing a solid ZVZ, which it makes sense. Young Yakov, of course, he's a cheesy player. He does things that not everyone does. He likes to get aggressive. We are playing on EU, at least for game number 1, so maybe he can leverage some of that advantage there. Of course, Reynor is in Korea. But, Cats, before we start talking, I guess, even more about the ZVZ and maybe what impact the maps are going to have, the new maps have, and things like that, we should talk about, first of all, what's getting played today. And we talked about mentioning Reynor and young Yakov, both here in the 1-0 match, are going to get started pretty quickly. But if I am looking at what I want to look at in this European regional as we get ourselves set up, I got 2 series circled. I got Elazer Skillous, that Team Liquid matchup, and I got Harstem and Lambo a little bit later on, that Rebellion team kill as well. Those look spicy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm very excited for those. I think Skillous is an absolute monster at PVC, so I think this should be a really great matchup. And like you said, I mean, Harstem Lambo a little bit sad, but yeah, very exciting as well. All very good friends of mine, and yeah, I can't wait to see them play.
And luckily, again, this is only round 2. One of these players is going to go to 2-0. They're going to be in that qualifying match in a couple days. One goes down to 1-1. They still got a ton of lives remaining. Of course, the way this works, you got to get 3 green dots above your name before you get 3 red dots above your name. Or a better way to look at it is we, of course, take a look at our Group B standings, because that's the group that we start with. You got to find your way up the ladder before you find your way down the ladder. Very simple. Not easier said than done, but that's where we stand. So we got 4 matchups in the upper bracket, if we want to call it that, in the 1-0 match. We got 4 matchups in the 0-1 match. Of course, not every single game is getting played today, but that's how that's going to go. So Reynor, of course, young Yakov, they're starting in the upper bracket. Showtime Lambo, or Harstem Lambo, same idea. Fly Max Packs at the end of the day also at that 1-0 setup, which is that, that's not the highest contested matchup, right, Cats, in terms of probably Max Packs wins. But we got new maps, we got tons of gold bases everywhere, we got rocks. If there's a time in a season where I would expect Bly to maybe have a shot, it's kind of right now.
I don't know what to say to that. That's a little bit of a stretch. It's a little bit of a hard sell. Yeah, maybe if we run the show 100 times. Yeah. But I think it's very unlikely that Bly beats Max Max. But
look, Cats. Okay.
yeah,
so
there are some cool maps out there. I'm sure he'll put on a show, and I'm looking forward to that.
Actually, that is a good question. As we get ready here, I've given the ready up, so we should be getting started into game 1.
How about a map? Let's think about like a map first. Like if a map happens, that'll be pretty cool, I think.
Okay, fair. If you were gonna have to say, okay, look at these new maps. We have 6 new maps, 3 that we've had before, but of the new maps, they're pretty weird. As you're looking at this, if you're gonna have to choose a map that Bly would win.
Nah, that's very tough. That's very tough. Like I've seen him train a little bit actually against Skillous, preparing, I imagine, for this in particular, like for the last couple of weeks. And it didn't go that hot for Bly, right? And now we're talking about max packs as well. So like, yeah, like there are areas and there are cool like gold bases and like rich Vespine gases and stuff that can be abused here and there or made use of. And Bly will come up with something cool. I just think max packs is so proactive and he knows he's playing Bly, so that won't happen. But we're now entering a different series, so we could do that.
All right. So game 1 here, of course, Crimson Court ZVZ. It's going to be Reynor, young Yakov. I don't know why that's annoying. Anyways, we're going to get into game number 1 here. In the bottom left, in the red, he's playing for the Platinum Heroes. It's young Yakov.
And for Basilisk Gaming from Korea, I'm going for a relatively quick pool. It is Reynor.
So does Reynor give Yakov a series? All right, that's the good question. Of course, we are playing on the European server, so Reynor playing from Korea, he's going to have some amount of ping. But, like, do you give Yakov the respect of, yeah, we're going to play something standard, or just do what Reynor's doing right now, going for a quick pull? Now, the one interesting thing about this, Cats, this is gasless from Reynor. Yakov also went for an early pull. He got that gas early on. He's going to have a well-timed speed, but Reynor, he went for a 12 pull. There's no gas here, so maybe not quite as committed as a gas first 12 pull, but you do get your links a little bit faster. You get across the map a little bit faster. You can put pressure on the downstream hatch maybe just a little bit faster, or you can do what Reynor's doing right here. Just pull all your drones and say, this is going to be fun. Let's... Yeah,
but there's a bit of a dream scenario if you're Yakov, right? Like you kind of went for that early pull blind yourself. Now you're going to spot this. I think you probably just make spines up your main and then just make links and defend. There's already one spine out there. I mean, it is a little bit tucked in. Another one tucked in. I like that too. So now he has to prevent the circlings from ever getting here and then reposition his spines to counter the spines of Reynor. I love this from young Yakov, just going to the choke to make it so that, this is a little bit slowed down from Reynor. That's a slowdown primarily on the spines. And I mean, he's in a fantastic position. He has the gas as well to get speed on the counter attack after. So this should be a young Yakov game.
Yeah, this is just unmitigated disaster. The problem is as well, like, so Reynor goes, he queues up 2 spines. He actually doesn't get one. The drone gets a little annoying. Now, everything's going to get pulled. There's a queen here. There's a spine hitting him from afar. The drones are going to get pulled. Yeah, Reynor, he's dead in game 1. That really shouldn't surprise anyone. But hey, young Yakov We were talking about blind max specs. It's a miracle if Bly takes a map. Well, Yakov, he's getting his own miracle started.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's a little bit of that's like if this was a miracle, it's like like Reynor had the wine under the table and he passed it over to young Yakov type thing, like because it's not it's not really this was just perfect for young Yakov, but just on the decision making front, I think not much happened. It was just more like the strategy choosing. Right, it just the way those fall against each other. It's like 2 early pools, one like 12 pool with a drone pool, and the other one's like for like whatever that was, like 16 or 17 pool or something with a gas follow up. So it was just completely perfect for young Yakov. Like,
yeah, just again, you can win games, especially in the mirror matchup. You can win games off build orders and just hey, there we go, it works out. I got my win. But the question now, Cats, as we get ourselves into game 2 here, it's going to be El Sini, by the way, for those of you that are keeping track. But as we get our way into game 2, does Yakov have another build order opportunity? Like, you got your one, right? 12 pull, drone pull against any early pull doesn't feel good. Against getting gas, it feels really bad. It just doesn't feel all that great. So does Yakov have another one, or what's he going to do here in, I guess, a more macro game?
Yeah, I don't know if Yakov have like this. That was Reynor, right? Again, that was not Yakov's brilliance. I think it was Reynor saying, "I have a lot of ping or something of the sorts. I'm gonna go ahead and do a 12 pull drone pull. That's very easy on execute." And kind of not giving the respect to young Yakov to some degree. They are playing on EU for the second time in a row now. So if Reynor has bad ping to EU, which I imagine he does, and young Yakov, like you said before the series, might be forcing EU, he might be in a tough position. Like maybe go for like let's imagine that Reynor has ping and he still thinks I'm the better player or the better strategic player whatsoever. You probably don't want to get to the link bane stage, right? Because link baning is so very reliant on you pressing X and timing your bailing explosions like perfectly, pretty much, that like a little bit of response time on delay is the worst thing that can happen. So if you're Reynor, I just want to see him do like 2 base roach push or something of the sorts, right? Like just something that's safe and simple yet still like allows him to win a game, because otherwise it's gonna be tough.
Well, for now, it's not an early pool in the upper right, though. For Basilisk, he's down a game. That pull drum pull definitely did not work. It's Reynor.
Yeah, hard to fault him. And on the other side, going again for like what looks like a 17-16, it is young Yakov, or 17-17 perhaps. A relatively fast pull, relatively early gas again, so he's gonna want that map control with this. He's obviously a very good player again, so you change the ping advantage a little bit in this matchup, in particular of all matchups. It can get pretty tough for Reynor here, already down 0-1. Please pause
Game
is what
paused.
PP means Biomorph.
Thank you. I thought it was penne pasta.
Penne pasta. You like penne?
I like any pasta, actually. Any pasta.
But penne in particular, you're a big fan, I've heard of.
This is true. I made some penne the other night, and I put some chicken into it and made my own.
That's pretty good.
I felt really fancy, and I made my own Alfredo sauce, which sounds like, oh man, no. You get like original Alfredo sauce. It's effectively you just put a ton of Parmesan just on the pasta. A little bit else, actually.
Oh, wait. So you bought the Alfredo sauce and then you
Alfredo.
put Parmesan. How did you make it?
So you know that like American American Alfredo sauce is very cream focused, right?
Okay.
Original Parmesan is literally, or not original Parmesan, but like original Alfredo sauce is literally just like butter and Parmesan, effectively, and like pasta water. So like the original, I think it's called like pasta al burro or something. When we actually had when it was invented, but we're gonna go right back into the game. The pause is resumed. Reynor, I guess the lag spike has hopefully been dealt with. We talked about playing.
Probably not. He said 730 ping is what he said.
Like
so yeah.
I heard 250 on Roddy's stream is what he was dealing with, but
yeah, he said 250 at first, and then he said 750 now chill, because he said I got so much ping, and young Yakov typed ... right, because of the pause, I guess. I don't know, like he didn't like the pause. And Reynor's like, chill. I got this much ping, so that's what's going on here. A little bit of friction, perhaps, as young Yakov shaming Reynor for his lag. Reynor trying to do the best that he can with insane ping to defeat who should be a massive underdog in this series.
And how cool would it be, though, if we see Reynor go again? He is in Korea right now. He's entering that Korean training arc. He's trying to qualify for GSL Season 2. How cool would it be if Lings are now going to show up and one drone seems destined to fall? Reynor going to have to build some more. Queens are on the way, but they're not there yet. I cannot believe that drone stays alive. Okay, it's not going to, but at least it lives a little bit longer. And with the cancel and it going down, it probably is worse than just not get it all. But
okay, that has to be so frustrating because that drone would have survived. Like if Reynor clicked it to the minerals. Reynor did click it to the minerals. The thing is, he thought young Yakov was gonna tag onto the drone and he made the spine. But he has such insane ping and delay that the spine went back to suicide effectively. This is not Reynor playing, right? Like this is not a decision that he would ever make. That drone was safe. But on his screen, like when he issued the order, it wasn't. Does that make sense?
oh, that's
so
too.
Yeah, he can't cancel. Like this is ping. This is like, yeah. How cool would it be? In my opinion, not very cool in this instance because this is not Reynor that I'm watching play, right? And yeah, it's not to his fault by the looks of it. The ping seems absurd.
I was gonna talk about it. I mean, how cool would it be if he goes, he's in Korea, he wins Europe, and he wins Korea, and gets
that would be insane.
Yeah. At this point, it seems like just the conditions that Reynor's trying to play under are kind of rough. Cats, as we talk about the setup.
This was fine though.
Yeah, he's actually. I mean, he lost
young
a
Yakov
queen.
just suicided a bunch of links, yeah. But young Yakov suicided a lot of links, right? That he didn't need to suicide just now. And Reynor is doing kind of like what we were proposing would be a good idea to do, which is just sit back and go for, roaches on 2 base. Because then you can't really mess that up. You just have to attack move them effectively, right? Like it is, as far as strategies are concerned and ease of execution, this is probably the easiest thing that you can execute a Zerg outside of a 12-pool drone pool. So Reynor definitely playing to the conditions that he's trapped in. And let's see if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, as we talked about this as well, I'm a little surprised this wasn't like a pure gasless opening. Maybe, I guess, the early game's a little bit too hard to deal with the potential of Ling Floods and Ling Bane and whatever. But if you're going to go for this, I almost would have expected to see some sort of gasless opening. You just get the wall at your natural super quick and go from there. Regardless, he does have the wall down now, right? Layer is done, roach speed on the way, +1's on the way. And he's going to have that superior timing. Young Yakov, his lair is later. His +1 attack is later. And yes, Cats, there's a third base. So there's going to be that more production. There's going to be more money. But if Reynor can just hit this timing, I mean, that's going to be a lot of roaches. He's building more overlords. A little bit supply blocked at the moment. Not too bad. But he's just going to have a sledgehammer.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, young Yakov, only 4 extra drones. He's going to scout exactly what's going on. So he, I think, will very much have an opportunity to try to stop this. He should be anticipating after scouting no third that this attack is definitely coming. So maybe, I don't know, drop a couple of spines or something of the sorts near the third is perhaps what he should be doing. Reynor's going to be hitting as hard as he can now as a +1 attack is about to finish. It's not the sharpest timing in the world either, as that's gonna, it's about to finish in 2 seconds, and young Yakov's is about to finish in like, I don't know, like 15 seconds, which means, if you are not hitting for the next 5 seconds or so, which is the case, that gap will lessen, and if young Yakov does get to his upgrade, it'll be a fairly even fight here, so things not looking that great for Reynor at the moment.
He has walked queens across, which if he can find some creep, that'd be really nice, but no, Yakov just runs down the ramp, snipes that down. That being said, roach speed is done. +1 is done. Reynor, 2 upgrades that young Yakov does not have here. Spine's going to have to unburrow as well. There's a Ravager here that can look to burst that down. And this fight at the start of things is looking pretty solid for Reynor. Yeah, he lost the queen, certainly. The Spine's going to eat a shot. The queens are going to start to go down. Reynor, despite 730 milliseconds, and despite this horrible ping advantage, is running a rough shot over young Yakov in this game number 2. Yakov knew what was happening. He got the full scout, but Reynor, it's just a good timing.
Yeah, I mean, really, like a couple of mistakes here from young Yakov that are pretty huge, right? Like, I think after he did damage with the Zerglings, he had an opportunity to kill the drone that he let go, that then Reynor re-suicided, for example, but that was all going very, very well. Then the next set of links was kind of suicidal for no reason, right? They got a queen, I think, but then you lost like, I don't know, 15 links or something in the process. So I feel like that could have been much more effective. That could have given you map control and like allowed you to get your economy going for a little bit longer and a little bit easier. And then the next thing for me is actually going out of creep to actually try to snipe the queen, knowing that Reynor is probably going to be faster to like roach speed, and he's going to be, you know, he has more of an upgrade, etc. That queen didn't have very much energy, so it wasn't like, you know, maybe it would have gotten one transfuse if it got to creep. But he lost like maybe like 3 roaches to like, let's say, took damage worth of 3 roaches in the process of sniping that queen before his upgrade came in. So I think that was ill-fated personally, the fact that he went out for it. But yeah, you know, it's difficult to make the best decisions when you're under pressure about to potentially beat one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and there's also that thing that we talk about. So we spent a lot of time talking about how Reynor's on 250 milliseconds, 730 milliseconds, whatever it is, depending on the vagaries of time and space, right? On the flip side, Yakov sitting here, he feels like he's got an advantage. He's up 1-0. He feels like these Ling Floods maybe got a little bit more damage than they did. Knocking down queens is always great. He killed a spine, by the way, as well. That was morphing, so that's like 3 drones. And he does all these things like, look, I should win this game. I have really good ping. I have all these advantages. There's that kind of mental pressure that I'm dealing with where I feel like I should win this game. So I'm going to do I'm going to feel a lot of pressure to win the game. And then Reynor goes and he's like, yeah, okay, fine. I'm going to run across the map, defend me. Yakov, again, with this pressure, if I need to win this game, this is my opportunity to 2-0 the reigning Gamers 8 champion, right? One of the best Zerg players in the world. And then you make these mistakes because you're like, I got it. I can't let him come back into this. And,
yeah, it's very easy to make this sort of mistake when you're under pressure, right? Like your hands, especially when you're the underdog. At least in my case, like my hands would always like start trembling, and I would start like getting really nervous whenever I was at the precipice of beating someone considerably better than myself, right? Because you're not expecting it to begin with, and you see it materializing, and then all of a sudden everything starts shaking. So that is very much a thing. Like nerves can come into play, especially as you're not, the most mature or experienced player out there, which young Yakov is most certainly not, at least not when it comes to this level of competition, not when it comes to beating, Reynor, Cyril, Max Packs. That's not a thing that happens to him really, much less on the stage. So if you feel it's about to happen, yeah, I can totally understand and relate to the nerves.
All right, well, for now, it's going to be for a gas cancel in the upper right because Reynor, well, he's tied it up. We're moving into game 3.
And young Yakov, he's tied it up, moving into game 3.
Well, Cats, gotta nail down probably the worst player intro I've ever done. It's like, okay, fine. We're gonna really make it be known that Mayo is
I just like symmetry.
up.
I just like fairness. I just like fairness and symmetry. Much like this map. Look at that beautiful red dots, blue dots, going towards each other. Of course, Reynor went for the 15 hatch first here, so his second overlord nowhere to be found on the map, whereas young Yakov went for the more standard route, looking like a 16 hatch, 17 gas, 17 poo, or 18 gas, 17 poo. In any case, very greedy on the side of young Yakov. Reynor going for gasless, so maybe taking advice from UBO Molf in the previous game. This is very much something that he could do into roaches, one of the better avenues to do something like that, as it'll basically boost your economic income in the early stages, right? Like your mineral intake, by virtue of not taking the gas. So he does get a very, very delayed gas, and yeah, we're chilling.
One of the downsides of this, though, we talk about going truly gasless, and he's not truly gasless, right? The cast is still done before the 2-minute mark, but if you're going gasless, right, you want to have a really good wall in your natural, which it's kind of the PvP setup, right? Where you want to do it on a map with a ramp, because then you have that high ground, low ground, you can defend your natural, it becomes a little bit easier. So it makes sense that we see Reynor, okay, he's going to go 15 hatch. He's going to go gas cancel into it. He's going to try to give himself a little bit of an economic steroid that way, get creep out a little bit further as well, so he can wall off, which is, I think, actually probably a big point here, just in case Yakov decides to go for something. But again, when you talk about this, there's not an easy wall, right? So that does make it a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, as far as walls go, like this map does have a very nice, attractive choke. Like it should be fairly easy to wall, now if he wants it. But yeah, I don't think he feels like he needs it. He has his overlords outside of Yakov for now. He sees the slow links, now sees the third as well. So he should have a good sense for, hey, this is when I might need some defense, and it's not yet. So now he starts his wall, but very much at his own pace. Double creep spread as well. Not something you see every day.
Oh yeah, getting 4 queens this early. I guess again it makes sense. You're just trying to play defensively. You really have a lot of faith in yourself once the game moves away from the knife fight in a phone booth, blindfolded in the dark, Lingbane shenanigans. Like that's really hard. I don't care if you're 250 milliseconds. I don't care if you're 730 milliseconds. It's really hard if you're not on even ping or not on some semblance of an even ping. So, but you get to the mid game and you get in a roach fight and you can set up your surrounds and you can rely on your macro more and your multitasking and things that maybe are a little bit less reliant on having really good ping. So anything you can do to stabilize yourself into the mid game to get there, get more queens early, get your wall off, go for 15 hatch, just because again, anything you can do to get your creep spread out, anything you can do to get yourself defensively set up is really solid. So Reynor, notice he didn't get Ling speed. It's straight into roaches, +1. He's got these queens, and he's again going for that delayed third base. Yakov doing a well-timed one, but Reynor again, he's got to be safe.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Reynor is playing the least Reynor-like that you can play, right? So props to him for that as well, showing a lot of range in that sense. Like, he is usually the player that thrives with circlings, with multitasking, with, like just being everywhere and whatnot. And here, instead, he's relegated towards doing one of the most boring things that you can do if you're a very fast player, right? So I don't know what he's clicking to make himself happy in the meanwhile, but here are the roaches, and they are across the map. No upgrades for either player yet, but Yakov should have an easy hold on to the first 5 here with the queens. So good news for Reynor is he only made like a small batch of roaches first, and that means he's actually a hidden worker. So despite the faster hatchery from Yakov, the economy for Reynor is better.
Yeah, and it works out. Although I do like... Oh, go ahead.
That was a fake, effectively, yeah.
Yeah, nice faint little shadow jab, I guess, or something like that. I do like young Yakov, though, again, on this idea that Reynor's playing somewhat defensively, very incredibly stable. He gets that quicker evo for +1 armor a little bit quicker than even... Yes, there's been this meta of getting that quicker evo a little bit more and more to get your +1 armor a little bit faster and faster, but he's getting it pretty dang quickly. Although, here's the problem. First of all, Reynor's attacking right now, so that's money that's been invested. Not really, although again, feels like faint round 2 coming out of Reynor. But more importantly, his +2 attack is a little bit slow. Now he's going to get it, and Reynor does not want to move up this ramp. Not without road speed, not into a concave, even with the creep spread that he's been able to get on this highway. That's not a good attack pattern. So for now, young Yakov, closer and closer to +1 armor, +2 attack, roach speed. He's got his third base up for longer. He's pretty happy.
Yeah, but now for long, perhaps. I mean, Reynor knows that there's a spine and where it is, so he should look for a different angle, perhaps. Now he will be hitting with Ravagers as well, so all those roaches that took damage at the front, as long as none of them died, which none of them did, they just morphed into a Ravager. First Overlord Snipe here. And I think Reynor's going to want to wait for his +2 timing, as he hasn't moved out right after the Ravager's finished. So we'll see if he's able to make it with that, but that's very much the window that he's looking for to try to end the game, I think.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but for now, yeah. The circle of death, I don't care what ping you're on, you're not really surviving that one. So Ravagers are here, of course. The Overlord went down, a little bit less vision for young Yakov at the moment, but Reynor, yeah, he's just maxing out, right? Although I would like to see him get that second evo. You know, like at this point, Yakov's supplies are roughly equivalent, good enough. And he's going to have Carapace. He's going to get +2 Carapace started if he wants to. And these are really powerful things. Not as important as +2 attack. It's not the strongest of breakpoints, but you take some damage away from the roaches over time. You really do feel it, especially when we're looking at 2-1.
No, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, young Yakov will have the better upgrades if Reynor doesn't hit a very sharp timing, which I thought he was looking to do, and now he might be. But young Yakov is trailing right behind him in terms of upgrades, right? So here's the attack that we were talking about. It's a lot of Ravagers. Hopefully he doesn't need to invest time into breaking those rocks. Instead, he's gonna go around with half of his army to give himself the surface area that he wants and needs. And now here he goes, but he only has 14 seconds until young Yakov catches up in terms of the upgrades. So this has to be a quick and swift fight for Reynor while he has better upgrades, only ever so briefly, and it's looking pretty good so far, BMO.
That it is. It's just a massive surround here. So Yakov, he was going to have those really good upgrades, and now they're here. The problem is, he doesn't have a lot of roaches. The supplies say, yeah, they're within 20. It's fine. So much of that supply is in production. It's not here able to fight. Roaches do spawn, and they get on top of the Ravagers, at least one of them. So that's going to be fairly nice for young Yakov. But Reynor, he fights through the lag. He fights through the wall, fights through playing like Reynor doesn't play. But he wins this series. He moves up 2-0 into the Swiss stage. And now, Cats, he's going to fight Harstem or Lambo or maybe Max Pax or who knows, maybe Blind. Reynor, who knows? There's a world where Reynor plays ZV. There are so few Zergs in Europe compared to Protoss players. And there's a world where Reynor plays ZVZ all the way from round 1 on into the playoffs.
That would be awesome. But yeah, I mean, that was so cool from Reynor, because, you know, when you said like, yeah, where's the second Evo, basically, right? Like we don't have a second Evo for Reynor, we don't have the Carapace. You're right, like that's a big deal, because when young Yakov finishes +1 Carapace and his +2 attack, he has an upgrade lead effectively on Reynor, and then, you know, things switch completely. So I was very concerned at the point at which you said that, because Reynor was still on his side of the map. And if he didn't move out effectively exactly when he did, it would have been too late already to take advantage of a very narrow window of like 15, 20 seconds, right? When he has the upgrade and young Yakov doesn't. But he managed to do that, so props to him. That was cool. And young Yakov unable to survive. It was a nice series. Well done by Reynor, doing everything that he can do to mitigate for the ping.
And again, also shout out to young Yakov. He goes, and granted, it was very much a build order counter, but still you do have to get yourself set up to be able to do and kind of fill in that build order. So shout out to Yakov for having the good read and winning game 1 and putting himself in reasonable positions to beat down Reynor in game 2. And granted, bad ping's bad ping. That is always going to be a bit of an asterisk on this series, but even still, Yakov, he goes down to 1-1. I don't know who he's going to play against just yet. We're going to figure out maybe later today. Actually, probably tomorrow as we make things happen. But that's our first series of the day, Cats, which means we have to go to a bit of a break. When we're back, it's going to be Clem and BattleB, as we got a lot of mirrors today, and it's only going to keep getting better. So see y'all in 4 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We have more matchups on the way. We had one, yes, but why not more? Why not seconds? As a certain Hobbit once said, paraphrased very poorly. Regardless, it's gonna be Clem. It's gonna be BattleB.
What was the actual quote?
We've already had one breakfast, yes, but what about seconds? Or what about another, or something like that?
Was that Frodo that said that? Must have been Sam.
I think it was like Pippin. It was Merry or Pippin.
Pippin. Okay. That's fair enough. It was Pippin said Mapu, confirming there. I just assumed it was Sam. I think that's a little bit like fat shaming.
Jesus Christ, cats.
That's my bad.
Sam is the true hero of Lord of the Rings. Like, I know people may, like, wow.
He's amazing. He's great, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And look, he's the true winner, right? He doesn't get like all the trauma of carrying the ring and has to go to the Grey Havens.
He wants to, yeah, but he's okay sharing the load, He's like, I can do it, Mr. Frodo. No?
Yeah, no, he's definitely, he offers to share the load. He gets to marry Rosie at the end. He gets to live this happy life. Sam, the adventurer, becomes Sam the gardener again. He's just like, he's the true, first of all, he's the true winner. Second of all, he's the true hero, and anyone that says otherwise is incorrect. There are no...
Yeah, I don't disagree.
There is no there's no gray in media literacy, right? You're right or you're wrong, and I choose to always be right. That's how that works.
It's the way to do it. And yeah, we're loaded into a game with a man that always chooses to be right at winning. In the top left-hand side, it is Clem. Was that too early of an intro? Because I didn't have the screen up.
You are fine. In the bottom right, in the red, he's playing for Berserker Esports, looking to move to a swift 2-0. It's BattleB.
It's pretty good.
Or, you believe Rotterdam.
Or,
his name is Battle Booty.
Battle Booty. I see. Can't confirm or deny that he is Battle Booty. What does being Battle Booty entail?
I have no idea. I just BattleB is one of Roddy's kids, all right? So he goes and he's got his funky names for all of them. If Roddy's co-streaming right now, I don't know. I'm sure he's gonna provide a lot of context, but for now, we gotta talk about it, TVT cats. We gotta talk about how Reapers clearly have the Battle Booty to them. Is that how that works?
Reapers clearly have the Battle Booty to them. Yeah, let's go with that. Why not? But yeah, both players are going to be going for early gases here. BattleB, one of the strongest up-and-comers, I think, in the EU region in general, right? Like a very strong player that's getting better and better over time. Still relatively young as well. And on the other side, one of the players that has kind of like has had like the strongest meteoric rise in the scene, perhaps alongside with Max Packs, meaning they kind of just rocketed to the top like so very fast. So a prodigy of sorts in Clem. It's going to be tough for BattleB, but not undoable, as Mapu was telling us. BattleB just recently played an insane game against Bjorn.
Didn't win though. That's the important thing.
And that's okay.
Yeah,
you don't believe he... Yeah.
Moral
Maybe
victories,
he won
right?
in his heart. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah, so the other thing we have to talk about is, does he get close to Bjorn? Are Bjorn and Clem, or Bjorn and Clem are the equivalent of TVT? Is Bjorn better? Is BattleB better? Whatever. Clem and BattleB are playing both on Europe. BattleB playing Bjorn is always going to be on NA. There's going to be a little bit more ping there. Does it favor anyone? I don't know. But certainly for right now, we do have that. So, as we take a look at things, right, BattleB, he's got a bunch of Reapers. He's reactoring out Reapers in this early game. This should give him some aggressive potential if it's going to work out. Clem, playing a little bit more defensively. He's got his 2 Reapers, certainly, but he's going to have to Cyclone as well. Although, cats, as we get into the mid-game here, or the later early game, Cyclones are not as impactful as they once were. This is not the last patch where you just build Cyclones and you're fine and they kill everything. They have a lock-on time now. They're not nearly as good.
Yeah, for sure. But in this small numbers of unit skirmishes, then the lock-on is going to be plenty fine. I think that this is pretty much both players just getting set up in defensive postures, with BattleB making a lot of units. So if Clem was to cross the map, then BattleB would have an opportunity to run him down basically on the way back. So cool approach from him, but yeah, it's not gonna amount to anything. It's just gonna be a good old chill zone in the early game here.
I think if we talk about who this favors, right? I think this is, if you're playing the chill early game, I think that favors Clem. But BattleB, of course, 3 Hellions, 5 Reapers. This is something that you want to get something done with. Although, as we talk about chill early games and getting stuff done, I mean, Clem has a tank now. This attack's going to run up. It's going to eat a tank shell. It's going to be like, I don't want this. This hurts. I'm going to try to make something happen. But no, it hurts. It's not worth doing. BattleB is going to be forced to back up here. Clem, they lose something, right? But this is certainly something that's going to be a lot more expensive for BattleB than it really ever was for Clem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like double as much, right? 400 resources lost on the side of BattleB compared to Clem, and he's also behind in terms of like the tank tech and whatnot. So Clem very likely to have a very strong push at some point here with the greater tank numbers. He's going to use those tank numbers as well to anchor himself and get himself a very fast third base. So yeah, I would say he's in a very comfortable position. I do love what BattleB is doing, taking the third on location though, kind of saying like, I hope that you drop your own third with this advantage that you just got, like with the fact that, you know, like I still kind of have map control, but not really a right to it. So I'm gonna drop my my third on location. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, we talked about BattleB looking better and better. He won an ace match at the WTL today. Code A, as he tries to qualify Berserker to that Code S, which is awesome. But like, he's been looking better and better. We talked about how he didn't win a game versus Beyond, but looked really solid. He's still the underdog. Yeah. You know, so this is one of those setups where BattleB, he's the underdog. He has to do whatever he can to eke out these small advantages. Whether it's aggression, it didn't really work out here. Whether it's aggression, whether it's third base on location, whether it's rushing into late game faster, if we get that far, whatever it is, eking out these small advantages, because again, you know you're the underdog and you have to go and make it a little bit harder for Clem. A straight up game is probably going to be a Clem victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the same time, Clem is the type of player that wants to out multitask you, so the fact that he is kind of playing passive in some sense, I think, is not the worst thing for a player going up against Clem, right? Because trading actions against a player as precise and as fast as Clem is always a difficult thing to do. So, you know, if Clem sits back for too long and just kind of doesn't make use of the incredible abilities that he has on the micro multitasking front, maybe that can be a blessing in disguise for BattleB. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence in some sense. Who knows?
And by the way, talking about how good BattleB's been looking recently, we talked about, he got the WTL Code A ace match. It's important to point out, by the way, who he beat. Just to be clear here, Cats. This is not him beating, I don't know, Spatz or something, which also is fair because Spatz and BattleB are on the same team. But like, it's not like him beating B-tier European. He beat Creator in the ace match 1-0. I don't know what happened in that game, but that's a solid warm-up, right? I mean, Creator is a very good PvT player. Now, granted, that's not this matchup, and Clem, he's getting ready to move out. That's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of tanks. It's a ton of Ravens. He has Interference Matrix. Can BattleB hold on against this?
Let's look at his army. Let's look at his army map to see if he can hold on, and I'm gonna say no. What do you think? It looks tough. It looks tough for sure. Look at that amount of tanks. There's so many Ravens. I do like the little counter attack, but good pull there from Clem. Of the SCVs to make sure. Oh, Clem just shot his own Raven. They almost killed it. So maybe there is yet hope. Can you do that a couple more times?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, great shutdowns there. Shuts down a tank, shuts down a Raven. So his tanks are going to last a little bit longer. But now here comes Clem. And yeah, he has bought a little bit of time. Stim's done. Tank gets shut down. There's a second one here sitting on the edge of tank range. The Marines are. Another tank's going to fall down, and you kind of need your tank's defense. So with 2 tanks dead, another one interfered all the way down to Clem. This pressure is looking really, really solid. Anti-armor missile as well. I mean, these armies cannot fight. Now backside, the Ravens are going to try to get on top of this. SCVs have to get pulled here, but there is not a lot doing. Clem, he macros up hard. He hits his timings, and BattleB falls down in game 1.
Yeah, that was a little rough. I mean, a difficult early game for sure. And that battle, I mean, I didn't really quite understand it. Like, the interference matrix onto the Raven and the tank in the backline. Like, I'm not sure what that was accomplishing because nothing was in range of anything at that point. But Clem does get to the tanks and eventually makes use of his bio. So his tanks didn't really contribute there. Like, there was no leapfrogging or anything like that to snipe the tanks of BattleB via the Ravens. But instead, it was the bio that capitalized, and that was cool in itself. But that was a little awkward of an exchange for me when the Raven just kind of interference matrices another Raven and a tank, and then almost nothing happened there for a sec.
I mean, I get what he was trying to go for, right? Where you go and the enemy Ravens run forward, you hit them with your interference matrix. So even if one or two matrices go off, not every one of your tanks is getting shut down, and then you can make it a little bit asynchronous, and some are shut down or some are not, and like. You buy time, you get yourself your third tank, you get yourself your fourth tank, you get 1-1 maybe, you're trying to buy time. And I understand the idea, but I'm with you, Cats. We looked at that army come out of Clem on the other side of the map, and it's like, you got 2 more tanks, you got equal Raven count, you got more bio, your upgrades are faster. This feels like a really hard hold for BattleB, and just the downside of committing to as many Reapers as he committed to early on. We do have a second game, Cats. Maybe there's another opportunity for.
I haven't seen it.
BattleB.
You're loaded. It's not available for me anymore. So.
Oh, are you? Did you not get into game?
I suppose I did not.
Well, you have my feed, right?
I have your feed, kind of, yeah.
All right.
I mean, I can see us on the camera, but I don't see the game. But I think when we go into the game, I'll see it. Oh, nice. I see.
There we go. In the upper left, in the red, too many Reapers, not enough gas, a little bit too slow on his timings. Maybe you can do it in game 2. It's BattleB.
And his opponent in the bottom left-hand side playing for Team Liquid. It is Clem. And yeah, definitely playing a pretty conservative game last time around. Not really looking to poke too much into BattleB or trade actions early on. So we'll see if he changes the pace for this one.
Yeah, I want you to talk to me a little bit about this map, Cats. Amphion really feels like a weird TVT map. The natural is massive. It's so big. There's all this dead airspace. It's not even really dead airspace, but it's kind of island space, right? With the rocks and the mineral patches you have to mine out.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it as you narrate. Let's look at the layout here.
So again, that massive natural, you have the minerals there that you kind of have to mine through. Otherwise, it can be weird sieged up positions and kind of staging areas and things. It feels like there's this Reaper cliff that is easy to forget about. It's a really weird map.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Maybe there is some strategy that can be abused here. I think PvC, it's a rather interesting map, and yeah, a lot of it can be about the expansion patterns as well, because the minerals do open up for that third base. But then if both players choose to take those third bases, all of a sudden you're basically sieging each other already, right? So yeah, I think it can be a very interesting map. I imagine both players are probably going to expand away, because players in StarCraft 2, like, I don't know, they tend to be on the safer side of things, usually on the standard side of things. But I would love it if both players expanded towards each other here. That would be the dream.
Yeah, that'd be a wild game. When I look at Amphion, honestly, it kind of feels like Blackburn to me just rotated 90 degrees. Granted, Blackburn main base to the, I guess we'll call it the north side base here, wasn't quite as accessible. You had to go like down a ramp and up again. But kind of that very similar setup where you have this map and this base in the middle that is sectioned off by something, and it kind of turns to be a really important base as the game goes later. And I don't know, it feels like Blackburn. Plus, you have a Angry Face or a Galaga Alien on the right side.
I don't see it.
Rotate that.
You have to rotate your head to see this.
Yeah, rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise, and then the two diagonal single mineral patches are Angry Eyebrows.
I can I can see it like an angry cow type thing, or what are you looking at here? It's like an angry, like an angry cow sticking its tongue out.
Angry cow, angry ant. I don't know.
Okay, I can see it. I think.
Anyways, Clem here, much earlier starport than BattleB is going for. He's got a very quick medevac, so Cats, do you remember the last meta? We had Cyclone drops all over the place, and Clem just dominated every Terran because his multitasking, his pickup micro on these Cyclones was incredible. Well, you know what? We're going to try it again. Yeah, Cyclones are not as good as they once were, but he's still going to go for it. 2 Cyclones and a medevac. Reaper's on the other side of the map as well, running across. How much do you think Clem gets done here?
I think he's going to kill 7 SCVs and 2 Marines. What about you?
I'm gonna go with 8 SCVs and 1 Marine, just because you know, that's, you got to play the over/under. For now, though, it's only 2 SCVs, but the Reapers actually are getting just as much as the Cyclones did. They're just, Cyclones are distracting, and they're gonna get a third. 5 SCVs go down, 3 of them to the Reapers. We talked about the Cyclone drops. It's not the Cyclone drops, right? It's those Reapers.
Well, it is, right? Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, if the Cyclone drops weren't happening, then those Reapers wouldn't really have an opportunity to win. So it's all of it for sure. And everything's still very healthy for Clem as well, right? So he great retention here. He barely took any damage on the Cyclones either. And it's 6 SCVs. Need just 1 more and 2 Marines.
So here's a question.
That's all we need.
We get to, if we get to 8 SCVs and 0 Marines, does that... Or if it's 7 SCVs and 1 Marine, who is closer? I'm 1 off on the SCVs, you're 1 off on the Marines. Which matters more?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a tough one. We'll have to wait and see what happens, and then, you know, adjust to make sure I win.
There we go. Although I think you are closer right now. 6 is closer to 7, and actually, I guess 1 is closer to 0 than 2. I don't know. Anyways, math is hard. We're not going to do it. Drop's going to show up. Does a mule count as an SCV? There's your 7.
Counts as an SCV and a Marine, which makes it perfect for me.
No Marine has died yet. No Marine has died yet.
Yeah, but a mule died. A mule counts for a Marine as well. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Fine. We'll give it to you.
Perfect prediction. Yeah.
This is significant damage, right? 7 SCVs going down, knocking down a mule that was, it wasn't a fresh one. It was 50%, but knocking that down is pretty nice. And Cats, I think you're going to have your wish. We're mining out the double wall. Looks like Clem wants to expand northwards.
Yeah, I like it from Clem, right? But now BattleB is going to be hard-pressed to justify something like this because he just took damage. He still should look to mine that, though, because like you were saying, otherwise that's going to be a very annoying siege position that you can basically abuse. So he is mining it, but I doubt he'll be, you know, relocating there.
Yeah, and the downside, or I guess the upside, we talk about this position as kind of the staging ground that can be so... Oh, he's going to do it. Hell, Cats, Mr. Prognosticator, or Nostracatmus. Is that how that works? That
is how that works.
All right.
I mean, it's happening, but yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this looks so difficult for BattleB to try to defend this position, right? Like, to try to be the aggressor right now. If both players were even, I'd be like, yeah, this is cool. But right now, I mean, he did take a lot of damage from those Cyclones.
He did, and I was going to say, yeah, the worker count, it's like 3. It's not that big of a deal, but now that this third base is all mining, the single Marine is here. Is it going to get another? It's not going to get an SCV. Thought about it. But because the third base was down a little bit, it's now a 9 worker lead. So 3 manageable, 9 to 10 feels really, really bad. And now look at this. They're your dead Marines, Cats. Congratulations. You won the bet before the rest of the Marines died. So
insane.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more damage time over time. Although we do have to talk about, this is still a high ground position that BattleB has. This is still a decently sieged up position. And we got to talk about how quickly this second fact, Clem's going mech.
What a guy.
What a Clem, the master of bio, the man who just multitasks the hell out of everyone, is playing mech in a TVT.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's pretty powerful. He has a ton of tanks as well, and the Ravens as well. So he's sending a Marine in front. He scouts that there's only 2 tanks on the high ground. They're gonna get interference matrix, presumably just now not even needed, as he gets air control for the vision. And BattleB will reposition at a nice arc. Will be very difficult for Clem to breach here without getting those interference matrices. But if he does, he can get a very strong position as the first one goes out. And we're gonna start the leapfrog here. Biomo looks very, very hard for BattleB.
It does. And remember, not only is this interference matrix powerful, can shut down all the tanks, but also it's 9 tanks to 4, 3, or whatever it is right now. Like the airport, the ground power, I guess, that Clem has is kind of untouchable, to the point where BattleB, this orbital has to lift. He's gonna go for it right now. He's gonna try to run down the ramp. Good shutdown coming in from the side. Look at that. That is massive here. The tanks They're not going to be able to fire. BattleB, does he have enough before the shutdowns end? He's going to get on top of everything. Vikings are going to have to land here. What a shutdown from BattleB. My goodness, Cats. He sweeps everything up. And now at this point, what are we looking at? It's 2 tanks on the other side. Can he... I don't think he wins the game here right now, but he certainly equalizes.
Right now, I'd be yelling. I want to be yelling right now, BattleB. That was insane. I mean, that was so freaking crazy from BattleB. What a cool composure there. I mean, he could have had the opportunity to maybe like start mitigating for the tank advancement before from Clem, right? Like he could have used those interference matrices to be like, okay, I have 3 tanks that can fire. Like I can interference matrix one of your tanks here, and so on and so forth. But when it comes down to it, like if he took that approach, he wouldn't have had the massive shutdown and allowed for his bio instead to do the job a little bit later down the line. So very cool, calm and composed from BattleB, and knowing how to take the engagement as well. A little bit easier sometimes to interference matrix the tanks at the front, but he went all the way behind Clem here to make sure that he was getting the backline, which is much more difficult to run towards with the bio, right? So even the flank and the choices there and the execution, it was all perfect here from BattleB. What a cool play.
Now this is a little bit awkward though. That drop you sent 4 medevacs in with like a grand total of 5 Marines and 5 Marauders, just really not 4 medevacs worth, right? So kind of an awkward drop that attacked the front, gets 12 SCVs, but also trades out a little bit. BattleB's attempt to take advantage of this aggression is feeling a little bit weird. He's not able to quite do what he would like off this timing. But for now, again, he's got his 4th base on the way. Medevac, 2 tanks go down inside.
Oh.
That's not what you're looking for, BattleB. And by the way, Armory is incredibly late. He gets this incredible fight. Sure, fine. There's no 2-2 on the way. He's adding in 3 additional barracks. Fantastic. He's not going to have this 2-2 timing. He's not going to have this 3-3 timing. Clem is actually going to get ahead on upgrades a little bit, which feels pretty rough. And these Vikings, BattleB, he's committing more into ground. He's adding 3 additional barracks. Although, he's going to get any of these Vikings. No, he hits the rocks. He
hits the...
Oh, man. I mean, I understand you want to knock the rocks down. It's another attack pattern, certainly. But, like, the Vikings are there. Kill the Vikings.
I guess, yeah. He hits the rocks. It was bait too, right? There's tanks looking to protect those Vikings in the high ground. So I think if BattleB had gone for them, then this might have happened. I'm not sure that this is the play right now. There are no Ravens this time around. It is a huge spread of tanks from them, but not enough on the front actually. So BattleB will crash on through. The Vikings are slow to land as well to provide any sort of buffer. And BattleB seems to be doing a great job on the cleanup here. I mean, the supplies are still relatively even, but BattleB with a very, very strong position.
It is a strong position, but Clem is building a ton of tanks at a time, building a ton of Vikings at a time. The reinforcement rally from BattleB is a little bit slow. And by the way, we talked about economic hits. Clem's up on workers, right? He's got his 4th base. He's still in a pretty solid economic position, even as BattleB continues to sweep him from the 3rd, continues to get that damage done. The eye test says this is really good for BattleB, right? You look at the fights, that incredible fight around BattleB's 3rd base, breaking him down right here, killing 10, 12 SCVs here or there. Like the eye test says, wow, this is incredible. And then you look at the product, then you look at the supply, then you look at the upgrades, then you look at everything else. You look at how much BattleB has lost, and you're like, is it though? Clem is doing a really good job of surviving.
He is doing a very good job of surviving for sure. BattleB still on the offense here. He could find an opportunity perhaps over on this side of the map, which is exactly what he's looking for. So this is really nice for him, right? Like, because Clem has been surviving by consolidating and like basically putting all of his army in the same locations and clusters, and BattleB now spreading a little bit wider onto the map, and that's kind of what you want to do with Bio. You want to hit where the mech is not. So great job there, sniping a command center.
Works out for him pretty dang nicely. And now, well, there's another command center on the way, but this one already, I don't know if we can call it bio, but roughly sieged up upon. Even still though, BattleB is gonna have to back up on this one for the time being. Too many tanks, too many Marine, or too many Vikings.
Nice,
but hey, right up the gullet into the natural. Those tanks, they're +2 tanks. They do 2-shot this stim bio, right? That's the important thing. So yeah, BattleB thinks he can run on top and say, look, great, undefended tanks. The tanks are defended by the tanks, BattleB, and that's not good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what he did there too, right? Like he was running basically straight in line, a couple of units soaking up the initial shots and whatnot, but and able to get the position. It was like, you know, one less tank there, and all of a sudden BattleB breaches through that area, because it was just like maybe like 3 tanks just shelling away at that bio, and that was, yeah, maybe one too many. But BattleB is still in a playable position here. Clem, like you said, has been doing a great job of stabilizing and whatnot, but BattleB with 3-3 on the way, with a pretty good basically map spread here, like getting economy all over the place, and continuing to try to keep Clem on his toes and pin back. So it's doable. I like this game. It's a fun one.
It is a fun one. I gotta say, I'm really surprised. So when you play Bio versus Mech, you generally want to have the bigger economy. You want to you're not going to trade efficiently. Certainly not with tanks have +2. I mean, this is a scary thing to fight into. The Vikings are going to land. They're going to buffer for the tanks. Although he's going to clear right on through it anyways with that 2-2 timing. And the drop as well in the main base is getting a lot done. Clem once again on the back foot here. I don't know that he can break the battle or the planetary all that quickly. These tanks, they only have +1.
This looks good. But I mean, it looks insanely good though.
Yeah.
And he knows as well that there's another base exposed to the right-hand side here. He does drop on top of a few tanks that, unluckily for him, are already unsieged. And now Clem looking for a little bit of a pincer maneuver here with tanks on either side. And without vision, without Vikings or superiority on the side of BattleB, he's going to have to disengage.
What I was going to say, though, is you talk about, again, Bio player generally wants to out-trade. They're going to build more bases. They're going to have a bigger economy. BattleB's been on 69 SCVs for, I mean, it's nice, but he's been on a low economy for quite a while, even as he builds these bases. Wow. That's beautiful, though, to knock those tanks down. Getting maybe a couple more down the ramp. You don't want to do that. That hurts. So he's going to have to run back up into the main base. I'd love to see him, there we go, knock the add-ons down, deny any sort of tank production, things like that. So again, the drop's going to get rebuffed, but not before he gets 3 or 4 tanks, knocks some add-ons down. But BattleB only being on 70 SCVs feels like he could have so much more.
Yeah, but at the expense of how aggressive he's been, right? It's not like he's not spending his money, so this is getting him a lot of momentum time and time again, and it's allowing for these plays that we see all over the place. So it is very much by design and by choice, and he might be able to make it work right now. This looks amazing for BattleB.
Yeah, it does. He's gonna knock the third base down, I guess. He's gonna knock that planetary. He does heavy damage to the orbital and gonna stay alive for the time being. But now, I mean, running down the ramp here, that was a big tank shot. Vikings providing vision, of course, but Clem is just dead.
He's just dead. What a great showing here from BattleB from start to finish here. I mean, he had some opportunities there to go in that backfired, right? Like, to the credit of Clem just being in position and whatnot, but really very, very impressive play from him, being all over the place, like really looking for opportunities. Those drops, you know, like when it's like, okay, I can't find any avenues out on the map, let me do a little drop here and then go to the other side and then run some units in to see what's there. Like really, really, really just keeping Clem on his toes. Like very difficult for the mech player to actually defend every location perfectly. Nearby impossible. And this was off of a difficult opening as well, where Clem did kill 6-7 SCVs, right? Like whatever I predicted, the exact number I predicted, Clem killed. And despite that, like, I mean, BattleB with a comeback effectively, like really, really impressive.
Yeah, it was a really awesome back and forth game. And we get to see, it's a new map. That's not the style of TVT we're going to see on Oceanborn or something. All right. It is certainly this map that you go and it kind of encourages you to go in and play maybe a little bit differently. But we do move to Site Delta for Game 3, Cast. We do move to a map that Clem, BattleB, both, you, me, viewers in chat, have a lot more experience with, probably. Again, this was in the last pool as well. So the question, the important question here is, do we see Mech out of Clem again? Game 2, obviously, he went for it on Amphion. It may be something he thinks good for the map, but do we see it again?
No chance, Jose. All right, like for me, like it's very when you're a player like Clem, right? Like you want to have that range, you want to be able to do everything, and in some cases against opponents, you know, it is BattleB, it is not Maru, right? And I'm not saying BattleB is, you know, bad by any means. He just beat Clem, who can very, very feasibly beat Maru or anyone else, and like literally any player in the world, right? Like it's Clem that we're talking about. So BattleB is an excellent player, but this can be testing grounds for Clem, right? You're one game up, you're not at a risk of losing anything. You're up against like you know a player like BattleB who is up and on the rise, and I don't think that you go like, okay, let me just mech again, because his strengths really lie with the bio and whatnot, right? Like that's where he made his name and his bread and butter, and I think that that's kind of like a safe zone for him for the time being.
Yeah, makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Talk about
I don't think so. 0%. If he goes for mech, I don't even know the move.
Well, talking about bread and butter, talking about players that maybe are some hungry for some French bread, for some French butter. From Germany in the bottom right, it's BattleB.
What? You flipped it. Why did you make the French and in the top left-hand side for players that like mostly kebabs, to be honest. I was in Germany and mostly there was kebabs around, just going all over the place. But if you like kebabs, here is the Frenchman, Clem. That's more or less what your intro was like.
Nah, Casper, you're talking about bio is Clem's bread and butter, right? Well, there is no better bread, arguably. Certainly there's no better butter than French bread, French butter, according to a lot of people. And BattleB, after game number 2, he's hungry. He wants that bread and butter. Okay. He wants to chow down on it.
I see. So BattleB, or Battle Booty as you call him, he wants to he wants the French bread. Is that it?
Exactly. He wants to get that bread. He wants to get that French bread.
I see. Okay. Well, let's see if he's gonna be able to. I mean, yeah, we made sense of it. It happened, yeah. Clem is gonna be crossing the map with his SC2 scout.
Sorry. You said you're not supposed to laugh at your own jokes. I don't know why I'm dying here, but anyway.
No, that's amazing. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I love it when people laugh like you just did, like some sort of, I'm not sure what's going on in your mind right now. Like,
why is this funny?
I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea, but I find it funny too. It's contagiously funny, the French bread.
You know what? He brings the dough in, Cats. Something, I don't know. Regardless, we do have slightly different openings from Clem and BattleB in this game 1. Clem going for Reaper Expand, going for a much more standard economic opening. BattleB, he wants to leverage a little bit more aggression, right? This is Barrick's double gas factory into that, or this is Barrick's double gas command. No, yeah, he did get the factory. So Barrick's double gas factory into that command center. That gives you more drop pressure, gives you maybe cyclones earlier on, whatever it is that he wants to go for. But BattleB, again, he wants to open the taps a little bit, kind of maybe flip the script from how game 1 or game 2 went.
Flip the script from how game 2 went for BattleB?
Yeah, right. Clem gets aggressive, gets damage done, and then BattleB.
Oh, I see. Flip the early game script in favor. Okay, because if he flips the script, that would be a bad idea, right? Because he did beat one of the best players in the world just now, and it's a good script. Whenever you make a comeback as well, like it looks extra good, right? Because then it's not like, oh yeah, like he was ahead from the beginning type thing. Like that's not a thing. It's more like he took damage and still made it happen just with excellent play through and through. So I do quite like the script, but I can see, yeah, in the early game we would definitely wanna do a little bit better here if you're BattleB. So.
Yeah, you flip the script thing early game, then you tear it up. You don't have a script anymore.
Tear it up.
There we go. Actually, this is important, by the way. Talking about bread and butter, German bread. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, "Oh, German bread's better than French bread." Look, I'm speaking from the American perspective. People think about, croissant, baguette, and whatever, and they say, "Oh, yeah, French bread."
I see.
The important thing here,
Mapu was kind of saying, Mapu defending of all people. He's saying, if you think, you need to come to Europe if you think German people want French bread.
Yeah, no, German people, I'm speaking from the American perspective here, but more importantly, I realize why this works. I'm just channeling an SCV, they say something about like butter bomb biscuit. All right, so this is just how I'm channeling my Terran player. But
I'll tell you the truth though. Like I was in Brussels and Netherlands and Germany, like in small bits and portions. I gotta say, like Netherlands is where it's at. The bread, the food, everything. That's where it's at. Like European people watching from anywhere outside the Netherlands, you should move to the Netherlands. It's so beautiful.
There's a reason that we've been seeing Reynor showing up there. There's like a decent StarCraft 2 enclave in the Rotterdam area.
There is, yeah. Well, they're all over the place here on the right side of the Netherlands, I guess. Right south, I got to see Harstem and Skillous and Elazer. Unfortunately, I didn't get to catch Roddy, but yeah, I know Euthermal's around there as well. So yeah, definitely a nice StarCraft hub over there.
And certainly when we talk about Euthermal, we have our first random player in ESL Masters in...
What a beast.
Since Balloon, maybe, playing in a competitive tournament?
Maybe, yeah, Balloon. Wow, that's a throwback.
My insanity is
Balloon
Balloon.
Is from, yeah.
We should probably talk...
Yeah, Balloon's way back in the day for sure. So it's been quite a while since we've had a random qualify for anything, really.
Pretty sick, although he is sitting at 0-1, so there is that. But we should probably talk about this game that's getting started a little bit. It's been a pretty standard one, right, thus far, but we just see some differences, right? BattleB delaying his 1-1 upgrades just a little bit. Reaper tries to get on. He's going to delay the extra barracks. Yeah, he dies, but here's the thing, cats. That one extra marine, those 2 extra marines spawning 3 seconds later, they're going to unlock a timing for Clem. They're going to allow him to get on the map and sweep BattleB off of it and go from there. But I am, all seriousness, as much as I'm memeing right there, this is how game 1 looked. BattleB, he goes, he plays defensively, doesn't get his third base on location like he did in game 1, but he plays this very standard TVT. Clem runs across the map with Ravens, shuts everything down, kills him. Granted, the tank disparity is not as bad as it once was. It's 3-2. It wasn't quite as bad, but if I'm BattleB, again, we're playing a standard game. That doesn't really spark a ton of joy when we talk about how good Clem is in this matchup.
Yeah, unless you look at the last game. I mean, you gotta look at the last game and be like, that was a caliber of player that can very much contest with the likes of Clem, right? Like on paper, sure not, but today, I mean, it's sure looking like it's anyone's game to me. Like they're keeping up with each other. If you look at the Marine spread on the map, like BattleB is doing the things that need to be done. He's not really slacking. And if we look at his multitasking last game, and not only just the multitasking, but also like the way that he was kind of like, you know, like pulling Clem apart, right? Like by going on the far right and then dropping as close as possible to his own base, and just like the numbers of units that he was using. I mean, that was just a masterclass from BattleB on multi-prong attack and harassment and multitasking. So I'm hopeful this is doable. Hopefully he doesn't die in the next 10 seconds or so.
You know, cats, I know this is not what you meant, but you said BattleB on, and I heard BattleB. And the way he played game number 2, I think that's pretty fair. I love the vision he's got, by the way, as well. He's sending Marines all over the place. Clem moved out with a significant portion of his army on the left side and tries to see if he can get maybe a siege up, because, you know, sieging up down here on the right side of this third base or on the left side of this third base is a scary spot. You can find a lot of value, but BattleB is aware of it. Clem decides to back up. It's not worth it. And now we move on to 4-base setup. 4th command center's on the way. Clem's a little bit faster into his 2-2, but it's like 10 seconds, likely not going to make that big of a difference. And BattleB, we can't really talk about supply leads, cats. It's all about the tanks. Minor supply leads in TVT don't really tend to show all that much, but he's got himself a 3-6 supply lead, depending on how the macro cycles go. Not a big deal, but he's keeping up.
That was a large intro to not talk about supply lead so that we could then talk about the supply lead. But yeah, I mean, he's keeping up for sure, right? And in terms of tanks, like you were saying, like Clem has the greater production with 2 at a time at the moment to the 1 of BattleB. But for the time being, they're even at 6. Just until recently, it was like 1 advantage for Clem. But this is very much doable. Like there's still a lot of Raven energy. There's still a lot of positioning that's going to have to happen. So we'll see how this goes, as BattleB now relocating to the right-hand side to try to take care of this. And a beautiful spread of Marines on the other side, so if we ever switch to his vision, we'll see that he's got nothing to be afraid of, you know, by moving his entire army to the right, and that's just a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, certainly. The Cyclone should eventually, always going to get another SCV. Very nice there. Now, granted, doesn't matter at the end of the day. Not really. But it is fun. That being said, one thing that I was a little bit worried about, BattleB has since solved the problem, is out now moving on the right side. Look at this BattleB trying to get on top of these tanks. He's going to shut down most of them, but the anti-armor missile's a problem here.
He's doing it.
The tanks aren't firing. He's going to get right on top of everything. BattleB, look at this attack. He's going to get on top of everything until the tanks get shut down. Even still, this buys enough time. Most of the tanks get shut down here. Clem.
Oh my God.
It's just the reinforcement.
This was so close.
Is that enough?
I mean, this was great from BattleB. It was so very close. A couple of extra seconds onto those tanks, a couple of better splits on the Marines towards the tail end of that engagement, and I think he could have gotten a full cleanup. The Vikings could have landed a little bit faster. His tanks could have unsieged and start moving a little bit forward faster. But you would have to have, you know, you're asking the guy to have 3 hands. He has only just 2, and with those 2 he did pretty freaking well. And he's looking to do it again. This time around, no Ravens or interference matrices, so those Marines are in a lot of trouble. They're gonna get hot picked up, and wisely BattleB is going to send them over to the other side of the map as well. So looking for a counter attack of his own. Clem is probably going to use this opportunity to try to go deeper into BattleB's 4th, but what a great move here from the German yet again, and Clem not capitalizing just yet, BMO, so a little bit of free damage here and there.
I mean, it is damage. I don't think it's free. He's lost a decent amount of medevacs. Bio is going to go down. There's really no way for this army to get out. It's going to get pincered. So yeah, BattleB. Oh, okay, go back to high ground, BattleB. He's going to be able to get out. Very nice. I was going to say he's going to get pincered in. Vikings chasing him down. It doesn't really feel like he's going to be able to get out. But BattleB, the modern Houdini, I guess.
Modern Houdini, the man who loaded it medevac.
Exactly.
To avoid the pincer. I mean, that was, yeah, that was definitely a great maneuver. Like, that was a good attempt at a pincer from Clem. You need a 3D pincer for that, right? Like, you need to come from actually 3 angles to cover the high ground, because otherwise, if your opponent has the medevacs, then yeah, they can, yeah, do the thing. But a lot of Brooks top Marines here on the side of Clem, but a beautiful spread allows him to take a good start to this engage. There aren't that many tanks on the right-hand side if BattleB can actually identify that and push everything north right now. Instead, he's going to push everything south, so looking for an entry into the 4th base and completely avoiding this tank line. Gotta be careful there. There's a 4-tank cluster and no more Ravens to be spoken of.
Does have a pretty significant tank lead. He's looking at, last I checked, what is this, 11-9? It was 11-8. So he does have more tank power, right? He does have that greater cavalry, maybe, that he's going to be able to make something happen. But I mean, look at this tank line from Clem. Even with the better tank lead, I think he just lost one right there. It's really hard to attack into this core 4 out of Clem. So now BattleB, he's getting aggressive. He's got his 5th base done on location. That's not something that Clem has. What I like out of Clem, assuming he survives the next minute or so, tries to stim on top of this tank, is going to get one. That does not feel worth it.
Christ.
All the tanks are dead. +2 coming in for Clem right at the right time. Stim bio evaporating. But what I like out of Clem is, first of all, this drop is fantastic. But second of all, he's moving into the late game just a little bit faster. He's got the double starport. He's going to be able to build a ton of Vikings, Liberators, whatever you want. He's going to be able to take control of the sky. These tanks are going to get shut down. Well, maybe not. There are more tanks behind, but this drop in the main base is not something that BattleB can fight easily. Doesn't have +2 on these tanks. But Stim's on top. It's not going to get the medevac. So Clem doing a great job of forcing BattleB back home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, good defense from BattleB as well, and actually Clem overextending right now, giving BattleB a little bit of a gift on the other side of the map. There's not enough Marines trying to take a safe haven near the tank in the back, but Clem not really biting us. Now there's another tank that's going to offer a better anchoring position for BattleB here. BattleB going to retreat out from the middle of the map, as Clem now looking to continue to expand and match BattleB in terms of expansions with a 5th that's now landing. So 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 are the upgrades in total. Everyone has 2, and now BattleB just got his 3rd on attack for the bio. So a slight edge for him on that front as he moves everywhere via move. This is a great game.
It is, and I love, by the way, you talked about 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, whatever. I love that Clem and BattleB, their +3 attack finished just the same time, and then their +3 armor finished 5 seconds later at the same time. As Clem's going to try to attack into here, but the pre-siege on the tanks for BattleB is not going to allow that to happen easier. Although scans make for a big deal, because I was going to say Clem doesn't have a lot of vision. BattleB tries to stim on top of this. These are +2 tanks. Here's Stim bio. It's getting exploded. BattleB, that's not a great opening. That actually isn't much of an opening at all. And even as we're talking about how BattleB has a bigger economy, he's up 1 base on Clem for the majority of this game. He doesn't have the worker count, right? It's 69 to 79. He's doing that same thing where he's trying to make up for it in structures rather than army. He's going to swing it from the bottom side. A lot of tanks go down very quickly, but I like the arc for BattleB for right now. Knocks one of Clem's down, so he's going to hold the position. But again, despite BattleB having more actual bases to mine from, Clem's got the better economy.
I suppose he does. I mean, just ever so barely though, right? So BattleB should still have some time to stabilize. I don't think this is all said and done, but losing this command center, especially if he's unable to finish it, will be tough. So a little bit of a cancel there as BattleB continues to move out onto the map. Again, I think both players will have the opportunity to get maxed out. And that's going to mean for BattleB another opportunity to bring back this game, right? Like where we just saw a little bit of a supply deficit. You don't want to be walking into tank lines unless you're going to commit. And okay, he's going to take down the tank line entirely here, which might give him a good position at the south side of things, as he's now going to siege everything. There aren't very many Marines left, but there's enough to deter the Vikings from landing onto those tanks, as another couple of Marines fall, and now the tanks probably looking to spread a little bit better.
Well, all right then. I didn't like that, but I do now. He shuts down all the tanks bottom side. He gets his own tank siege, just continuously scanning to see where the tanks of his opponents are, but not getting enough. And by the way, Clem +1 mech armor here. Of course, it benefits the Vikings, and Clem's building a lot of these Vikings to enable a Liberator count, but also it does I'm not sure how the breakpoints on like +2 mech attack versus +1 mech armor in terms of tanks surviving or not. But it does help out a little bit. Certainly helps out against these Marines. And now STVs are going to get pulled. Vikings landed. BattleB is going to lose the bottom side. And now it is 2 tanks to 9. Army supplies are pretty equivalent, but in the counts of things that matter, 10 tanks to 2. Tons of Vikings to not a lot of Vikings. BattleB, well, yes, he does have a lot of supply. 59 Marines, cats. Even if you're at 3-3 against +2 tanks, we've seen how fast they die.
The Marines or the tanks?
The Marines.
What about the tanks?
If you can get on top of them, I guess they die pretty quickly as well. But
they die pretty quickly as well. So there is yet hope, is what we're saying here, Biomov.
I believe in the hope.
That's the story. It's happening. It can happen, right? Like, it's doable. It's not undoable for BattleB. Like, granted, yeah, the tank count is huge for Clem, but there is an opportunity. There is an unsiege. There is a big arc at some point. There are counterattacks. There are avenues here for BattleB to still potentially cause a massive shift, a big upset. And it requires your belief, Biomov, as well as the people in the chat.
If you want BattleB to go and take down Clem and force Clem to a 1-1 scoreline to punch his ticket into a 2-0, post bread emotes.
Post bread emotes.
Specifically, dark German bread emotes, not baguettes. Right? That's very important. You can't spam this baguette to support BattleB. That's not how that works. Nice dark German
you
bread.
are spamming baguettes to support BattleB. Isn't that how that works? Because he wants the French bread, is what we concluded.
True, actually, yeah. Spam those baguettes to support BattleB or to support Clem, because that's what people do. I don't know.
No, it makes sense. Just spam baguettes, and whatever happens, happens. It's happening right now, in fact, as BattleB looking to posture deeper into Clem's territory, but the largest cluster of blue is also here, so you gotta be really careful if you're BattleB.
So if you look at this army setup, both players are maxed out. Both players are starting to build a bank. BattleB's taking the north side. He's gonna, I imagine that command center is actually gonna be a planetary because he had to move his orbital over, and you still want defense there. But BattleB sitting here, he's got a lot more Ravens than Clem does. That's the big deal, right? He's looking at 7 Ravens to 3. Clem's got a ton of Vikings. He's got these Liberators that ideally can zone for things. But if the Ravens get on top, I mean, tanks are just not going to fire. So BattleB is going to have this all-in fight, this really powerful setup where he just shuts all the tanks down, and maybe he's going to be able to make something happen. But it is it's a one-way trip, because the Vikings, especially here on +1 attack, +1 armor, they should be able to shut things down. So when does BattleB get that fight? Is he going to be able to find that fight? That's really the important question.
Yeah, for sure. And the win is also important, right? Because, if you have 7 Ravens and your opponent has 3, then every second that passes and you're both maxed out, your army is getting better because you're gaining energy on more of those key units. As this is a massive stim, at least he's going to get a command center for his troubles, but jumping the gun perhaps a little bit is BattleB. As now Clem, I mean, looking to interference matrix onto some of these tanks will allow for the clearing of 2 of them at least. And let's not forget also, air control is on the side of Clem, very much so. BattleB looking to engage, but Clem will continue to creep on forward here.
And, you know, air superiority is on the side of Clem. You're absolutely correct. 12 Vikings to 4. But BattleB is killing orbitals. He's making trades happen. This Liberator got 11 SCVs. Very, very nice. But the point here is, as we talk about this, is that technically BattleB, by losing these Marines and trading them out very cost effectively, killing orbitals, getting other infrastructure down, is buying more supply if he wants to get himself into his own level of air superiority. But for him, air superiority is not Vikings and trying to catch up in that way. In fact, he's not getting armor for mech. He's not getting air attack. He just doesn't want to opt into that play whatsoever. He's like, yeah, look, I got more supply. Cats bail. I'm going to build more Ravens because they're really good. So he's got 11 to the 7. 70 Marines on the map is a great thing. But against 19 tanks and anti-armor missile, effectively making these +1 armor Marines when the anti-armor missile hits, is significant. And by the way, notice BattleB, he's got his 4,000 minerals in the bank, 2,000 gas. He's starting to kill off his own SCVs with the planetaries. Like, look, I want more army. What's he replacing? He's building more. He's building more Marines. He's replacing his SCVs with more Marines. We talked about Battle Beyond. He's playing like Beyond in the late game, just mass Marine against this more tech-heavy style.
Ton of Ravens as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if he can get the disable onto a lot of his tanks, right? Like if he can get the disable onto all of them, then yeah, you want a lot of Marines to run in and actually bust through. Whereas, you know, you add more tanks, those are going to be much clunkier, much more difficult. You can't really contest BattleB in the tank versus tank battle right now, especially with the air superiority that he does hold, and the Liberators, which are a pain with that set air superiority as well to deal with in tanks. So I like what BattleB is doing here. I think he's giving himself a solid shot, and if he can find himself an entrance to any one of these bases of Clem where his army is not, I think that's what he's ought to do.
Yeah, the problem is so this is a lot of Marines, and you're right, they're incredibly mobile. They can play around the map if BattleB decides to play like that. So +2 tanks, 1-shot stimmed bio. They 2-shot unstimmed bio. If you're at 1 armor, which is what anti-armor missile makes happen, the Marines explode. You had 70 Marines, you had 90 Marines, is what BattleB has right now. Very quickly, you have 0 Marines. It becomes an incredibly cost-ineffective trade. So BattleB...
Did you see the spam in the chat? Is so great. Spam this baguette and whatever happens.
I love it. What I also love is, you know, Cats, we got Yamato Cannon on the way. BattleB building 16 Marines at a time, and Clem saying, that's fine. Look, I got +3 mech attack, or +3 air attack, +3 mech armor on the way. Your entire armor is the color of a Dorito, so you really can't fight me. I'm gonna, once we make this next trade, once I'm no longer maxed out, I'm gonna build a ton of battle cruisers. And, you know, Cats, battle cruisers against Marines against battle cruisers are patently horrendous, but for now, this planetary is going to fall down. Even with building armor, high-tech auto-tracking, who the hell cares? It's going to get shut down. That's a decent economic hit, but Clem has so much money on the map right now. BattleB has to run away. Again, these anti-armor missiles.
Oh, a lot of this Raven's exposed on side of Clem as well. He is bleeding.
Tank range. This is a...
Yeah.
Let's look at fight from BattleB. I'm looking at the supply, and like it feels like it should have been good, but it really is not.
Okay, he does move towards the tail end there, but yeah, what a beautiful fight there from BattleB. Just hold positioning his army to make sure that none of it goes further into tank range, and shaves off a few units here from Clem as well. He is a little bit down in supply, and Clem is creeping on forward, so this is very much a tough situation still for BattleB. And
yeah, where are our Ravens from Battle? He just he's totally given up the north side. He's like, okay, this is I can't deal with this. The siege up is too powerful, so he's going to show up left side. They trade a base for a base. Clem loses this base, which was very fresh. BattleB loses this base, which is less so. It's mined, I don't know, like 40% of it. Bye-bye, SCVs. BattleB had 34. Now he's going to have 15?
That's nothing almost. Yeah, that's going to be tough. 15 if he kills those two. Perfect math there from Biomofas. Now BattleB looking for a big engagement, but that little bit of weird terrain in the middle is going to make it very, very difficult. However, he still gets the interference matrices onto all of those tanks, and that's going to be looking like it's enough for a little bit of a cleanup here. Guts has to focus one tank at a time as much as possible to mitigate for the damage, and actually BattleB with a perfect engagement, and that's going to be huge. I mean, if you look at the supply, it's very deceitful, as the army is actually in favor of the German right now, and the baguettes in chat seem to have been working.
Yeah, he's going to try. I love this. So this is a scary position for BattleB if he doesn't end the game run out. He's got no bank. He's got no money. 15 SCVs. Not a lot of setup. But he's going to get on top of all the production. He's getting on top of these starports. He's the natural up. He's going to maybe knock down +3 mech attack. If he can get into the main base, that's the big deal. But what do we have in the main? That really is the important question. We got 2 tanks right here. They've got +3. No, +3 was denied. They got +2. That is a really hard position to break into. So BattleB instead is going to try to take advantage of the map that he has. He knocks down a ton of production, knocks down the naturals, going to keep killing these starports. Clem right now, he's only on 4 starports. That's a broke boy. What are you going to do if you only have 4 starports?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna produce 4 units at a time, presumably more so if you have the reactors. But here comes BattleB charging into yet another planetary fortress. He does not care about the Doritoed up units for the time being, and defending the choke is a beautiful siege line as well. The tanks are now kind of exposed, but BattleB feels like he has enough, and he certainly does. He has a lot of bio now, and maybe he could have kept going and continued to try to breach into this main base, but instead he is just gonna take the south away, and this is, I mean, look at the supply right now. It's 169 for Clem, 114 to BattleB. Who do you think is winning this game, Biomolf? You have 1 second to answer. 1, you didn't answer. You lost. I think BattleB might still yet take it. I mean, it's close. It's very close for sure.
It is. Clem has so much more production right now. He's got so much more money. BattleB has to rely on tempo. Clem's building 5 Liberators at a time. He's building 2 tanks at a time. And yeah, BattleB's killed a couple, but he's killed 3 bases in the last minute or so. 4, actually. But he hasn't killed any of the mining bases, right? The 4th base had very little money. The 3rd base had no money. The natural totally mined out. And BattleB's now down double his supply. It's 150 army supply to 88. If BattleB hadn't lost those 30 SCVs, he'd be in a great spot. But I think so. He has no money. He's muling as much as he can right side, but I don't know how many orbitals he has. Although this is maybe a decent siege up here, trying to move on top. There's not enough Marines. This is not going to work out here. I don't think the Liberators are going to win this fight. BattleB, really nice try. Really awesome game. But Clem, he moves up to 2-0.
Yeah, great series. Yeah, I mean, brilliant series there from BattleB. Obviously, needless to say, Clem, one of the best players in the world. He comes and does what we expect of him, but BattleB really playing like a very strong contender for the European region, right? Like he put up with a great fight against maybe the best Terran in certainly in Europe, maybe I mean contender for best Terran in the world for the last many years. So
I don't know.
Big props to BattleB. That was awesome.
I think there are plenty of Mario fanboys that are going to say, how dare you say Clem's the best Terran in the world.
Contender.
He was the best Terran player at Atlanta, Cats. That
for sure.
That we can say.
A beast.
Oh man, that series, the game 3, game 4 against Cyril was that Alcyone game was just best thing I've ever seen. That being said, BattleB playing a hell of a series. Unfortunately, he will fall down to 1-1, but if he can do that to Clem, it's looking pretty good for him to advance. We're gonna have to see. For now, though, Cats, it does mean we have to go to a bit of a break, which means that when we are back, it's going to be an 0-1 match 0-1 match coming up next. It's going to be Nicoract. It's going to be Aqueron to determine who moves to the middle bracket, that 1-1 stage, who moves down with their life on the line. That's going to happen after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, friends. We had some games now, but we got more on the way. We had a great TVT, an up-and-comer against the best Terran player in the world, because, cats, let's be real. What has Maru won recently? Clem's the reigning Atlanta champion. Maru, what has he won? Nothing. It's only, a minor Korean tournament. Clearly, Atlanta is far more important. But we're going to move into our next TVT. It's going to be Nicoract. It's going to be Aqueron. And that does seem like a lot of fun. Certainly a very different matchup than BattleB. Clem, Nicoract, he loves his 1 base timings, his 2 base timings.
I was muted.
Sorry?
I was muted, but yeah, like I sensed a little bit of sarcasm in your statement there about Atlanta and the GSL. Do you actually think the GSL is a more prestigious tournament than Atlanta?
That's actually 3-4 years ago, I would say absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. 10 years ago.
Now, by
a landslide.
That's a really good question.
That is a
probably
really good question,
not.
When you're like, yeah, probably not. When you say like Maru, like what has he won recently? Just the GSL. I'm like, yeah, but has he won any real tournaments? Oh damn!
This is Cats. Cats just like fishing for engagement. He wants at least 5 people to tweet at him telling him he's wrong. And I'm sure you, chat, you can absolutely do that. Tweet at Cats, tell him he's wrong, tell him that Bayo is right. And actually, I think I also said that Atlanta matters more.
Like
so.
if you make that invitation, like and it's 5 people, I can almost tell the exact same 5 people, that are always saying it. Like I can almost tell you who's gonna come out defending the GSL.
Anyways, bottom right in the blue here in this team kill, it's Aqueron.
And his opponent in the top left-hand side of the map, it is the red player called Nicoract. Very unfortunate name for me right now as I'm trying to stop cigarettes and nicotine. Very unfortunate name to be casting right now. I would love to be in the aquarium, however, so that kind of brings my mind to a better place already. BattleB.
Yeah,
over to you.
It's funny, Cats. I look back, for some reason, Aqueron, we cast a series of Aqueron, I think maybe it was Aqueron BattleB, 3 seasons ago. We're doing this. And we have this long discussion about, is Aqueron because he's Aquarius? Is it water-based? Is he Aquarion? Like, is it a water Pokemon? Is it anything like that? It's like, actually, no, he's a vampire. There's a vampire novel that he's named after one of the main characters. I forget exactly what it is, but we went on this long diatribe about what Aqueron may or may not mean. Like, is it the Aquila? Is it a Roman reference? But Cats, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Not often enough, I think. Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm in a cast with you, I feel like it comes out one way or another. But outside of that, I mean, not that often.
So I guess then, Cats, what is your Roman Empire?
What is my Roman Empire? That is a very deep question. I don't know. What is my Roman Empire? I'm not sure how to answer that. Like, Mapu, do you have any ideas? Like, no clue.
What is Mapu's
what
Roman
does that
Empire?
even mean? Like,
well, there was a meme going around a little bit. It's like, asking guys, like, hey, guys, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And it was like, yeah, like every day, or whatever it is, every week. So, like, what's that thing that just occupies far more of your mental real estate than it really ever should?
Oh, wow. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm not sure. Zero Space is probably my Roman Empire, yeah.
Fair enough. RTS games. That's his Roman Empire.
Yeah, RTS games. Let's go with that.
If you think about it, the Roman Empire was the first, well, not the first, but the Roman Empire was an expert in RTS games. You build your base and then you defense it, except their base was the entire Mediterranean and up into Europe, up into Britain. It's a little bit bigger than our maps that we got. A little bit bigger than Oceanborn.
I would think so, yeah. I'm not sure how the scale quite works out, but they're not underwater, at least. And that has to be an advantage as well for Aquarium, if you think about it. Aqueron.
Yeah. There's a map that Oceanborn. There's a map that Aqueron should win, and clearly it's Oceanborn. Aquarius, Aqueron, whatever, Aquarium. We're going to get into it.
There's fish out there, yeah. Vampires.
Although vampires don't like running water, so...
They don't?
No. Vampires can't cross running water, Cats.
Wait, what? Running water, but still water is fine?
Yeah, it's so like if you think about vampires hate anything that is like considered purifying, as we'll talk about this for like half a second because Nicoract's moving across the map with some stuff. So silver, garlic, running water, all of these things that have some purifying, idea. Honey purifies, silver kills bacteria, garlic kills bacteria, running water pulls the filth away.
Purifying, no?
But for now, Widowmine's going to go off. Actually, no splash damage whatsoever, but this is not going to get a lot done here. Hellion dies. Reaper's maybe going to dive into the main base, but with a Cyclone, he's going to get on top. And more importantly here, Cats, the defense, loses an SCV, loses another Hellion, whatever. The Banshee's been revealed. Nicoract's now aware that, okay, Banshees are on the map, doesn't know that it's cloakless. That would be useful to know. But the Banshee's been revealed. It probably shouldn't get a lot done anymore.
Yeah, perhaps not. I mean, it's just going to sit there for the time being. On the other side, the little army of Nicoract is going to get repelled here. As Aqueron has the nicotine patch. It's happening. He's got it.
All right, so
and the retreat is Nicoract.
Here's my question, right? As we talk about, first of all, this is a team kill, so I don't know how often Nicoract and Aqueron practice against each other, are aware of each other, how they play outside of just being similar MMRs on the ladder.
Do you know if you rearrange the letters in Nicoract, you get Aqueron?
There's no U.
No, there's no way.
Yes.
I know, but you looked at it and you were like, for a second. Didn't you? Like, for a second, you were like, oh my God.
What are you... Cats, what are you doing?
I'm just playing mind games.
You're just... okay, we can tell that Cats is a competitor. He not only... This is competitive casting. Cats is not just sitting here trying to go and, win an old EPTNA or, WCSNA, whatever it is, play weird build. He's trying to out-mind game his caster. He's trying to beat me in the game of casting, and I think I'm falling for it.
That's crazy. Well, right now, there is a little bit of a move out here from Nicoract, and 3 Ravens all day long, as well as a couple of tanks, quite literally, and a few Marines. Let's see what he can accomplish with this, if anything. It's so scary to move out with this few units.
It is, and as we look at this, I'm a little surprised to see Nicoract taking that third base. I think of him as this player that goes for that 1-1-1, that heavy aggressive opening, but I guess in part the Banshee is keeping him back just a little bit. You don't want to commit across and Banshee just kills everything. And also, hey, Aqueron, Nicoract, I put Aqueron a little bit favored. In fact, as that Banshee will go down to the Cyclone, I'd put Aqueron a little bit favored. He's 6-0 against Nicoract. Unfortunately, neither player is active enough in Liquipedia to give us predictions, but Legacy of the Void, he's 6-0. He's never lost. But I'd put them on roughly the same tier of Terran player, right? So you play a standard game. Yeah,
no doubt. Just a little bit of posturing here and there from Nicoract. I didn't know they had even played that many times. But because Aqueron is a player that has been around for a very long time, right? Like I don't know how old he is, but I feel like I first met and started talking to Aqueron when he was just a kid, like 14 years old or something of the sorts, right? Like, he's one of those players that had a very early start that was very promising, and was a player who was extremely overly aggressive. So it's nice to see this as a change of pace, as he's going to get a lot of interference matrices onto the tanks. Doesn't even bother to siege his, which I really like here, as now he's going to siege him as an anchor, but not until then. So that was pretty nice from Aqueron here, and Nicoract in a whole lot of trouble now. Not even Stim is ready.
Yeah, makes sense. Aqueron here sitting, he's the water Pokemon. He drops his anchor. He knows how to work that. But yeah, I like the break, right? You shut down all the tanks, you move forward, you don't waste any time on the shutdown, or you don't waste any time sieging, because then you just get more damage on top. It did look a little dicey for a second with the auto turret spam. That is a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, Aqueron builds himself a nice, clean 20 supply lead, most of it in army. His 1-1 is faster. Stim a little bit slower, certainly, but he's going to have this timing where he's going to have these 1-1 upgrades. I don't know that he moves across the map, though. I mean, why would you? You got to lead. Take your 4th base, maybe. Get your combat shields up. Combat shields more important than 1-1. So you could argue that combat shields at least more important than +1 armor in this setup. 20% more HP, more than kind of the damage reduction. So yeah, get your stuff up. Be very safe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he could do that, but at the same time, we were just talking about Aqueron, and as a player, like he was a player that grew up on hyper aggression, right? Like a player that you would never see or think about as making ravens or very many tanks or something like that, but instead more of a Beyond-like player, a little bit cheesier, a little bit more leany a lot of the time, and that's a perception that he worked very hard to change back then, and then only he found this new version of Aqueron, I feel like, after he took a little bit of a break, after he distanced himself a little bit from the game. And now on these last few seasons, as he's been coming back and whatnot, we see a new man in terms of the Aqueron that he shows, I think, a much more well-rounded player than what he made his name with. So we'll see if he's able to do something. And both players now getting ready to take the fourth. And Aqueron does have those advantages that I would still like to see him press, right? Like I'm saying, like he knows how to, I think.
Yeah, I think you just wait for combat shields, right? 20% HP across your entire army when you're only on 1-1 is no joke. So you want to make sure you get that one, but now he's going to have that done. He's up 30 army supply, fourth base faster. And this is actually interesting to me. Aqueron taking a page out of BattleB's book, actually. He's adding in 3 additional barracks. He might have a second factory. He does, but again, committing more to the late game, right? Or that bio plays. He's going to try to stim down the ramp on top of this anti-armor missile on top of everything, but the supply is just far too much here, even with the anti-armor missile. I mean, good luck there, Nicoract. You're going to lose just about everything, including the Vikings, which were what you wanted. That maybe that zones things out. But he's playing bio, right? Yeah. We're talking about. He's also adding in those 2 additional starports. I think they're probably going to be just for Ravens as a drop into the natural as well. Aqueron, he's got his 4 bases, he's got his production fully set up, he's going to have his 2-2 that much faster, and it looks like he's just going to shut down the extra barracks of Nicoract. I would like to see him maybe stim into a mineral line, but there's no need. That's a dead barracks. He's got more production than his opponent does now. These medevacs somehow okay, it's going to get out. Never mind.
Yeah, very well done. As now Aqueron, seeing as he doesn't have very many Marines on the right-hand side, is going to look to disengage for the time being, but he got what he came for. I mean, that random turret for Nicoract really forced Aqueron to actually act with his medevacs, go to a less annoying angle, whereas if that hadn't been there, it would have been a lot of chaos and mayhem caused onto directly the mineral line. But again, Aqueron finding a good engagement here where he gets to clear the tank. The medevacs are not going to be able to contribute much from Nicoract as 3 fall on the attempt at a retreat. And now a scan forward for Aqueron, sees the next tank, decides, okay, I got what I came for, don't need much more. +2 upgrades now finishing for Nicoract, as Aqueron already has his. This looks very, very good for the Spaniard.
Dude, that last fight up the ramp, not this one that we just saw, but the previous one, is just such a good example of why upgrades matter. Like, attacking into a choke, into a concave like that, into your opponent's tanks shouldn't be a thing, right? That should not be legal. But he had 2-2, his opponent didn't. His Marines trade so much better. And at this point, the rally probably, they're the Marines. The rally's going to do it. Aqueron off the defense, off the offense, off the defensive, offensive, and offensive, defensive. Takes game 1.
Absolutely exactly what happened. So yeah, great job from Aqueron there. Ruben Villanueva. Yeah, played a very solid game there. And Nicoract, I mean, it did feel like his attack kind of started falling apart after the very first engagement, right? It felt like Aqueron always had a pretty big advantage after the first little push that Nicoract did. So, yeah, pretty lopsided game, I would say, overall. What do you think?
Yeah, it makes sense. Again, Aqueron 6-0 against Nicoract in the history of Legacy of the Void, so it doesn't really surprise things. By the way, important update as we take a look at things. Mapu has told me that his Roman Empire is the Roman Empire. So
I like it. There we go. So he's always thinking about the Roman Empire, Mapu? Yeah. You're always thinking about it?
Although apparently he's not a fan of the Roman Empire's maps. They are not as good as a modern map maker. So there is that, you know. Modern and whoever made Gold, I forget who made Golden Aura, but whoever made Golden Aura is a does it say?
Is it a Roman person?
Whoever made don't know. Whoever made Golden Aura is a better map maker than the Roman cartographers. So there is that. We do have that thing going for ourselves as we get ourselves ready here to move into game number 2. Cats, what do you want to see different from Nicoract, right? He played game 1. He went for that aggressive push. Didn't really work out. Just kind of ran into a bit of a brick wall. One might say maybe Hadrian's Wall. We move the Roman Empire thing, but anyway.
Wait, no, you gotta know. You have to explain. I mean, there's like one person that gets that reference out of like the 2,500 watching. Maybe Mapu gets it, but only because he thinks about the Roman Empire day and night. For the rest of us, you have to illuminate when you say stuff like that.
Anyways, talking about players that build walls and then defense them. In the upper left are the Platinum Heroes. It's Aqueron.
And in the bottom right-hand side, check with your doctor first to see if it's right for you. It's Nicoract. It does sound like a thing that you wouldn't get prescribed, no?
Yeah, I'll buy that. If you
would buy it, yeah.
Do you have issues with TVT?
Do I have issues with TVT?
Have you ever run into this issue where anti-armor missiles blanket your army and you die in TVT? Well, check with your doctor today. Nicoract is the solution for you. Nicoract is the cure for your anti-armor issue woes. But
I see it. I like it. Yeah.
Talking about cures and maybe cure-like play.
The cure. I see what you're saying. I see.
There we go. We got a 2 barracks. Actually, I guess it's more beyond-like play. We got a 2 racks opener coming out of Nicoract. Not proxied, but he's going to have a little bit higher of a Reaper count than maybe Aqueron's going to be expecting. And of course, with the supply depot in the wall, there's not going to be a lot that Aqueron can scout. So he's just going to be in the dark and hope that he can figure something out.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be possible here. On the other side, Aqueron is just kind of chilly. Nicoract really looking for some sort of surprise, right? Like if Aqueron goes out on the map and you can get some momentum going by killing the Reaper out on the map or something of the sorts, then that can be a very quick snowball win on the side of Nicoract. So he is gonna move out with his first Reaper. Maybe if there's a little bit of a bait, right, where the SCV is actually gonna give Aqueron a possible false sense of security, but no, Nicoract, I don't know if he's selling it a little bit too hard, the sense of security. Instead, he bumps his own Reaper and it will die, which means his barracks now, his extra barracks, not really gonna come in handy as he would like it. And now showing this next Reaper is pretty much gonna reveal to Aqueron that there is a second barracks if he gets the read off of the timings there. So yeah, I mean, this game's, I don't want to say over, but what would the Roman general do in a situation as such?
Well,
the Caesar.
If he's fighting in East Asia, you send forward the war pigs, because that would make the elephant stampede on their own army and go from there. Which is something I learned yesterday. The Romans would use the war pigs because they terrified elephants and they would stampede backwards. Which is just...
Mapu thinks that this is a divide and conquer type situation instead.
Divide and
you
conquer.
Would disagree with that? Because this is a man that thinks about the Roman Empire day and night.
Regardless, Nicoract trying to find his way out of this. He goes for the 2 racks play. It doesn't really work out, so he's going 3 CC behind that. And oh man, that's a good lineup there, or a potential lineup on the Hellions. So Nicoract's gonna have to back up. 88 charges, buying some separation to make something happen right there. But now 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions are superior to, what is that, 4 Reapers and an SCV. Tries to run up the ramp. These SCVs seem destined to go down. Hellions will die, but it's 3 dead SCVs, and still, there's a Hellion still here. Reapers into the main base. They got better damage. Aqueron just wants to end the game right now, or at least get game-ending damage. Reapers have to go down to the low ground. But even still, I mean, it's 2 Reapers to 2. There's a Hellion here. 4 SCVs are dead. Hellions or SCVs have to get pulled off the off the mineral line. This does not feel good for Nicoract in any way, shape, or form.
That was beautiful, though. A nice snipe onto the Hellion from the back with those Reapers, as these Reapers are also bruised up, and that means Nicoract is able to get a little bit of a cleanup on the tail end there, but he is laying behind a few workers, a little bit of supply, and certainly on the tech front as well, not looking too hot, as his factory is just about to get its first add-on. His starport is just about to get dropped, whereas on the other side for Aqueron, he has already a starport. In fact, he has already a Liberator out and about. So things are looking pretty tough here for Nicoract, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you open up with 2 racks, you open up with 2 racks and you lose your first Reaper. It's a disaster. You're trying to get pressure and you have 0 opportunity to get anything done. Look at this dropping right back home. Marine tank drops on top of it. Pickup, drop down. Aqueron just styling on him at this point. And with the Liberator as well, getting ready to move up in the main base. I mean, Nicoract does have some comeback potential. He's on triple orbital. You can build 3 SCVs at a time. You can drop 3 mules at a time, but that just maybe provides you with more SCVs to get shut down by the Liberator. So does it really work out? I don't know. Marines are going to try to get on. Marines will kill this Liberator, but not before a decent number of them go down. And now there's pressure at the front.
3 of them, lots of mining time as well, a couple of SCVs, so that Liberator was well worth it. If you're Nicoract, you gotta start playing to Mars. Praying to Mars, that is. God of War, see if they can help you a little bit in this process, as now his command center, his orbital command is gonna get sieged. A little bit of a kiteback here from Aqueron is gonna guarantee that he kills more SCVs on the way out. The tank is trying to focus fire the largest clumps of Marines, and sadly for Nicoract, this doesn't even feel like it is enough for a second. There are 17 SCVs full, and now the next tank is here. So, you know, I mean, yeah, Aqueron could start shooting his own units over here, and he would still be in a very dominant position.
You know, Cats, last series we talked about French bread, right? And about how BattleB was hungry for it. Well, Nicoract is French bread this time, because this is pain.
I did not get that. Let's
pain,
yeah.
Pain is bread in French. Anyway.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I see. That's very interesting. Okay.
I'm sorry. That was horrendous. That being said, Liberators.
That was great. That was great. I just don't know. Map, can you confirm that this is how you say pain? GG is called, and Aqueron will take game number 2, actually, in a very convincing fashion. I mean, very convincing series from him overall. Yep. Nicoract will have to go 0-2, sadly.
Yeah, Nicoract down to 0-2. Aqueron, though, keeping his hopes alive, moves up to 1-1. And by the way, Cats, we've been blessed. This is our first 2-0 of the day, which is pretty cool.
Why is that a blessing?
Well, it means we had a bunch of T1s thus far.
A bunch of T1s. T1s. That
also,
is true. That's a good point, yeah.
Are you a, like, mid-century actor? We got you in the black and white all of a sudden. I don't know what's up with that, but you're looking very stylized. And, you know, with the scarf as well.
Yeah, I've watched Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse recently, so maybe it's contagious.
It's working out. Like, Cats is looking good. I cannot hold a candle to Cats, certainly. That being said, though, we do have 3 series done, 5 more in Europe on the way. Next one, of course, the Team Liquid Team Kill. It's going to be Elazer, it's going to be Skillous, and we're going to get into that 4 minutes, not 8 minutes. 4 minutes from now, right after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We got our 4th series on the way. We saw an incredible TBT earlier on. Clem and BattleB looking awesome. And now, well, we get it's 4 series in, but finally we get our first non-mirror of the day. It's 1 ZVZ, it's 2 TVTs. And now we get the liquid team kill. It's Elazer, it's Skillous. This is going to be pretty fun. Although, you know, what would make it really good is we start on like I don't know, post youth or something. Start on one of the new maps. We start on side Delta, maybe a little bit more sad. I don't know. But Cats, how you feeling about this series?
It's an awesome series, right? Like, I think in most people's minds, this is a very even matchup. These two are friends. Like we play Dota together sometimes with the both of them. So they're pretty cool. I recently got to see Skillous and actually stay with Skillous for a couple of days in the Netherlands. And I watched him, and his PvC is absurd right now. Like, you know, he wouldn't want me to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Like, I watched him beat Cyril on the ladder. It was pretty cool. You know, like he played like a solid game. And when talking to him about it, he's like, yeah, I really want Zergs. I really can do well against Zergs. And he's a player that has been growing, has been getting rid of nerfs and whatnot. And on the other side, we have Elazer, who is prodigious in his own right? Like a player that is so very good at StarCraft 2, at RTS, that has been like consistently near the top for the longest time. And if it wasn't for the likes of Cyril and Reynor, he, you know, would have always been a contender for one of the best, if not the best Zerg in Europe. But of course, those two do exist. In any case, it should be an amazing matchup. I don't know. It's a 50-50. Like, I think maybe Skillous slightly favored for me. What do you think, Bio?
I don't know, but I do know in the bottom right, you talked about him. He's the Zerg player, the best Zerg player in Poland. That is for daggone sure. For Team Liquid, it's Elazer.
No, yeah. And on the top left-hand side, it is the best Protoss player in Russia for sure. In the Netherlands, arguably, we have another strong player from the Netherlands. It is a Skillous playing for Team Liquid. Not from the Netherlands, of course, but he does reside there. So as long as we're using the word in the Netherlands, then he may well be the best. And his aim has always been to be the best Protoss. Period, right? So I think it's doable for him.
Yeah, you know, Cats, you're right to kind of couch your words there, because maybe the best Protoss player in Europe. You have Rotterdam, right? That you got to worry about. Is Skillous better than Rotterdam? And
it's close.
It depends on the day, I think. It's kind of hard to tell, but you know, who plays Phoenix better? That's really the important question.
That is really the important question indeed. As the gateway is going to finish here. On the other side, the hatchery was blocked on the side of Elazer, right? So nice job from Skillous. Skillous, by the way, doesn't play particularly fast compared to most players at his level, but his precision is just absurd, right? So he's a very good micro-oriented player. Very, very smart guy as well. He can flip a switch as well. He can be adaptive. But he is a fairly chaotic player. And in that sense, this should be a very fun matchup, because Elazer is, in terms of approach, also a very chaotic player. A player that likes throwing a lot of stuff at you, and that likes out multitasking, and that likes basically like out macroing. And whenever he gets to his mid game and he starts going, he seemingly never stops. So expect fireworks, Biomolf.
I'm down for some fireworks. Look, we've already had, again, BattleB and Clem with some incredible fireworks. So I'm down for some more. And you're right. The question that we have to be asking ourselves is, can Skillous defend against Elazer's aggression? Elazer he was struggling a little bit a couple years ago, trying to play like every Zerg plays. Then he's like, no. I'm the aggro Zerg, right? That's how I'm going to play. I'm not Bly, right? I'm not cheesing you. I'm not proxy hatching you all over the place. But I'm going to go for, I guess, Polish taxis. You know, I'm going to go for Autobahns and subways and these Roach timings and Roach Ravagers and whatever it is. I'm going to get aggressive on my mid-game timings, and you're going to defend it or you're going to lose. Skillous has some really good defense, and I think I look back to when hero style was the big thing in the meta. Everyone was doing it. It was awesome. And I'm looking at this and it's like, this was around the time when Skillous popped into a scene, and I remember a series lower bracket of ESL Summer or of an ESL European Regionals. Skillous plays Elazer. Skillous 2-0s Elazer because Elazer goes for all these aggressive options, and Skillous just has perfect blink micro, holds onto it really well. So he's gonna knock down 4 lings here very nicely. Adept won't even go down, gets right on out of there, and hey, first blood, 6 lings actually gonna go down, and finally, I think this Adept should fall. But hey, look, you'd like to get drones, absolutely, but this is gonna be okay. He's not gonna get those last 2, but that is 8 lings for 1 Adept. That's actually pretty significant in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. As now this Oracle does a little bit of a drive-by, gets only the 1 drone. And yeah, I mean, the Adept's gonna shade back and take shelter in his 3rd base. So Skillous now looking to poke and prod with 2 Oracles at the same time. There's only 1 Queen in position for Elazer. He better bring the second one back, as he now does. After dropping the Creep Tumor and another one spawning means this location should be fairly safe, and one of those Oracles already a little bit weak. So if Elazer reacts properly, maybe there's an opportunity here to kill an Oracle. Will there be? It's close. But instead it's an extra couple drones for Skillous, and the Oracle survives.
Despite Nicoract not playing this, actually, you know what? I guess that makes sense, right? Nicoract's not playing this game, so it's close, Cats. But it's no cigar.
Nice. Got him.
That was, I think, the worst thing I've ever said. Now, the worst thing that has ever happened to Elazer in this game is 3 Adepts into the natural. 3 workers are going to go down. Target firing to 4 to get to 5 Oracles. They're mistimed, though. They're not really in on the same time, but even still, this is a lot of damage. 7 drones, 8, 9, maybe a 10th, but a little bit too much damage there. So,
no, Oracle? Nah, wow. Damn.
12
I mean, that's
total
rough.
drones.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That's very rough if you're a Elazer here.
Behind us.
The 3rd base already out for Skillous as well, getting +1 attack, getting that blink. And he is the kind of player that can smell water, or that can smell blood in the water, or water in the blood, as you would have it.
You know, Cats, today I learned that, or, you know, recently I learned that not everyone knows what this, so like, you've grown up in a certain part of the world, like, if a rainstorm's coming,
I did grow up in a certain part of the world.
Everyone grows up in a certain part of the world. Like, if a rainstorm's coming, right, and you can, it's on the wind, you can smell the rain coming, right? Like, you know what that smells like? That creosote smell?
Sure. Let's go with that, yeah.
Today I learned that that's actually kind of a regional thing, and like people in the deep south of the United States, because of how their pavement happens and like the makeup of their pavement, that smell is not as significant. So there are parts parts in the states that when it rains, like you might say, it smells like rain coming, right? You talk about smelling water. Apparently they can't smell that. Apparently that's just not something that computes. So that was my.
That's insane. Yeah, that's actually insane. I don't know. Like, I guess type 1 in the chat if you've smelled the rain coming before, or if it's something that you didn't know you could do type 2. So because I want to get a sense for it, because I've never been like, you know, outside. I can see the clouds. I'm like, rain's coming, because, you know, like the visual the visual clutter of like a very, you know, like a thick black cloud that looks loaded and looks filled up, then I can kind of like see it I can see it, but I have never been able to. Yeah, there's definitely rain coming later today, you know, like that's just not a thing that I've been able to do. But it is interesting because I know that people do that, right? Like that is a thing, but I just think it's more rare than maybe we're thinking. I'm not sure. Like Native Americans like to do stuff like that, right? Like I think.
Well, apparently it's kind of a regional thing where you go and you got, like, it depends on the makeup of the ground and the trees and the asphalt, whatever. It kind of, you get that reaction. That being said,
oh man, that's a lot of banelings to cancel.
That is a lot of banelings to cancel. There's still a ton on the way.
Yeah.
And
like
by the way,
$12 each.
Skillous lost an Oracle. He spent a ton of energy on the other Oracles to try to shut that 4th base down. He was not able to do so. Stalkers are going to get on top of these Hydras, though. That's a really nice, good start. Knocks the Hydra down. And this is buying time. Storm is done in 5 seconds, Cats. You're not busting through this wall in 5 seconds.
I mean, there is 2 storms available, but soon to be 4. The next couple of them should be available later on. But yeah, Elazer's not really going for it for the time being. He does have a very, very big army, so if he can get on top of the High Templars, that'll be a problem. Skillous better be ready to start storming and put him. No, not like this. 2 of them will fall. Another one gets a storm out just before the rest of them connect. A few more banelings trying to zone out this high Templars. They will get stormed yet again, but man, that was a pretty good start to the engagement for Elazer. Will it be enough?
I mean, maybe not an engagement in and of itself, but he gets lings in the natural, lings in the main, 14, 20 dead probes, runs right on top of this Archon dead immediately. Shield battery overcharge though in a really nice spot on the backside. Skillous warping in more stalkers, and even if he'd lost the 4th base, you'd say it's fine. But he's lost 24 workers, and that's a massive hit to his economy. Hydras are going to be forced back. Other side, the run by, these Zealot warp-ins not getting a lot done either. Hydras are going to shut that down as it moves into phase mode, so the Zealots don't get a lot done. Skillous, that is a big hit to his economy. If he had been able to keep the wall open, he's fine. He's great. He's in a wonderful spot.
Oh my god.
Do not, no.
What if this, no.
Do not let this morph. This is, Cats, we've seen many illegal things today. We've seen, oh, he's pulling, is he gonna?
It's fine, it's fine.
Oh,
it's already fine, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's already fine, right? Like, that cannot kill the probes. It can try its best, it can damage them, but not kill them. But yeah, good reaction there from Skillous, and nice from Elazer as well, knowing that he is causing a diversion elsewhere on the map, but they're very expensive Blink Stalkers, and you know, when you morph the banelings, if you don't have any more Zerglings there, you're gonna stop making noises like your forces are under attack, so it's very difficult to notice. Good on Skillous to do that, but nice try on the side of Elazer as well.
Now, though, I mean, this is just a rough position for Skillous. Storms are solid, and remember, as long as you have Storms against Lingbane Hydra, you can win a fight, but the Storms have to be placed well. Banelings don't want to get on top of these High Templar. Archon's doing a good job buffering. Banelings don't get the connections that they're looking for, and now the Storm's on the Hydras, but the problem is now the tech is gone. The Immortal's dead. Archon's dead. Elazer continues to reset the supply, but +2 is done. And this army supply out of Elazer, he's only on 64 drones. It's not like he has a ton of money behind them.
Yeah, it really isn't, and no tech either, right? Just now he's adding the infestation pit, he is getting the +2 for the Hydras, but realistically speaking, he hasn't been progressing in terms of tech very well. So on the other side, Skillous does have the Templar Archives and does have Storm that he has already progressed towards. He's getting another War Prism to get out on the map, so I think the game is far from over in either direction, really. I think we have a game still.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like I would like to see and there we go. So Hive's on the way, Lurker Den's on the way. I was gonna say, I think I want to see Elazer progress his tech a little bit. He's done a ton of damage. You know, 26 dead probes. He's killed a 4th base. He's killed off 4 High Templar, Immortals, Archons. Like, he has done a really good job of putting Skillous down, not into the ground, but maybe halfway, 3 feet under. Right, not the full 6. But eventually this army will time out. Lingbane Hydra, yeah, man, he's not gonna get the Warp Prism. Looks like he did see it.
How does that work? Is it like a legal requirement to bury people 6 feet deep? Is that like, cause I know that 6 feet under is a thing, right?
I think it's below the frost line.
Is there a reason for it? I feel like if someone would know, it might be you. Nice snipe on the Warp Prism there.
I think it's so you're below the frost line, so when you go and you put the casket or whatever it is below the ground, the frost line, the frost heaves don't slowly bring the casket back up to the surface.
I see.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
That's my guess. I don't know.
I've always wondered, right? Because it's a very specific, metric to use. 6 feet.
Okay. So that zombies don't rise well. That's what it is.
That makes
Prevent
sense.
the zombies.
That makes sense, yeah.
I don't know.
It's a good way to do it. Skillous here. Signature Immortals. He loves Immortals in this matchup, and he would be wise to make some more because there are lurkers on the way. But I think you know, he has been concerned about this mid-game aggression that Elazer is so very good at, and is kind of like his own trademark of sorts. Skillous starting a mothership, however, that we're gonna zoom into if Mapu can find it in 3, 2, 1 right after this Warp Prism snipe. And here's the mothership in this base, Mapu. Thank you.
Mapu the goat.
There it is.
But I love
Mapu
this.
Goat,
Like,
catching it all.
this is, I'm actually a big fan of this. Now, motherships take forever. They're not as, it's 300, 300 instead of 400, 400 right now. So our memes are gone, which is very sad. But wait a minute, Skillous. I was going to talk about how I like the mothership as this timing, this aggressive option. You can go for recalls and you can play with the army, and it actually works really well with like Hydraling or with Blink Stalker Storm. But Skillous is building he's single Stargate carrier, Cats.
Oh my god.
Talk to me about the single Stargate carrier build. There's nowhere for these probes to run. They just have to split as well as they can. Even with the nerfs, even though +2 doesn't kill, I mean, they're at +0, but even though +2 doesn't kill things, it's still a lot of banelings getting damage done. Talk to me, Cats. One Stargate carrier. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel like that Zealot killed 9 drones compared to the 8 probes that the Banelings had to suicide for. So the one Zealot really doing wonders here. The one Stargate, I mean, I don't mind it, right? Like it's gonna cause some sort of a reaction. If the Stargate's already there, you might as well. I don't mind it, and in fact, there's so few Hydras here that the carrier is gonna come in super handy. I don't think that there's any reasonable answer to it, and the Elazer would do well to maybe pick up and leave, but instead his skill is kind of suiciding enough of his army forward that it might give Elazer the confidence to stay and just go for the base kill if he can, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. So I feel like Skillous could have poked for a little bit longer, perhaps. But yeah, maybe with his Hydra reinforcements, it would have been tough regardless. There is so many lurkers on the side of Elazer. Skillous is now out of storms, so he can maybe morph into an Archon, but that's about it, and things are looking good for the pole.
Here's the problem, right? We talk about this fight, and Mothership actually doing a really good job killing off a lot of Hydras. There is no detection in this army. Observers, they show up and they keep dying. Elazer, off the early aggression, off the counter aggression, off the lurkers and everything else, takes game 1.
So very wild. I mean, yeah, I was actually expecting Skills to hold there just in the back of like, oh, I see 4 Hydras on the screen. There's 1 carrier. Like, what happens if the carrier kills the Hydras, right? But not to be the case. I mean, Hydra reinforcements there for Elazer made the dream happen, and a little bit of an overextension perhaps from Skillous, trying to engage onto those lurkers instead of just chipping away at them. But also a very difficult decision, as those lurkers are going to siege his base and potentially kill it otherwise. It was a cool game, BMWolf. I think that Skillous is destined to win this next one so that we can get a game 3 between these two.
You know, I won game 3, you won game 3. That's how it works. By the way, the benefits of a 2-minute delay means that we can see what chat is saying, because like I know things, chat knows many more things. And apparently 6 feet under is not because a frost line, and actually frost line is 4 feet anyways. It's because of, well, it's A, to prevent grave robbers, apparently, but more importantly, it's kind of like the minimum depth where you don't smell it on the surface.
Oh, very interesting, very interesting. You can definitely smell both the rain and the corpses. That would make sense.
Yeah, this is why zombies, I guess. I choose actually fun stories. We just wait for game 2 to get started. So we were talking about zombies, right? A popular thing in media right now.
So, yeah.
Do you know one of the reasons why zombies are like they became a thing? In terms of like the myth, is that we didn't used to really be able to tell whether people were dead all that well. So occasionally people would go.
No one smelled the rain, by the way. Look at the chat. There was only one person capable of smelling the rain, and I'm not sure I believe him. I believe him.
You've never smelled rain on the Windcats.
Molvolo 22. Molvolo 22 has smelled the rain. No one else has ever smelled the rain. Just saying.
Apparently, that's interesting.
Said, imagine being outside to smell the rain in the first place. I mean, that's a good point as well.
I'm inside. Well, I got my window open, and it's currently raining, and it smells nice.
No. But you're talking about smelling the rain coming shortly, right?
Yeah, you smell the rain on the wind. It's great.
Okay. And no. But you smell it coming. Like you don't smell it while it's happening. Like while it's happening and after.
Too, like when
there's like an after smell for sure. Yeah, I smell. There's definitely a distinct smell to the rain falling and the afterglow. Everything smells clean after the rain.
Well, what's also clean, Cats? Maybe, depending on how the players play, is game 2. Skillous down 1. In the bottom right here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right. In the bottom right, in the blue, not worried maybe about zombies 6 feet under, looking to maybe exhume himself and take us to a game 3. It's Skillous.
And on the bottom left-hand side, it is his Undertaker, perhaps looking to bury him once again deep into the ground. It is Elazer. I went to a Russian concert with Skillous. It was cool.
Like a Russian language artist or a concert?
Like I was the only brown person in the, like everyone else was Russian, you know? It was really cool. Everyone spoke Russian. The concert wasn't Russian. Yeah, Russian artist. Yeah.
Do you speak Russian after the concert?
After the concert, yeah, of course. Beforehand, no.
Hey,
it was great. I would recommend that band as well. I would really love to recommend that band, but there's no way I can pronounce it. So it's tough. And the translation didn't make much sense either. It was The Largest Prime Number or something like that was the name of the band.
You know,
But in
by the
Russian.
way, the largest prime number, it is a published in a book, and it's like 4,000 pages long. You can buy it on Amazon for like $15. But every time that
You've read it.
mathematicians have like discovered the new largest prime number, some guy goes and he like self-publishes the book on Amazon. And it's massive because
Yeah.
mathematicians are really good. We have computers, we can go and make that happen. And it's like, it's a couple hundred pages. It's a thick book of very small font.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. So what, you're just reading a number the entire way through, or?
Okay, that's like, who reads
you're
that,
just, like,
right?
looking at
It's something to have on your shelf as a meme. Like, yes.
Do you have it on your shelf as a meme?
I don't have it on my.
Why not?
I'm not a nerd.
Okay, I mean, you're the one bringing the information about this book that exists on the back of me saying that I went to watch a Russian band, which is insane that you would actually have a reference back into a book that exists that you have read, Bill.
I have not read it. I know it exists. I have not read it. I do not own it.
Okay.
I know it
How do you
exists.
know
Kat,
it
that's all that
exists?
matters.
Did someone recommend it? They were like, hey, have you read The Largest Prime Number?
Yes, I have a book club every week, Cats, and we read numbers. And recently, someone said, yes. Have you considered reading the largest prime number? We read the second largest prime number, but for next week,
I see.
read the largest prime number, and we'll be even more educated. Yes,
That's
Cats.
awesome.
That's what I do with my spare time.
Love it. Well, with his spare time, Skillous has managed to get some adepts out on the map. He's going to be shading back out, and in the face of these queens, there's some links waiting to make sure that the drones will stay safe, and Skillous will get nothing this time around for his troubles other than a bruised adept.
Now, when you talk about not getting a lot of damage done, getting a lot of damage done, in game one, Skillous got a lot of damage done. He got, I think, like 12 total drones on his adepts, on his oracles. Almost snipes the fourth base, doesn't quite get it. Like, he put himself in a really good spot, and then unfortunately losing those two Eye Templar when you're going for this Blink Stalker
great
Storm,
micro.
you need
Wow.
Nice job there, Skillous. Doesn't lose a single adept, by the way. So that
Yeah,
early aggression,
that was beautiful.
Elazer building a couple more links than some other Zerg players might. And he really gets
Let's
nothing
look
for
back
it.
at that situation. Like, how did Skillous not lose any adept? That was cool, right? Like, if you look back at that location again, like, he identifies that there's only 3 links on the flank, right? 3 links from behind, and then there's like 5 or 6 on the other side. So what he does is he shifts the focus of both of his adepts to kill one link on the other side and the oracle as well. So he gets rid of the links on the other side as fast as possible, which cuts the damage output in half effectively from his opponent and allows both adepts to survive. So very good, and very, like, it's just clean, precise, quick, you know, everything you need. Good assessment too.
Yeah, I love this as well. We've started to see Protoss players do this a little bit more, where one of the changes with, well, really more with the creep tumors, making them light, technically, is that you can go use Adept and Oracles as he shaves in, gets 1 drone, gets 2, get a 4th. Yeah, he's gonna knock this down.
Another one.
2 Adepts for 4 drones. Beautiful.
Wow.
And dives in as well. Like, Skillous' early game is so good with the Adepts and the
So
Oracles, getting damage done, making sure he doesn't lose Adepts on the other side. But the other thing I really enjoy is that we get to see he's using oracles again, which do bonus damage to light units, to clear creep. This was one of the things that I expected to see when they made that creep tumor change a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was. And we didn't see Protoss players do it for a while, but anything you can do to curtail the space that a Zerg player has on the map, it's just so important as a Protoss player.
Completely agreed. And yeah, Skillous is doing very, very well for himself in this game, as he's now starting to add some Immortals, Charge, and Chili. And that's also like part of the problem for Elazer, right? That he made a bunch of links, or at least an okay amount of links fairly early that wasn't drones. So the fact that Skillous defends and then gets some damage on the counter offense is really, really nice for him. Elazer nearly to 70 workers now as he takes his 3rd base, and dropping a Hydra then, but this time around, as contrasted with the last game, he is also going for the Roach. What do you think about the Roach?
I'm making a Roach.
I'm making it the Roach.
This is actually kind of cool. So, Roach Hydra was a thing in Heart of the Swarm. It played a decent amount.
And Wings of Liberty as well.
Yeah, and Wings of Liberty. Not Legacy of the Void, though, but recently Dark is really the player that I've been seeing doing a lot of this. has been playing this Roach Hydra idea, hitting this Roach Hydra timing. He's been doing a lot against Max Packs, doing some against other Protoss players as well. And it's a timing, of course, right? You just hit with this sledgehammer of stuff. Roaches in the front, Hydras are behind, just tons of beef, and you can make something happen. Now, Skillous, for his part, he's got his 4th base on the way, certainly. Got Templar Archives on the way, but he's going to have a lot more splash, or a lot more stable splash damage early on. He's got Colossus on the way, and we talk about meta evolutions and Roach Hydra and things like that. We've started to see more of this Blinkstalker Colossus play, not as an all-in, not as I'm going to move across the map with like 2 Colossus, more, I guess 4 Colossus, and it's a timing before 10 minutes before the hive is done. It's just a macro play. You just keep the Colossus back, you let the Vipers go forward. If they're at Vipers, you snipe them down, and then you fight with the Colossus, and you use it as this really powerful, stable army. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's what Skillous goes for, if he decides to move out, how he defends against Elazer's Roach Hydra ideas. It's new interplay. Like, it's old. It's kind of funny I talk about these new meta evolutions because, Cat, Roach Hydra Viper against Blinkstalker Colossus, what does that sound like?
Yeah, that sounds like my days, you know, for sure. Like, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen this sort of competition, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like the Roaches made sense when there is potential charge coming out, and the way that Skillous is playing is kind of like an evolution in the sense that that while he makes these units, he will, unless Elazer doesn't let him, of course, he will be looking to split it into 2 armies and make 2 things happen on 2 separate parts of the map, right? Like, and that's something that Protoss can do. Protoss can have a death ball, but you can also have 2 death balls, and you know, and that's even more powerful in some ways if you can manage to get to that state, and you know, and if you can actually control 2 full armies with AoE and whatnot, and that's much of what Skillous likes to do in this matchup. So we'll see if he can get there. Like, you know, after he took that game from Serral, it was pretty funny because like a couple of players, maybe 2 or 3 even, like messaged him right after, and they were like, "Hey, what do you do on this specific map on PVC, right?" And it's like the highest caliber Protoss, like our, you know, or some of the highest caliber Protoss are messaging him, asking him specifically for how did you beat Serral, basically. So then, you know, then he sends you know, has sends the information forward. But here's a big drop from Elazer, actually. So let's pause on that for a second. A recall is going to be forced on the side of Skillous, as Elazer is going to be forced to pick up and leave himself. Beautiful job from him loading the overlords in the back first, and yeah, I mean, that was well done. But on the other side, Skillous is also counter-attacking and getting a lot of damage done here in the main and the 5th both. So that base will fall easily, and when all is said and done, I mean, I think I like the trade a little bit better for Skillous here. What do you think, Bio?
Yeah, I mean, 18 probes is a lot, but you get a base, you get 11 drones. That's similar in magnitude. It's not quite the same, you know, similar in magnitude. Now, it's funny, I talked about Blinkstalker Colossus because I just assumed I see Colossus on the map. I'm like, yeah, clearly Blink is done. Blink isn't done yet. Like, we are 10 minutes into this game. And Skillous, he went charge before this. Of course, he got some Archons. He had this powerful Deathball army, but it did hurt him a little bit, right, in that drop where he didn't have Blink Stalkers. So as the Overlords lifted up, you can't blink on top of the Overlords past your army and maybe knock an Overlord or 2 down. But on the flip side, right, he's on 4 bases right now. He's on 4 base gas mining. Not getting Blink up until that moment means that, I mean, look at this army, right? It's 5 Archon, 3 Colossus. He's got a Void Ray to do with drops, hopefully. Motherships on the way, adding in carriers, +1 air, getting all of his upgrades. I mean, this army from Skillous is insanely expensive. Now, granted, Elazer has a ton. Elazer's on 13 lurkers, right? He's got a ton of lurkers here. This army that Skillous is making, though, especially as he moves further into Skytoss, doesn't really care about the lurkers as much. Yes, Colossus do, but this army, as it continues to kind of increase its complexity, cares about this army of Elazer less and less and even less.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a couple of Immortals as well to help deal with the lurkers on the ground. But like you're saying, it's really the carriers. When you have this many lurkers as a Zerg player, it's going to be difficult to find supply to make much more of anything. Like right now, it's not like you can, you know, decide, oh, there's a lot of carriers, let me just make 20 Corruptors. You actually have to lose a good chunk of army first which is not going to bode well for you, right? Like that's going to be a lot of your bank there if you're a Elazer, just to try to get a remax. Really nice defense, however, for him. They're set up with a couple of spines, anticipating war prison play later in the game. Skillous is still going to find an angle and go for the queen, but a few roaches here on defense should be able to clean up from Elazer. Skillous going to use this opportunity to move on further into the map. Gonna use the time warp as well to hold some units in place and continue to push back this army of lurkers that's pretty much undefended without a buffer. So well done yet again from Skillous.
Yeah, you know, Kat, you talk about trading some army out and getting 20 corruptors and responding. Elazer would love to do that. He's at 182 supply. He'd love to be able to get more. The Spire's only halfway done, right? His anti-air has to be Hydras right now. I guess Viper's on the upduct, but that is not a thing. Elazer's tech transition is so slow into this game that, yeah, you look at the supply, you say, okay, it's reasonable. 119 army supply to 110. Look at the tech. It's 1 Viper, 3 Lurkers, Roaches, and Hydras. This is not an army from Elazer that fights what Skillous has any day of the week. Certainly not a Friday. And that means that bases will fall. Armies will continue to get traded out. Elazer, eventually the Spire's going to be done. But even when the Spire's done, he's not going to have the upgrades that make these Corruptors really good. Nothing whatsoever. +1's done for the air. Shields are on the way. +2 attacks on the way. Like, these carriers are indefensible right now. And, well, actually, there's nothing that Elazer can do. Storms, everything. Skillous takes game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, in the best case scenario, he could have made 7 Corruptors ever so barely. He had like almost enough gas for 7 Corruptors. So it was pretty hopeless there for Elazer. A really nice job from Skillous to even out the series. And yeah, I'm happy that we go into a game 3 on Bio. As people were reminding me in the chat, I think it's when you said like, I'm not a nerd, that people started typing to remind us about that one conversation we had about Quidditch and how you are, you finished 4th.
Hey, no, so we didn't finish. We would have hit the podium, I think, at Nationals the year that COVID happened. We were the number 2 team in the West.
Number 2 Quidditch team in the West. Yeah, for those, I mean, I think most people are aware of like what Quidditch is, right? Surely, but you should definitely, check it out. Like Google, because it is also a thing. They had to change it though for legal reasons, right? Like I think, what's her name?
J.K. Rowling.
Time
Warner.
Like it, yeah.
Warner Brothers owning the trademark, right? So now it's Quadball, which is
Quadball.
Far less of an interesting name. Like I guess although like we got football in America, we got baseball, we got, I guess basketball, right? We got X-ball games. So
Pickleball.
I guess it should have been called like hoop ball if we're going to go by that one, because you score through a hoop. But
the thing is, I think it's very difficult to sell as anything other than Quidditch, right? Because you're really role playing more than playing a sport. That feels like no.
Cats, I'm walking away. Like, I'm done here. I did not come here for this mockery. Thank you. You get game 3 by yourself.
Before. Yeah. Oh, I got a remake that I love you apparently.
Yeah. No, we do not want to play the same map twice over. We were loading into Oceanborn. We just played on Oceanborn. Although, if I'm a Skillous fan right now, I am very happy about map 3. By the way, I'm a little mad about these players because we are playing on all 3 old maps. No new maps in this series, which is wrong. That being said, Golden Aura is going to be map 3, and you want to talk about a good map for a defensive Protoss player, Cats. I think Golden Aura is like probably the best one.
One of the better ones for sure, if not the best, like you're saying. So yeah, this should be nice for Skillous and against a player like Elazer who quite honestly doesn't have much depth as a player, right? Like he's maybe the best in the world at what he does. Like he like what he does very well. But he has always liked a little bit of oomph to other areas of his play, right? Like he's not the type of player that's like, oh yeah, let me just make investors and vipers and all of these things. And I think he has gotten some range on that front, but never as proficient as a player like Cyril or Lambo or players that are a little bit more comfortable, I think, in those later stages. So it is indeed a tough game for Elazer, a tough map. So we'll see what he can do.
Yeah. And we're gonna get into game 3 just as soon as we can. Waiting for the ready up on the players there. But anyway, so I think you're right. in fairness to Elazer, Serral won a world championship, his first one, by being the best in the world at specifically what he does and not having a ton of range. He didn't have, I guess is the opposite, right? He just played very stably and scouted better than anyone and just responded properly. Whereas, you know, Elazer is the opposite, where he's incredible at these aggressive ideas. You know, he's the he's the caveman Zerg. Like he's the inheritor of he's the Peter Pan Zerg. Like he's the inheritor of Sue. He's the inheritor of Violet, right? In terms of these kind of early game aggressive, or I guess mid game aggressive Zergs. Unfortunately, that's really good on some maps. That's incredible on Sayside Delta. Not as good on Golden Aura, is I think what we're looking at here, Cats. I think that's probably the good story.
All right. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here on Golden Aura. It is a cool map indeed, and the top left-hand side, it is playing for Team Liquid against his teammate. It is Elazer.
Bottom right, in the blue, also for Team Liquid, looking to play probably a defensive game and do what he did to beat Serral. It's Skillous. So, Cats, you say it's Elazer. Yeah. Are you suddenly Castellano? Are you suddenly from
Castellano? Well, Castellano is actually from Castilla. It's actually the Spanish that we speak in Peru.
Is it really?
From it. Yeah, Castellano, Español Castellano.
Interesting.
So, but we don't do the Ibiza. Yeah, we don't do the Ibiza type thing.
The Theta?
Yeah, the Theta. I was just, Elazer. You know, he has a very, very big Fed. So I thought I'd go with it. He's going for a pull as well.
Actually, the important thing here, more than anything else, is he went for a 15 pull or 15 hatch, I think. So I'm assuming based on the hatch timing, but he gets his hatchery down at the natural, which is actually that's a pretty big deal on this map. Look at how you look at how far away any third base location is from the main base, and kind of the corners you got to go around, which means drones have to accelerate and decelerate. It's actually a pretty big deal that he gets his natural down on time. The adepts are really annoying on this map if you don't get to do that. And it's also just a decent amount of mining time. I was talking to Elazer. I did a cast with him, I think a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I forget what it was. He was just like doing the math live on air about how impactful going for the hatch block was. It's like, yeah, it's like 200 minerals before your third base is done. Like, that's how much money you lose, or how much money you're slowed down by just being forced to go and rally the drones over instead of to the third base instead of the natural. I don't know that's not necessarily true on every map. I don't know if that number is correct, but like, it actually does matter.
No, it definitely does matter, especially when Skillous invested himself into the probe very early, right? So he goes for the probe scout. That's time that the probe is not mining back at home. So that serves to compound the issue for sure if you do get that hatchery out. I don't recall it being 200 minerals. I've done the math at some point as well. I never thought it was that high, but there's definitely something to it.
And so, well, I mean, regardless, the Elazer gets it up. Oh, and I guess Skillous trying to hide the adept. I'm not really sure, but not blocking the wall. So actually, I guess it's there. That's a bit of an awkward wall, right? There are two gaps into it, and obviously this is a 3-structure wall, but I guess you got room. You can put a third gateway there, and it's still in power. Yeah. It's still in the power field.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just he'll just wall it when he needs to wall it, right? Because if you wall it right now, you're just investing extra into a building. He didn't want to reveal the starport, probably because he's aware of where the Overlord is sitting at. So instead made the starport in his main. And if he saw his opponent move out or anticipated any sort of threat, then he would be quick to make that wall. And it's not like you can wait to make that wall as well, because it's gonna be tucked in, right? It's not gonna be exposed to where a lot of units can easily go after the last building mate. As two adepts are gonna shade into will be cancelled. We're chilling.
Now, one thing we got to talk about here, and I guess it kind of flew by the wayside a little bit, talking about all the stuff that Skillous is doing. Elazer's skip speed, right? He's got gas on the way now, but this was pretty gasless on the start. So it just certainly means that you don't have lings to respond to any sort of adept pressure. That is true. You got a lot of queens. That is defensive enough for now. But on a gasless Zerg in this setup, where do you think Elazer's going here? Is this just a big roach swell? I mean, we don't have a roach warren down 4 minutes in. Where do you think Elazer's going here?
I mean, he's just powering up as quick as possible, right? Like, he has that extra larva from dropping the hatchery a little bit earlier. And in going gasless, it's a little bit easier to kind of spend all your money. But with that said, I mean, 8 workers, 9 workers, 10 workers. Yeah, I mean, he's not going anywhere that he couldn't have gone with a gas and a better defense. That's for sure now. But the idea was there, right? Like, you go gasless, you kind of extend your economic lead, you defend well enough with queens. It's much more difficult without link speed. But if you manage to do it, then you get a pretty big advantage in terms of drones, and then you can look for a timing later on. But now 12 drones down on the side of Elazer means that whatever plans he had for the economy and the gasless have fallen off the wayside now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kat, it's like, what economic lead? There isn't one right now. Yes, you got an Oracle, right? And that does balance things back a little bit, but I think any Protoss player is going to say, yeah, you know, I lost an Oracle, but I just got 12 drones. I think it's like, oh, it actually, I thought he got more earlier. I got 12 drones. That's absolutely worthwhile. This Oracle, it's taking hull damage. It's single one by itself. That doesn't really spark a ton of joy, but we got a bunch of slowlings rallying onto the other side of the map. Speed's done in just about 3 seconds, and like this is not gonna get anything. It gets an adept or two. I guess Elazer's unlucky that the adepts were on the map right there, and he didn't necessarily expect that, because hey, that link flood otherwise might have found their way onto the third.
Oh my. Well, then this is the thing that's certainly consistent with his opener, right? Like, he made extra queens early on. Of course, he's had to use a little bit more energy on creep spread, maybe transfuses than he would have liked otherwise. The Starlings will find a few probes as well, which are pretty annoying because Skillous has to pay attention to this, and there is an attack that's also a clicking time bomb on the way. So well done here for Elazer. These links actually open up a lot of space for those queens to move freely and about on the map. So this is looking very, very scary. Skillous now trying to add desperately as much static defense as he can. He's going to look to try to utilize these oracles with stasis traps wherever he can as well. As now angling to the other side is Elazer, and this natural is exposed. There's no battery there. There's no cannons there, no nothing, and Skillous is mostly just trying to defend his third, but this is going to be a late defense for him. Looks very difficult. Biomov, is he going to hold?
I do like the addition of disruptors. I think that's a really big deal against roaches and ravagers. No roach speed, no queens are slow, nothing like that. And now stasis traps do a decent job to start. The trick is though, there's no timing skills is waiting on here. I guess more disruptors. Charge is not something that breaks this down. You really would love to have Blink. That's a massive shot though. A roach, a couple of ravagers start to fall down. Stalkers here, yeah, they don't have blink, but they have a really nice concave link. They continue to rally through it. It's not doing much of anything. And by the way, the queens, the creep's not there yet. They cannot transfuse. Roaches and ravagers find their way into the natural, sure. But this is a beautiful defense from Skillous. It's a game-ending defense from Skillous at this point. He moves 2-1. He's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, not the best execution from Elazer, right? I like that he went for the alternative angle there, because he's like, okay, I force defense onto the third. Maybe I'm gonna go the other angle, but it ends up being such a long path that his queens are so very late to actually join the fight. A lot of his units trickle forward and they start dying on their own. Like, certainly all of the link buffer was, died to nothing basically, and then a few roaches and ravagers just kind of walking too far ahead. So Elazer fighting with portions of his army at a time, and then the disruptor shot was, it was absolutely massive, right? Like, each ravager is worth 200 resources. I think he killed two if not three. I think it was 4 units total, maybe 3 ravagers, 1 roach, or 2 roaches, 2 ravagers, or something of the sorts. But in any case, that's a little bit too much power to remove from a Zerg push at that stage. So really well done from Skillous, and cool adaptations from Elazer, but maybe not the best execution towards the tail end there.
Well, now that means we are halfway through, not our day, but we are halfway through Europe, which means that we can go and take a look at where we stand. Actually, there we go. That's the proper graphic. So right now we got Skillous. He's at 2-0. He's going to move on to face, who knows, maybe Reynor. I don't know. Clem, of course, 2-0 as well, but BattleB, man, Cats, he made him work for it. That was probably still the series of the day. Awesome TVT. Yeah. And of course, again, we had that Aqueron Nicoract series, which was pretty interesting as well. But after the break, we got more stuff on the way. We got Spirit Shadone, Harstem Lambo, the other one I had circled and starred. We got Max Pax Blida and Europe. And then, of course, those of you curious about where we go afterwards, NA happens after that. We got North American Derby, Astrea, Maples, Future Disc. All going to be very, very nice. But for now, it's a 4-minute break. When we're back, Spirit Shadone after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
That's a good drink.
Welcome back, everyone. Drinks are good drinks. Food is good food. StarCraft is good StarCraft. And we hopefully have some good StarCraft on the way. It's going to be Spirit, it's going to be Shadowne. And, you know, if we look at this, Spirit 1-0 cats, I'm not that surprised, right? That's what we would expect.
Yeah.
Shadowne 1-0, though, maybe a little bit more surprising. He's a good player, certainly. But, you know, on the same side, I don't know that I mean, again, this is I don't know that I expect him to be up this highly, especially, I mean, DNS, yeah, it's PvP, but DNS is a pretty solid Protoss.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I think Shutdown and DNS are kind of and have been in a similar realm, I think, of skill for a while, right? Like always contending for one of the better Protoss in France. So I think it's reasonable that he can win. Also, Shutdown is no stranger to strong starts in seasons, and he is a very snowbally type player. Like he is the type of player that can also grow in skill very fast if he's preparing for stuff, because he's not the type of player that puts in like as much time as, say, Spirit, right? Who is like one of the strongest grinders in the scene, and that's why he's consistently getting good. But Shutdown can kind of, you know, show up and be like, yeah, I've actually been practicing for a month for this, and I'm pretty freaking good right now. And he's a very smart player as well. He's very intelligent and very tricky and stuff like that. So he can always get some upsets, I think, or has the potential to.
No, I gotta say, Shadowne, thank you so much for taking the pause at the start. It means we get to appreciate more of the intro music, as in the upper left, finally, for the Platinum Heroes. He's in the red, taking down DNS 2-1 to get here. It's Shadowne.
And his opponent playing for Natus Vizier, it is Spirit. He's a little bit of a beast in his own right. I mean, possibly, like right now, I think the conversation has to include Spirit when you're talking about like the top echelon of European players, right? Like a lot of the time we would say like, oh yeah, it's Reynor, Clem and Cyril, and then there's like Hero Marine. Now it's like it's those three, and then there's kind of Spirit, you know, like he's up there with Hero Marine, with Showtime. He's up there with not quite the, you know, the people that are contesting for the best player in the world all the time, but a level right under that. So it's been quite an impressive meteoric rise for maybe not meteoric, but rather a measured rise, consistently improving over time has been Spirit, and that is awesome to see too. He's like the Rock Lee of StarCraft 2.
Yeah, Spirit and Skillous actually occupy the same mental space for me in terms of how I think about them. They are very promising players, obviously playing a little bit different. Skillous knows how to attack, and Spirit is never going to attack. But like they're these up and comers. They have had incredible results. Spirit, of course, famous for being Cyril's practice partner. Skillous just beat Cyril on ladder. You got all this. Yeah, look,
sure,
okay,
yeah.
Correlations, it works out. Regardless,
yeah,
I'm excited to see both of them rising, right? They're both in that
for
similar,
sure.
They're up and coming. Maybe they're not doing best on land just yet. They got some land jitters. They, you know, we've seen Spirit play a bunch of incredible TVTs on land where he gets tired. He just mentally gets exhausted from playing these incredibly high stakes games that he's starting to get better and better at. And it begs the question, certainly in Europe here, as we take a look at things, this is a setup, cats, where Cyril is not the king. He's not that looming threat at the finals, probably. He's not playing in the tournament. Is this the time where Spirit steps up? Is this where Skillous steps up? Is this where Spirit loses?
Reynor's in Korea as well, right? Reynor's in Korea too. So it's like MaxPax and Clem are really the ones that are defending the status quo, if you will.
That's actually really good. Does MaxPax finally take his regionals? He made the finals against Cyril 2 seasons ago, I think it was. So like, getting there.
Yeah, very likely, right? It's definitely one of the favorites. I would think maybe he is the favorite alongside Clem, right? Like both of them, with Reynor in Korea again, like they have to be the favorites, I think.
But,
but Spirit can upset any one of them. Like Spirit can beat any one of them. So he has to start here with Shutdown, a good player in his own right, but yes, Spirit and Skillous definitely looking to make some waves. And if we were to project StarCraft 2 onto, like 3 years in the future or something like that, I would very much expect for Spirit and Skillous to have won some tournaments by then and such. Like, they're very, very good players, and they're very consistently improving. They know how to do that.
I mean, you say that, and I think in terms of reaching the caliber required to win tournaments, I'll buy it. I think it's hard, right? Because there's this unreachable wall of like Reynor, or excuse me, of Serral, Dark, Maru. Maybe you put Reynor in there. Maybe you put Clem in there. Where like there are these players that they show up on Championship Sunday, and I mean, it feels insurmountable. As this Widowmine drop's going to go down. Thank you for the change. Your probes are now under attack. We know about this, and of course the line as well. Not that it's that big of a deal at the highest level, but even still, ooh, Medivac stays alive. But thank you. You know what, Balance Council? We can talk. We can complain all we want about maybe getting your favorite unit nerfed or buffed, or not going too far, or not going far enough. The Widowmine changes as a StarCraft player, as a StarCraft fan. They make me so very happy, cats. Not only the splash radius nerf, which is actually a substantive nerf, but at least, I lose units to Widowmines just a little bit less now, because I get Kerrigan in my ear or whatever it is telling me that, hey, there's a drop, you should check it out.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool indeed. As now there's a pretty strong siege here from Spirit, and Shutdown doesn't really quite have the units to take this on, but he's going to try to save the Nexus regardless. Instead, he will just take a little bit of pot shot damage and not really finding the angle that he was hoping for. He's going to try once again, but instead one of his Stalkers is going to get taken down right away. Nice split onto the pros to prevent damage from the Widowmine on the side. He's going to go and take down the tank, but there's another reinforcement tank arriving, and that means you just lost all of your Stalkers for no good reason, as your Nexus will regardless end up falling almost certainly, as there is now an Immortal, so the army, the pieces are here for Shutdown to actually take this down, but the Nexus is already done, so you don't really need to commit. I think this is going to be GG right here in a couple of seconds. 1, 2, 3, surely, right? Because he committed to this, and he didn't need to. I feel like this is a little too tough to play from.
Yeah, it's pretty. You lose your third base, you lose probes to the Widowmines. By the way, should point out the Widowmine killed the Medivac that dropped it. Like, what a traitor, right? But makes up for itself, gets 5 total probes. You're pretty fine. Yeah, and this all goes down to, you talk about the push happening, finding value, knocking the third base down. This all goes down to the fact that Shutdown didn't have a shield battery at the third base. If there's a shield battery there, placed well, overcharge, shield battery overcharge, give Stalkers something to blink back to, and you get their shields up and then kind of heal back up and you're fine. But because that didn't happen, Spirit could just slow push it and put pressure on with the tank and not have to worry about things. And now Liberator killing probes, killing sentries, the Stalker's gonna show up and probably eventually knock this down. But man, cats, on a scale of 1 to dead, on a scale of 1 to 6 feet under, because we learned what that meant, how dead is Shutdown?
He would be 6 feet under.
Fair enough.
For sure, right? Like, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, there's no chance, Jose.
No chance, Jose. So, but now, if you're Shutdown, I mean, you're obviously trying to win this game. It's extremely unlikely at this point. What are you thinking about for... Man, that is so much stuff there that's just gonna get... Like, Shutdown's like, look, I didn't have a shield battery in the first attack, and that's why I lost the base. I'm gonna get more shield batteries. I'm gonna get as much as I can. Shield batteries are not enough. Your Stalkers are blinking back pretty nicely. Marauders, just tap them down, and hey, that's a Colossus. Don't mind if I do. They're gonna get overcharge range. Gonna get forced back. But Shutdown, if you're sitting here, right? Obviously, this game is 99% over. He's gonna try to hold it, but 99% over. What are you looking at in game number 2? Like, you gotta identify, you're thinking about how game 2 is gonna go. Is it just build a shield battery at my third base? Is that my big takeaway for game 1?
I'm not sure. That's tough to say. I really wasn't paying enough attention early on to be like, to know what he could have done better, right? Like, maybe he could have had Stalkers spotting what's coming a little bit earlier or whatnot. In the engagement, even like when he was trying to set up for his Stalkers to try to breach, I feel like he took a little bit too much damage before actually committing for the engagement. Maybe he could have taken like the first pot shot of the tank with like 1 probe or something like that. Like, there's little things that could have definitely gone better, I think. But as it stands, yeah, I mean, he's dead. I don't know that you're looking to do much here. It's just an unfortunate situation. A really nice push from Spirit, and yeah, it's tough. It's tough, man.
Yeah, and
what are you looking at, BMO?
I mean, I think part of it is right. Your vision is a good thing. Spirit did a really good job of playing to his identity, right? Like, I am Spirit. I don't attack. I'm going to be defensive. And it's like, no, actually, let me hit you with the 2-base timing. I think it was actually even before Stim was done. Liberators and tanks and things like that. I'm going to go and I'm going to shove your 3rd base down. And Shadone, if you're trying to play greedy because you think I'm going to play defensive and macro up, well, you got another thing coming. So he does that. I think a shield battery at the 3rd base would have been a big deal. I think even if he doesn't see it, you have that ability to blink stalkers back into overcharge range. You make everything like you're in a decent spot, right? So I think shield battery at the 3rd, and also, yeah, just more vision. We have started to see some players mess around with sentry openings just to get that hallucination as quick as possible and see what the Terran player is going for. I don't know that Shadone has to go that far in the scouting direction, but whatever he can do to get a little bit better idea about what Spirit's doing is probably really good. It's a really good thing to do.
Yeah, winning is definitely the ideal here in the StarCraft 2 game. And we'll see if Shadone can do something to bring himself a little bit closer to that BMO. But certainly he is a massive underdog in this matchup. Spirit is the more stable player, and I think he would know that too, right? They didn't actually check a League for this match, but it's gotta be rough, right?
Yeah, I'll pull the graphic. I'll pull the asset up when we get in the game. But it is certainly something that Spirit has a significant win. I'm assuming has a pretty significant win rate against Shadone. Just again, Shadone has been. There have been times where it's like, wow, Shadone, he's punching up here, looking really good, but he's never been that consistent. Maybe even upper half of there are 32 players in the regional. He's never been upper 16, at least not consistently. Even if he's
actually, this is not as bad as I thought. It's a League gives Shadone a 20% chance against Spirit, and the score is 28-17 in favor of Spirit, which is not as drastic as you would think based on their current skill, I think. But there have been times where Shadone has been like one of the more promising players in France, right, as a Protoss player, and there have been times where Spirit, isn't the Spirit of today, right? That we are talking about as a contender on the same level of like the likes of Skillous and Showtime and Hero Marine and whatnot. And instead he was kind of like this practice partner, up and comer grinder that's like not much more than that. And now we have like a completely different set of beasts where Shadone is not maybe as active as he was at his peak, and Spirit is in the best shape that he's ever been. So I think the 20% that Aliu thought possible is a little optimistic.
Yeah. And that Aligulac setup, of course, also doesn't take into account the series score, I'm assuming, Kat. So that's unlike on a naked best of 3, right? Not say Spirit up 1 in a best of 3.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, if we do that,
yeah,
update match progress, we're talking about 92% and a 7.8% for Shadone at this stage.
Man, unfortunately, it looks like I have the this is the head-to-head setup here is for a best of 5, not a best of 3. Fix that for the next one. But anyways, yeah, it very much expects Spirit to go in and win this series, win it 2-0. We are on Alcyone, right? It's a little bit more of a defensive map. It is a map that tends to go late, but also this 3rd base setup that you can go for as a Protoss player, the triangular 3rd that generally they go for. Terrans can hit with some pretty nice low ground, high ground siege tank pushes that are fun, interesting, aggressive. Spirit, though, not doing anything super aggressive early on. This is not Barracks Factory. Barracks, it's Reaper Expand. He's going to go for that one and just get himself into the mid game. He's the favorite player. He's up 1-0. Why do anything else?
Why do anything else, indeed? I gotta say, supply depots going up and down is such a cool mechanic in StarCraft 2. I've just stopped to appreciate it there for a second. And Spirit used it timely and in a space where you don't really have anything else to do, and then the probe is trying to go up, and you're like, boop. It feels good. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, supply depots are pretty cool. Protoss needs a wall though.
They really are. Yeah.
Now here's the question though: when a supply depot is down and like obviously significantly into the ground, why can roaches burrow beneath it?
Why can't roaches burrow
why
beneath?
can roaches burrow beneath a lowered supply depot? A raised supply depot, sure, fine, there's space. But a lowered supply depot, you know, you're going pretty deep into the ground right there. And roaches, you can see their kind of movement on the surface. They leave a little bit of a trail, which makes you think that they're not like, you know, stories down doing whatever. They're just there.
I see, they're not 6 feet under.
Yeah. They're not. They're like more like 3 feet under. That being said, though, Shadone, he's gonna have a little bit more aggression running into him. It's a proxy starport. Hellion drops on the way for Spirit in this game number 2. Cats. And I love this, by the way, mining out, of course, the mineral line. That A means you get the proxy, but also these Hellions are going to run across the map. Yeah, pretty much unscouted. I guess they may run through these rocks. They may not. We're going to have to see. But yeah, Shadone seems to have no idea that this is on the way. And by the way, proxy Hellion drops against a blink opener is really good for the Hellion player.
Am I on your camera right now? Is your camera the place to be? Or should...
Oh, apparently I left Mapu's vision. Oops, sorry, Mapu. We're
Oh
back.
my. Sorry, Mapu, we're back. But yeah, you're completely right. So we are now going to be loading the Hellions into Shutdown's base, unspotted for the time being. No reaction either, which is gonna not bode well for him, as the probes are gonna clump up as they try to not cluster and do their best to split. Still 6 have gone down, and there's a few more left in the mineral line as well to be taken to the grave, and that means 11 workers, make it 13 workers. Why not another one as the medevac falls, but that's only to his further detriment, as now the Hellions are enticed to stay. They can only stay, and that means 21 workers, make it 22. I mean, do I have 23? I do have 23. Diomolf, do we have 24? No.
Yeah, Shadone, our French Protoss player, is just French bred because, again, pain. Although Kat tells me it's you know, but that doesn't make the joke work. So Shadone is 23
workers.
Very dead.
Very dead.
I think on a scale of 1 to 6 feet under, he's like 8 feet under. He's been buried deep, and his Undertakers are like, no, we gotta really dig some dirt out. We gotta really put him down there. He's gonna go for the counterattack. Of course, he's got Blink sitting on 3 gateway. Starks are gonna try to get on top of this tank, which, by the way, is not even gonna die because the repair is really good. And Spirit takes. I expected this to be a longer series because it's Spirit. Spirit takes like the quickest 2-0 of the day.
Of his life, certainly. In fact, that was crazy. Yeah, very well done from him. I mean, very convincing show up here, and unfortunate for Shutdown not really being able to show up what he's made of. But yeah, that was awesome from Spirit.
That was pretty good. And that also means that we get ourselves maybe speeding up a little bit. I don't know if we're behind schedule or ahead of schedule or on schedule. But
I'm going to say we're ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, yeah.
Great. What I do know is Hellion Cert. I also know that we have a 4-minute break coming up. So that's going to happen, obviously. But when we're back, it's the matchup that I think some of us, I've been excited about. It's Harstem Lambo. 1-0 match, Shopify team kill. We'll see that one after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Friends, we're back. We had a very short best of 2 or best of 3. I guess 2-0 is a best of 2. Anyways, we got the one that I've been looking forward to, that Katz has been looking forward to, that at least one person in Twitch chat has also been looking forward to. It's Harstem and it's Lambo. Katz, as we get ourselves ready for this next series, telling them ready to go. We got you in the lobby as well. That's very important. But we saw one high-level PvZ earlier. We saw Elazer. We saw Skillous. Elazer went for his aggression. Skillous played very defensively. He made it happen, right? He worked it out. He won the series 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect out of this Harambo matchup, right? Harstem is not, I don't think of him quite as the same one, like extremely defensive player that Skillous is. Lambo is not quite as aggressive as Elazer is. Like, how are you thinking about this matchup?
Yeah, certainly. Exactly as you're describing it. I think it will be like more likely to be a more late game oriented game. At least one of them I would expect will go to the late game. It is a classic matchup between Lambo and Harstem. Again, teammates, very, very close friends. And you know, they even share a YouTube channel as well that you can check out. I think that they do together. Lambo not even used saying good luck, have fun, right? Like Harstem saying good luck, Lambo not responding. Like there's some mind games already going on, so it's an explosive matchup for sure. And I think that, you know, this is definitely attainable for Harstem, but Lambo is definitely the favorite, I think, ever so slightly going into it.
Well, for now, we should introduce our players. In the upper left, into the blue, playing for the Rebellion, it's Lambo,
the king. And also the king, by name, it is Kevin de Koning. In the bottom right hand side of the map, also playing for Rebellion, it is Harstem. King versus king.
King versus captain.
Yeah, you could say that as well. But I think the Koning, I think his last name actually translates to king.
I'd buy that. Although, you know, if you think about it,
yeah,
right, Cats?
Koning is king, so the king is Kevin the king. And on the other side is Lambo the king. They're both for the Shopify Rebellion. They're a casting archon. I mean, one of the best in the scene at that. I mean, they're just insane.
Yeah, no, and you know, Cats, if you think about it, right? On the ship, certainly like on a tall ship in the 1800s in the middle of the ocean, the captain is the king of his ship. So
that's true.
It makes sense, right? Captain, king, king, captain, captain, king. King of the Merchant Marines. I don't know. Regardless, Harstem playing pretty well. There were times you talk to the Rebellion players, at least. You talk to Scarlet. She would say, look, okay, Neeb and Harstem are actually, this was like a year and a half ago, are actually the two best PvZ players in the West. They're not hero, but they're like the two best PvZ players at that time of the meta shakeup. Is that true now? I don't know. But Harstem, he's had some really solid runs the last 12 months.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's always been a very intelligent player. He's always been very good at you know, macro mechanics and whatnot. When Scarlet would say something like that, it is because he is a very methodical you know, player that can really solve as well on the spot, right? Like he has very cool micro moments and whatnot, like pretty often. And yeah, like his macro is great, right? Like his unit composition, his decision making is great. He analyzes the game. Both of these players, I mean, analyze the game so very much. It's really an awesome match between the two. Very, very intelligent players, and we'll see who takes it.
Yeah, it's kind of fun as well. I kind of have long for a while talked about how it doesn't really feel like Protoss has the same level of amount of thought leaders that Zerg and Terran have. Like, you know, Terran in Korea, they got Ryung. You got Clem innovating on how to play in the West. You got Bjorn doing the same thing. And for Zerg players, you got Lambo, you got Cyril, Adept Shade. They didn't only get a Ling, though, and they're not really going to get much more than that. But, like, for the most part, you got Max Backs doing things, you got Hero doing things. And it really hasn't it hasn't felt like there's as much kind of meta evolution being driven by a larger base of Protoss players. But Harstem has been doing things like we've been seeing him do, certainly last season, doing a lot of stuff with these early motherships. Kind of hitting Blink Stalker mothership timings and things. We are starting to see a little bit more of that develop, which is pretty cool to see. Again, the more players you have like actively changing the way the entire race plays, I think, I don't know, my perspective at least, the more likely it is that race is to succeed. Because well, you know, more minds thinking about more things tend to do better than less minds thinking about less.
That is correct. I completely agree with that. As the Oracle is gonna go in and out, only gets one drone for his troubles. And yeah, thought leaders. That is an interesting concept to me because, like for me personally, like in the way that I like to approach StarCraft 2 and games in general, like I hate the hive mind type ideas, right? Like I want to do my own thing and I want to like figure it out on my own and stuff like that. But for many people, it is super. Oh, that's rough. As one of the oracles is gonna fall and ban and vanish back into the ethers. But for a lot of people, yeah, they prefer to be like, okay, what is the thing that I need to do, right? And Lambo and Harstem both are the types of players that are very good with that sort of structure at figuring things out and at making strategies that are sensible and coherent for themselves, but also eloquent enough to pass them over to you know, not just players but also the community and whatnot. And that is part of what's so wonderful about him.
Talk about iterating, innovating, doing all those things. It looks like Harstem actually gonna reach back into the toolbook a little bit, go back and play a build that was popular back in 2020, I think it was 2019. It's Adept Glaives, certainly, yes. There are Immortals with this as well, so this is gonna be more of a mid-game timing, a bunch of Glaive Adepts, Immortals here, and he's wait, I could have sworn I saw an Immortal on production. Clearly, cats, I'm just hallucinating because the Robos... this is not a second Robo, right? This is our first Robo on the way right now. I'm just blind, and I don't know what I was seeing. What was I looking at?
I wish I knew, Biomorph. But that's okay because there is the Resonating Glyphs that's about to kick in. It is a little bit late of a timing at 6 minutes in. All ready to be hitting it with these few Adepts. And already there are Banelings being morphed on the side of Lambo. So, I mean, it's all down to those Baneling connections. If Harstem can find himself into the mid-run lines and whatnot, he will be in a good position potentially. But with this cluster of Banelings, it's going to be very, very difficult to even disengage as Harstem now tries to shade out. Instead, he's going to go for the recall, trying to save whatever he can of his army. But it's not going to be nearly enough. I think that was a wonderful defense from Lambo the King.
Exactly. Now he's got a ton of Lings on the other side of the map. +1. Just about done as well, so it's gonna be a cancel on a gateway. But more importantly, Lambo may try to break this game open right now. And to be honest, he probably could. That's the Banelings with the shield batteries. It's a little bit hard to really do what he wants. We're gonna morph though. But more importantly, with this +1 done and all these Lings on the map and everything, Lambo has the most perfect map control. Harstem, even if he survives this hit, which is not certain, certainly not. I love the Stalker there. Just in the position means that the Banelings aren't gonna really bust through. Even if this does not kill Harstem, which it doesn't really seem like it's going to. Really nice defense from Harstem, actually.
Wow.
It's pretty hard for Harstem to go and do anything with this. Show on the map. He's got, like, Adepts, and Banelings are going to knock that down. He doesn't have Blink done. So, yeah, Harstem defense, and it's a really good defense.
Really good. I mean, that was brilliant, the way that he did that, just splitting it, the perfect number of units to soak up those Baneling shots. Of course, they still do damage. They still, you know, like even supply block and kill a couple of pylons here and there, but not really any, you know, you would expect, I would expect with like, you know, the 12 or so Banelings that were on that side of the map so close to his middle line that some probes would have fallen, but really not the case. So Harstem mitigating damage as best as he could, making it work from a very difficult situation after his own attack failed. And now he's very much bought himself a way back into this game, I think, as Lambo does get a cancel. But on the other side, a juicy clump of drones. 5 will fall.
Oh, maybe even Lings are going to get on top of this. And there's not enough there to buffer for the Archons. I love this. This is actually super cool. Look at how he warped in the Zealots, right? So it minimizes the surface area that Lings can get on top of the Archons. And that actually allows them to be stable a little bit more. Now, there are a ton of Lings here, so he's going to be forced to back up in the end. But that warp and positioning like that, it got him a couple more drones. It got him a little bit more time, allowed him to kill more Lings. It's a small thing, but it's super cool at Harstem.
It was super cool at Harstem. And now the Lambo is going to be canceling the base yet again. Harstem, for the first time, actually letting his guard down on the defense. He's going to lose 10 probes in the process. And Lambo will also get to clean up here, where only 2 drones will fall to the Zealot run-by. So things looking much better now for the Beast from Germany.
You know, technically,
I tried to
Cats.
visit Lambo. It was impossible.
Sorry.
Lambo, he's in Munich. Like, Germany is actually huge. Did you know?
Yeah. Got the.
Like, when I look at a map of Europe, I'm like, okay, every country is tiny. But then I was in Germany. It's like, okay, like, I'm in Germany. Lambo's like, okay, you should come visit. I look at trains. It's like 6 hours. I'm like, yeah, I'm not coming.
Don't love you that much, Lambo. Oh.
6 hours, yeah, back and forth.
Harstem also doesn't love Lambo that much right now, as he's just getting shoved in. Good, does a really good job of keeping 4 of those High Templar alive. Did any die? Didn't get a single High Templar. Nice defense there from Harstem once again. And again, the longer this lasts, Harstem continues to develop his tech further and further. He's only on, he needs the 4th base, but he's got 2 Immortals on the way at a time. He's double Robo. He's adding in all these Storms, these Archons, and the supply gap is not all that much. 9 army supply, when we talk about how much better Harstem's army is in a straight up fight than Lambo's is a significant deal. But Lambo, he's transitioning, right? Lurker Den on the way, a Hive eventually here. That's what the infestation pit is for. Lambo is developing himself, but he doesn't really have an attack right now, right? He's gonna try to attack once again, but I mean, Lingbane Hydra into this many Archons, into this many Storms.
This stuff,
it's really hard.
He has an attack, but he doesn't have an attack. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just posturing. I think he's gonna look at this army, think of it better, and try to get to the lurkers before he can make anything else happen. But these are good signs for Harstem, who does miss a force field. Could have gotten a good extra 10 links or so if that had landed properly, but not the biggest deal in the world in any case. I don't know who I would be rooting for from these two. Like, I really think they're 2 of the coolest people in StarCraft, and it is so cool that they cast together. And last time they were actually casting together and they were messing about for Katowice and whatnot. It was so funny, the conversation that they were having, because Lambo was like, I could actually be there, you know, like I could have made it to Katowice, like, and Harstem was like, yeah, me too, man. And then Lambo would be like, no, but I could actually, you know, like, I could have actually gone. And then Harstem was like, yeah, me too, man. You know, like, Lambo is definitely like the player that misses out just ever so barely to that sort of thing, or that usually qualifies, whereas for Harstem it would be a bigger step, right? Like, he is more of a, well, not like, he's obviously an excellent player, but he hasn't been like competing at the highest level for a good chunk of time, it feels like, right? Like, sometimes he'll rise and like he'll win a tournament crazily enough, but it's been a while since then, and it would be really nice to start here by beating his other half, his Harambo half.
I mean, in fairness, you talk about Harstem, and you know, maybe he's not Lambo. Okay, fine. He should have beaten Reynor last season. Like, Harstem,
yeah,
he's
PvZ, insane. Yeah, he has insane peaks, for sure.
And I don't hate his setup in this game. Yeah, lurkers are on the way. We don't have any yet. I know, big Archon shots. 6 drones go down. Lurker attacks on the way. 9 lurkers are on the way. There's a big counterattack here. Lings and Bane's going to try to find their way into the middle line. That's a
hero probe.
Big Zella, well, yeah, Hero Pro eats a ton of. Oh no, the lurkers they're exposed here. He's gonna get right on top of them. Yeah. Drop the storm. Oh god, it hurts. Ow, that hurts. All the lurkers are dead, and all of a sudden, Harstem's won this game. Look at that! In a second.
Insane. In a second. That was insane. I mean, great showing up from the captain here. Kevin the Koning, the Vlaardigan giant. So you got to meet with him close to Vlaardigan. And yeah, he's an absolute beast. Did you say bless you?
Yeah, well, it sounded like you were saying it. Vlaardigan. Vlaardigan?
Vlaardingen? Something like that. I don't know.
I'm not Dutch. My job here apparently today has been talking about how German people want French bread and getting Mapu mad at me, mispronouncing French words to get the French people mad at me, and saying that Dutch towns sound like sneezes and therefore getting the Dutch people mad at me. I haven't done anything to make Poland angry yet, so there is that. Yeah, I'm just make speed running the Europeans, making them mad at me. That's how that works. It's good.
It is how that works.
Man, though, that
lots of observers for this one. All the cool kids are here.
So many people rocking the Blizzard like community contributor tag or profile portrait as well, which is awesome. Wish they still did that, but even still, you know, we got a lot of awesome people here in the lobby. And by the way, Harstem was in a bit of a rough spot, losing his 4th base forever. Ling run by is doing a great job, and then he just catches the lurkers on transition. And if you Lambo was saving a ton of money, right, to go into that. He was at like 180 supply and just saving money to go into these lurkers. And then all of a sudden you go and you're like, okay, you can do that. I'm going to catch him on transition. There's money that you've been saving to beat my army is all of a sudden gone. Well, that's a pretty solid way to...
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, to be fair, even with those lurkers hatching, I think that Lambo was in a lot of trouble. He would have been hard pressed to get him in a good position before Harstem would have, reacted with something like carriers or something of the sorts. Like Lambo was already in kind of a tough position, and Harstem already had a lot of immortals, a good chunk of archons, right? Like the lurkers were always gonna struggle at least a little bit, but yeah, I mean, catching them like he did is just kind of like a freebie. This just ends the game right here and right now.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see if he can move up to game 2 to take it to a 2-0. We go to game 3, and Alcyone in the red. It's Harstem.
And his opponent playing for the Shopify Rebellion as well, and with a first base at the gold, it is the King Lambo. The thing is, yeah, he's gonna go for gas pool. I mean, like, this is abusable, right? Like, Harstem did open for gateway first. He goes for the next for the Cybercrack here, but I think the first adept or two still have an opportunity to do something here. I'm not sure how Lambo is going to look to mitigate for that. Maybe he saves Larva and makes some circlings here, but he's not even doing that at the moment.
So
okay, yeah, go on.
I guess here's my question. I feel like when I see Zerg players
So
do
risky.
this is almost, I mean, you want to mine out of the gold. Great, absolutely. But I feel like I see this more than anything else.
Yeah.
And this is just trying to bait the Protoss into dealing with it, and then you kill their counter, right? This, I see, like, this Dark does this to Max Packs a lot. Max Packs will go Glaives as a response, and the Dark's like, that's fine. Your Adepts are in the middle of the map. I'm going to catch him out. I'm going to kill him. That's that, right? This is... It's not so much that you want to mine out of this base. It's that you want to force a certain response out of the Protoss player that then you can kind of hard counter. I don't know if that's here in this matchup in these mind games, but like on this map in particular, how exposed the gold base is, it does feel like it's something where you're asking the Protoss to do something rather than proactively doing something for yourself.
Yeah, but you have to also account for what the Protoss can and cannot do, and how they're gonna do it, right? So, like for in the case of Lambo right now, he made 6 Earthlings, but the rocks are not even down yet. So this adept is kind of does have some free reign here to be annoying for a little bit. And if there is a second one being corner boosted and almost out, then it's gonna arrive before link speed is even halfway done, right? So there is an opportunity here to poke and prod if you're Harstem. Like when you take a base like that, like this at the gold, like if you're very, very confident and if you can do things perfectly, then sure. But otherwise, look at this. This is already good taxing on the side of Harstem, and that's 8 circling. So the thing is, like, again, like you could, like, what I saw Bly do, for example, is take a base like this, but then go for like I want to say like a 16 or 15 pool, and then save up like a lot of larva, right? And then move out with like 6 links and try to apply pressure or try to be out early enough that you can counter attack as the adept is going in, and then you do more damage on the other side, force your opponent to pull back. Something like that is an option, or going for a pool first or a gas pool or something like that is an option, and then the adepts can't go out on the map. The way that Lambo did it is kind of like min-maxing as much as he could, but he is paying a little bit for it.
It is, certainly, but like if we talk about where Lambo is taking a page out of, right, in terms of how he decides he wants to play or doesn't want to play. He gets the probe, but nice. Again, good job there, Harstem, just putting himself into a corner. I see Dark do this a lot. I see Bly do this a lot. And if I'm going to say, okay, who is Lambo maybe drawing some inspiration from? He obviously could be just drawing inspiration from himself. Yeah, he gets the 3rd probe. But on which side of the aisle he's gonna, I think it's more on the Dark side, right? Where this is, yes, this is gonna unlock some aggressive options, but this is much more of a macro play than this is, I'm going to flood speedlings and cancel your 3rd base or whatever. And I gotta say, I am really surprised that we're not seeing I mean, I guess this is a decently timed Twilight. Certainly, we might see Glaives out of this. But, I mean, yeah, Glaives aren't, this is too late for Glaives. So I'm a little surprised to not see Glaives as a response. The gold base is so far away from the natural that Adepts can cycle a little bit more, but I guess this is kind of the, I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know what's going to happen. So I'm not going to go for Glaives because you're going to have the counter to my Glaives, and that's just a way to lose. That's just a way to lose the game.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's more like, yeah, I know that you have a lot of creep spread and you know it's going to be difficult to breach. That's just one of the bases that he has, and that is basically what it is, right? Like I don't think, for example, that you take the, like, I don't think that it's a fair thing to say that you take the gold base to bait your opponent into doing something about it. It is worth for your opponent to try to do something about it because the gold base is otherwise powerful. And on this particular map, it is relatively short of a travel distance once you mine the proper mineral. So it's definitely a good situation that Lambo finds himself in, despite the fact that Harstem did kind of slow him down a little bit and didn't invest very much into trying to kill this gold base, right? Like, as a result, Lambo has pretty good map presence, pretty good creep spread, a very good economy early on, but the only part that can be a little bit deceitful about gold bases like this is because you need less drones to mine them. Sometimes you end up with lesser drone counts, right? Which seems to be maybe kind of the case here for Lambo. So he's gonna want to have to, he's gonna want to do something with his army here soon, or else once that gold base starts mining out, which it should soon, it's he's gonna be in a difficult economic position.
Ooh, nice surround here on the Lings. There's no shield, there's no stasis traps, right? Oracles are going to turn on their pulsar beams, but only one of them has really sufficient energy. What I think is worth pointing out here as we talk about this game, Harstem, no robo, right? Very late forge. He really wanted to get Blink pretty much as quick as possible to put pressure on the edge of creep and maybe start to try to knock this gold base down. Now, Lambo, he's got +1 melee on the way. He's got a ton of Lings. +1 melee is like 20 seconds out, but 15 seconds out. Fine. Fine, StarCraft. Tell me that I'm wrong. But more importantly here, right, he's anticipating this a little bit. So even as Harstem wants to get aggressive on top of this, the fact that we're looking at a gold base and we have this money and you need less drones, which means more of your larvae spent on building Lings and roaches and things like that, means that this aggression that Harstem's committed to, because again, his tech is delayed. +1 attack, delayed. Robo, delayed. Charge, slowed down. No Archons, right? I think we just saw the Templar Archives complete. All of this means that Harstem wanted to get something done with this. And, you know, Cats, he hasn't gotten that done yet. Ling's on the right side. They're not going to get a ton. But Lambo's got his 5th base on the way.
Yeah, but not very many drones to populate it with. I guess now he's up to 72, so he has been making a few more here and there. But it's not like Harstem is lacking the real estate to saturate and kind of keep up. He's only 3 workers behind, so the economies will be very, very similar for both of these players. And yeah, I mean, one from the Netherlands, one from Germany. And when you were saying delayed, I just had PTSD from when I was in Germany. That is what all the trains are all the time. Every single train is delayed, cancelled. In the Netherlands, they're right on time all the time. So we'll see if that applies here to this matchup as well.
Well, for right now, Harstem seems to be right on time, defending everything he has got to. Lings on the left side being annoying, but not getting much done. Stalkers, sentries on the right side, defending their Zealots, doing a nice job. With shield batteries means the Banelings are not going to get anything. That's like 2 probes, not really enough. So Harstem again, trying to survive into this mid game. He's going to have to cancel the 4th base though.
That's big.
It is a big deal. I mean, Lambo's on 5 bases. Yeah, you know, one of them is a gold. It's going to mine out very quickly. In fact, it's already mostly mined out. But, yeah, you know, there is that. Even still, it's 5 bases to 3, 75 workers to 73, sure. But now the question becomes...
Yeah, that was a very important base. I think we can look around and see what the saturation looks like for Harstem. I'm not sure if it's too bad, but yeah, a little bit of oversaturation that is natural. Some idle probes near the base is trying to establish, and some oversaturation in his main, right? So all of those probes could be mining perfectly efficient had this base not gotten cancelled. And if that happens again, that's going to exacerbate the issue to where Harstem is going to really struggle to recover. Nice morph that onto 2 of the high jumpers that didn't have energy anymore, and another one to save those 2 as well. And now Harstem can pour in with the rest of his army, but it's gonna cost him, I think, another cancel here, as the base will actually just get killed. No cancel this time around, and Lambo continues to press on forward, but he doesn't really need to. He has already traded the units that he needed to at the front for some splits with the Banelings, and this looks excellent for the German to try to close things out.
Yeah, no, big deal there. The Banelings coming in from the middle of the map. I don't know if that was a rally or whether that was just like a happy accident, happy little tree, whether it was we're going to say it was intentional from Lambo. But he just sandwiched the High Templar. They didn't get all their storms off. They just kind of had to sit there. And even as I was looking at that, I was like, man, you know, Lambo seems like he's bathing in the storms here. It just really seems like he's just taking so much damage. he had too much. The roaches were tanky enough, the lings and banes that came in from enough sides that Harstem, not only, right, did he lose the base, not only was it killed, not canceled, he lost 14 probes on top of it. So now Lambo, he's on 6 bases now as we take a look at things. He's also up 16 probe or 16 drones. He's got himself in that nice position. Now this army is highly technical from Harstem. It's got a ton of storms, archons, immortals, blink stalkers, +2's done in 8 seconds. Wow. The storms evaporate all the lings. But the supply differential, it's a 30 supply differential. So yeah, you know, Harstem, you're defending your 4th base. You really need to. Can you defend your... You absolutely can defend your natural. Who am I to judge the great Harstem? Nice defense on both sides.
Very nice defense. I mean, the beauty of that storm on the circlings as well. This is the type of oh my god, please, not as I'm praising you. This is, I was gonna say, this is the type of thing that I really like seeing from Harstem because he makes decisions that are difficult to see, right? Like you look at a clump of roaches, a clump of circlings, and more often than not, most circ players, certainly myself, or most players that are looking onto any clump to execute any sort of AoE, like Storm, for example, you would go for the biggest clump, right? Like you would shoot at most of the roaches, but Harstem goes for the lings because he knows that he has 3 immortals right behind that are gonna shred the roaches as soon as those lings are dealt with. So decisions like that are always mind-boggling to me, like mind-blowing from players like him. But at this point in time, he's just gonna have to run away his probes and try to mitigate damage from these banelings. On the other side, there's a little bit of a counter attack as well, but it's gonna be dealt with just fine. So Harstem does establish for base Biomove. Maybe it's doable.
You like the last 3 minutes or so, maybe his defense has been immaculate. Yeah, he did lose the 4th. That didn't feel good. It was a great attack from Lambo coming up from multiple sides. But he's on 72 probes right now. He's got 4 bases. Yeah, Lambo has 6, but again, that gold base is just about mined out. There's not a lot of money there. But this is not a game that Harstem's going to be able to win on this Immortal Archon Storm timing that we saw in game number 1. Running across the map, I think you're right. Even if he doesn't catch all the lurkers, he's still in a pretty solid spot. This time, first of all, Alcyone is a massive map. It's hard to run across the map and just go kill your opponent like that. Second of all, Harstem has taken enough damage and Lambo has enough of the map on creep. He's got his lurkers done. He's maxed out. Like, he's in a solid spot here where Harstem has identified that this has to be a transition. So +1 air attack on the way, adding in additional stargates. I want to say I saw a fleet beacon. Yeah, there's a fleet beacon here. And oh, I love this, Cats. This is not for carriers. This is maybe a mothership, we'll see. But he's adding in Tempests on top of this mid-game setup. Because in part, there's going to be this timing. Yeah, there's a Spire on the way, but there's going to be this timing where there's not a lot of anti-air for Lambo. And 5 Tempests, they one-shot pretty much anything a Zerg has.
Yeah, certainly bird lurks anyway, which is going to be the more important thing to look out for. If you're Harstem, you feel stable on the ground, you cannot really lose on the ground very easily right now. So Tempests make a whole lot of sense. They have very low damage output, but they have an insane range and poke. So if you're Lambo, you gotta identify that and start looking for counterplay in the shape of Vipers or something of the sorts, because otherwise Harstem is just gonna tickle you to death.
Yeah, that is, although sometimes you can tickle someone to death and then unfortunately your fingers get too tired before they die, which we've seen happen. I think back to Classic versus Cyril, I think it was back in Gamers Day, where he's in this great spot and he just runs Zealots into his opponent's face for like 20,000 minerals lost or something insane. He's like, okay, you know, you've exhausted yourself, you've lost the game. But yeah, Tempests are out, which means that the lurkers can't stay around for forever. Gotta push back. And the Zealots on the north side, they're not going to kill this base. There's enough of a response from Lambo. They are going to distract him. They're going to force him back home. 5 Corruptors on the way, Cat. 5 Corruptors, especially when we got +3 Stalkers here with Blink. 5, you need a little bit more. 5 Corruptors, not enough here.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, he just sees the very few Tempests, and he doesn't really have supply for anything else at the moment. So I'm sure he'll start adding Corruptors as he can, but like you said, it's not enough for the time being, as Harstem now presses on forward, looking to take his own gold base perhaps as a result. The War Prism will be dealt with, and a nice split of his army makes it so that Lambo can't really effectively find a reprieve to suicide these units, but instead he has to trade them for basically nothing. So nice trades there for Harstem. Obviously Lambo wants to get rid of those units, but you would rather trade than, you know, them just die.
All right, so guys, let's think about Harstem's army right now. He's going to take the 5th base to the gold finally, so starting to develop his army a little bit more. Does Harstem have a timing right now? I kind of feel like he does. He's got a powerful ground arm. He's got this mothership for cloaking. He's got 5 Tempests, I'm assuming. Yeah, he's got 4 Tempests, so not quite enough for one-shotting, but, you know, enough your Stalkers blink on top. Oh, that's into Lurker Spines. That doesn't feel very good, but he's going to still knock down a lot of these Corruptors. Okay, that attack on the north. Is he trying to free up supply? Because that doesn't feel very good. Is actually. Can you still hear me, Cats? Am I? Okay. It's not me.
Game paused.
Oh, it's me. I think I died. I should leave.
It is not you. It is someone else.
But it cut out. Like I stopped hearing you. So my
weird.
internet must have died for a second.
Unless your account is.
Mapo said it's me.
Unless your account is Jesus, I think you're fine.
I am Jesus.
Oh no.
Well, it's Jesus, not Jesus, but yeah.
Oh.
Okay, if it happens again, I'll just leave.
Game resumed.
Yeah. So, anyways, is this Harstem trying to throw some of his army away? Like, was this an attempted counterattack? I don't really know. It was awkward. He lost a bunch of Immortals in that fight. As we take a look at our battle report here, I mean, it's 3 dead Immortals, Archons, High Templar. I guess he's replaced. He's rebuilding Immortals. So I'm not really sure what the idea of that attack was on the north side. It got slapped down. And now Harstem, he's got his 5th base, certainly, but all that aggression, these inroads he was making on the right side of the map, knocking down lurkers and corruptors and things, kind of invalidated by how much he just lost trying to, I guess, knock down this north side base that will not be knocked down.
Will not be knocked out. I mean, it looks a little bit difficult now for a Lambo as Harstem is moving out on the map with a very sizable and scary force. Lambo's looking for counterattacks to try to, you know, make something happen on the left flank, but I'm not sure what the best thing that he can hope for is. A nice defensive choke here from Harstem as well will make it difficult for Lambo to breach. The High Templar doesn't have energy for Storm yet, so that's a little bit of a saving grace as units are now going to pour into the right, but with 2 Immortals, 2 Archons, those lurkers will not be long for this world, and Harstem doesn't even move his main army to try to help with this, but maybe he could move it forward to try to kill a base or 2.
So we look at this army right now. It's got a mothership. Certainly, it's got 7 Tempests, so 5 one-shot lurkers, 5 one-shot queens, broodlords, whatever. But and you get a couple more just to make sure that even if one dies, you still have that burst potential. But you want to see more. Like, we got Tempests, right? Do you want to? I feel like we want to see maybe something a little bit more that's anti-corruptor, because right now, Stalkers are going to blink on top. I think did they get a Tempest? No, they didn't actually. It got back in time. But I feel like we want to see maybe a little bit more. Those storms are going to be solid, but lurkers still on top. And actually, look with the shield battery here, they're going to punch through maybe not every single lurker, but a ton of these. They're going to get every single one. Nice job there. Again, really good defense. And I'm talking about maybe I'd like to see some more transitions out of Harstem. Maybe not just more and more Tempests. Lambo doesn't have any Vipers.
Like
He's got one Infested that doesn't get much done. But there's no Vipers. Like, he doesn't have anything to really dislodge this army.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for sure. I mean, he does have the gas bank should he want to attempt for Vipers. Obviously, it's going to be a difficult task as Tempest can shoot from very far away, and with the Revelation of the Oracles, it's annoying. You have feedback on the High Templars as well. So it is difficult. Why did you say uh-oh? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I don't think I said uh-oh.
Oh. I just got a message on Discord that says uh-oh.
Oh, I think that was there they go. Anyways.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think we're okay. Like, I love this stage from Harstem right now. Again, these Tempests are, yeah, you got Corruptors, but Corruptors can't dive on top of this, not with Storms and Archons and Stalkers and all that. So he's just going to knock 2 bases down. I mean, this is a big counterattack coming out of Lambo. I think this may necessitate a recall. There's not enough here. Harstem is maxed out. He's going to knock the gold base down, and he's going to get the right side base as well. So 2 bases for the cost of 1. But there is tech here, right? There's a Robo, there's a Twilight. There are things that you would consider important. But Harstem has to be very careful. If he decides to recall in, certainly there's a time where a lot of his units in the air are vulnerable. They can't attack back. Corruptors may try to dive on top of that. But I gotta say, especially now that there's these lurkers in the main base.
And there he goes.
There's the recall. Okay, I was like,
yeah.
Harstem's not really responding.
Yeah, it's a really good recall because he splits his army to where he's only recalling the Tempest. That's all he's gonna need, and he warps in Zealots from behind to make sure that the lurkers cannot easily escape. But if he had recalled more of his army, maybe somewhat carelessly, then he would have left one of his bases exposed. Instead, he makes sure that he covers that base with his ground army. Lambo tries to advance on forward, but is unable to, and instead you have a stalemate here and kind of a cleanup on the other side, which is really nice for a Harstem that's already accumulating over nearly 8,000 resources in bank. So really good spot compared to, you know, the measly 1,500 or so that Lambo has to work with.
Dude, Cats, look at the resources lost. It is 14,000 resources lost in favor of Harstem at this point. And again,
wow.
Man, the lurkers are oh, that doesn't feel good. That is so much
tough.
of Harstem had, or Lambo, he's got 1,000 minerals, sure. Like he's not that rich. Now the Tempests are exposed, and you got to back up a little bit. I feel like in this game again, with the lack of infestors and the lack of vipers, adding in a couple of void rays feels like a really good idea. Just to turn on those pulsar beams and kill all the corruptors. Even still, Lambo, he's supply blocked here, lost a bunch of overlords, overseers. He's got a bank finally, but it's not an incredible one. He's lost so much money. And he's lost multiple bases, right side base, gold base going down. All the drones at this rich gas base are going to fall. Ever so slowly, Harstem is just bleeding Lambo dry.
He is definitely bleeding Lambo dry here. It is looking very difficult for Lambo as supply-wise. I mean, he is in a decent position. A lot of lurkers here preventing the advance from the forces on the ground, as Harstem now identifies that there's no overseer, and that's gonna prompt him to kind of send his army forward and get rid of a lot of these lurkers. So Lambo will continue to bleed out on the retreat, and now Tempest a little bit exposed. One might fall, but no overseer yet again. And Harstem drops another base. I want to say this is like 90%, 95% over. It's tough for Lambo.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. Lambo, I don't know why he seems so unwilling to play with spellcasters. I don't know if that's lack of coverage. Spellcasters, it's not like the nerf to Vite or the buff to High Templar went through in terms of just letting you spam out and feedback everything.
Oh, careful.
So I don't really know what it is, but playing against this army, all right, Tempest, Ground, whatever it is, Storms, Archons, Immortals, Mothership, playing against this without Vipers, without Investors, it feels so hard. The Tempests, we saw their acceleration rate was changed, so they move a little bit faster. They can kite better. We saw so much of that. So we're seeing how powerful the Tempests are. They can sit on low ground, sit on high ground, continue to just extract value from this game. And yeah, Lambo has put lurkers on that extra base that Harstem's trying to take. He's killed off 9 probes. I think that Nexus should probably die. But I haven't seen anything in the last 5 minutes, Cats, that tells me that Lambo has any hope, really, of taking down this army that Harstem's been able to build.
It looks very difficult, but here he comes. He's going to try for one last time, potentially. I mean, that is not the start that he was hoping for. Now the lurkers are all exposed, and Harstem is just going to have an easy time marching on forward, cleaning things up, and this should be it, as Lambo will take a loss here, and Harstem will get the 2-0 and continue on flawlessly in his run so far this season. So very well done. You know, like, I was really trusting Lambo to leave already, because he usually leaves like way too early. And right now it feels like, you know, like I'm like, okay, I'll start this speech, and by the time I'm done, surely. But he does have a couple of lurkers here on the bottom right-hand side that are wreaking havoc. And he is trying to establish 2 additional bases, but Harstem doing the proper as well with the Cell of Rumbys. And the game is not yet over.
I think this is one of those things, Casper. Like, look, you feel better in the state of the game than you actually are. Like, look, I got lurkers in the main base. I got lurkers in the natural. I got lurkers on his fifth. I am swarming him. I'm knocking down so much of his economy. He doesn't know that Harstem's on 5k, 3k. So it's like, you know, I'm killing his economy. I took an okay fight. Not perfect. Like, I dropped supply. I got something out of that fight. I have a bunch of bases. Maybe this is still playable.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I wanted to say, you just see it play out, right? And he saw it play out. Like, he did have those lurkers burrowed, and those lurkers burrowed on the other side, and it's like, okay, let's see what happens here. But then once that was done, like, he just processed the loss. He was like, okay, definitely lost this one, which is tough, but amazing job from the side of Harstem. And my name is not Jesus in game; it's Jesus.
Oh,
which is Jesus. Jesus. It's from you remember the player Violet?
Yeah, the Zerg player Violet. Yeah,
the Zerg player Violet. Yeah. In control would always Violet liked to say Jesus, but when he said Jesus, he said Jesus. And in control would always bring that out, like, kind of make fun of it. I always found it so funny. So I named myself Jesus.
Fair enough. And man, now Harstem sitting here 2-0, getting ready. I don't know who's gonna run into, certainly, but look, he almost beat Reynor last season.
Could be Max Packs. Could be
Reynor.
Who else could be?
Well, actually,
Could be Reynor. Could be Clem. Could be.
Ooh.
Is that it?
I don't know who's going to be. Obviously, we don't have that. That is yet to be drawn. But certainly, Harstem sitting here at 2-0, no lives down, 3 opportunities now to qualify into the playoffs. It's looking pretty good for the captain. But
That's insane.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, he's no stranger to being one away from qualifying as well.
That's very true. We don't talk about that. Okay, we're talking about how Harstem's looking good, not about
That's true.
heartbreak and loss. But we are going to look. We have 2 more series in Europe before we move on to 4 in North America. And we're going to start with one where players are not backs against the wall, but starting to back up a little bit, right? It's Spots, it's Spots, it's Gerald. They're both at 0-1. It's going to be another PvP, and that's going to happen right after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back. We are here and Harstem just 2-0'd Lambo. How crazy is that? My name is Katz. I'm joined by Biomolf, and we are Kolf. What's up?
Of all the caster names, of all the caster Archon names, cats that I have heard of, Kolf, I don't know that that's what I want to use.
Kolfs.
Okay, I like, that's nice, cats. We'll go with that. One thing we are going to be going with as soon as our players say they're ready, and they're actually saying they're ready right now, is now a match. It's not for elimination. That doesn't happen until round 3, but a match that has elimination on the line, because this is Spots, this is Gerald. Both players are 0 and 1. Spots. And you know, it's a juxtaposition here, right? Gerald is this player that he beat Cyril a couple seasons ago. He beat Cyril and Showtime in the same group a couple seasons ago, and then still qualified to the lower bracket and got beaten down by Cristiano out of the tournament, which was just horrible for him. And meanwhile, Spots has kind of been this up-and-comer. It's kind of BattleB scenario, maybe not quite to the same level. So I'm excited to see what we're going to happen here. Does Spots show that form? Does Gerald reclaim his position as one of the best players? Well, still one of the best players in Poland, but just continue, like, reclaim that position, one of the best players in Europe? I truly, Cats, I don't know what to think about this series.
Yeah, I don't see the juxtaposition just because I've never thought of Gerald as one of the best players in Europe, but he did win against Showtime and Cyril in the same season once. But I don't think that was a thing that he replicated throughout time, or I think he's been a very strong player for a while, but never quite really breached, past his own level and expectations to a point where we're like, yeah, Gerald, he's the new Max Pax or something like that. It just hasn't happened. On the other side, if anything, Spats is an up-and-comer. Now for a few years, he's kind of held that same position as well. So, he was the type of player that could have maybe had that meteoric rise of some kind, but not really. And in the bottom right-hand side, we see Gerald as Mapu is forcing me into intros.
And the upper left, right? Team list right now. He's the German Protoss, Spots. And I guess, Cats, when I say one of the best players in Europe, I'm not saying he's Max Pax, Clem, Reynor, Cyril.
I see.
When I and certainly Gerald is a wild player because he has the highest of highs. There was a time when it was looking like he was going to be the best player in Poland. He takes down Elazer like he has this incredible run. He's taken down Showtime and Cyril in the same group. He's done that. But he also has the lowest of lows. So he's an incredibly inconsistent player. But at his best, he is one of the best players in Europe. Not, 1A. He's not like maybe an S tier player, but he's like a low A player, I guess. A minus player.
A low A player out of the best players in Europe. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose we can stretch definitions.
Okay.
A little bit, or yeah.
The best player in Europe versus one of the strongest player, one of the best players in Europe.
One of the strongest players in Europe. But that by that same metric, Apatry Zelda is also one of the best Terran players in the world, right? Like if we go deep enough into the pool where.
Okay, so you are.
But he is, right? If we're talking about like 0.1% of the population or something like that.
Okay, so if we say so Max Pax, Reynor, Cyril, they're S tier in Europe.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I just feel like in the context of we're watching a pro tournament, like we're watching the highest tier tournament, and someone here is one of the best, and someone here has to be one of the worst of this bunch. Then yeah, I don't see Gerald in this context as one of the best, right? But obviously, if you remove yourself from this situation, then yeah, every single player in this tournament is one of the best players in the world, without a doubt, right? That's what I'm saying, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. Also, I'm being told that you go for like Kulf or Cults or whatever it is. Beats was right there, Cats.
Beats.
Beats
no
is good.
Way. Wait, where do we get Beats?
D-E.
I see. Mostly my name. I see.
Anyways, Adept.
Beats.
Oh,
No
this
worries.
is pain. 5, 6. He's gonna get a 7th.
That's tough.
Oh man. He's not going to get a 7th. I think he could have it because like that one Adept was dead anyways. Just turn around and get a shot. 6 probes early feels really bad. And by the way, what is Spots doing? Technically, he's going for an expand, right? Sure. But this is Proxy Blink. Proxy Twilight down here as well. So
It was potted too, yeah.
was it? Okay.
It was spotted by Geralt, but all the same, he took a little bit of damage there. So we'll see if he's able to do something about this. Now there's a shield battery in the main as well, so the single adept doesn't really pose much of a threat at all. And on the other side, now Geralt is looking to stabilize with his own immortals and whatnot. So I think him having the knowledge of the Twilight as well out in the map is pretty nice for him. He can go and take that down at some point as well.
Yeah, I think so. But again, by the time that happens, Link should be done. Sure, Geralt eventually may be able to shut this down, but again, by the time you're able to go do that, the tech is already there. And you talk about, okay, maybe one adept's not going to get anything anymore. The damage has already been done, and he keeps letting this. There's a shield battery. Fine, Cats, I understand. But at the very least, you're giving Spatz continuous scouts. You're still letting him know, see everything he wants. He sees the immortals. He sees the double shield battery. He knows what's happening.
Spatz.
And
how did you figure out that's how you say it?
I'm going off Steadfast there. That's how Steadfast says it, and I think it sounds good.
Oh, okay.
So.
That sounds pretty cool. Spatz.
By the way, I love the side shade that you're giving Uppatry, and he's sitting here and he's watching the broadcast. Cats Uppatry is not happy with the shade that he just got thrown.
He's happy with it. If he wasn't happy, I had to search in my mind someone that would be happy with a little bit of shade. Salt popped up pretty fast, and that's why I put him there.
Hey, you know what? Society prospers when men plant trees that they will not experience the shade in, and I guess that means that. Does that make you Uppatry's dad? Because we're gonna stop. Blink Stalkers go in. They don't get a lot done. Almost knock the Immortal down, Geralt, or the Observer down, which is nice for Geralt. It would mean the Stalkers couldn't blink in afterwards. But look at this Warp Prism from Geralt on the other side. It's not like we're waiting on any tech, right? There's no Dark Templar on the map, nothing like that. No charge, certainly. But he's gonna have this Warp Prism, and Observer shoots it. Oh no! 2 Observers on like 5 HP. Both sitting here, not able to, both somehow alive. Nice move from Spatz.
Very nice move from Spatz, as indeed. Uppatry level moves, some would claim.
Exactly. You're almost succeeding, but then not quite. That's the classic Uppatry move.
Whoa, I didn't say that. I never said that. I only said he was one of the better players in the world. But on the other side, Spatz is going to be taking down a pilot. And Geralt's going to be forced to try to make something happen about it. And with enough of a distraction on the other side, actually one of the Stalkers is forgotten on the other side. This Adepts continue to do damage. 5 probes all day. One other Stalker died in the process of recalling as well. So in the last 20 seconds, 15 seconds or so, pretty great trades for Geralt all around the map.
Dude, we're playing. We're gonna do North America in this series. That's 2 series inclusive of this one. And Spatz and Geralt have just decided that okay, we want to start North America early because this is a clowny as hell game. Adepts getting on both sides, damage being done, weird recall, proxy blink that doesn't get anything done because it got scouted, but proxy blink goes down. It's just a really weird PvP that we already have here. And not only proxy blink, thank you Mapu, it's proxy charge on the way. I'm almost expecting to see a Dark Shrine go down there just because of how the game's been going. Nice move as well from Spatz. He's going to see that the Warp Prism's there. He's not going to kill it, but is aware of it. And now, by the way, the Stalkers, Spatz, why are you trying to go, or Geralt, why are you trying to go in there? You know you're scouted. Well, he loses the Warp Prism, loses.
Geralt, what are you doing? Is he crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wild,
crazy for feeling.
Yep. And the Dark Templar Archives is almost ready as well for Geralt, so maybe that's what he was looking to try and poke and prod with for his DTs to make an impact maybe off the Warp Prism. I love the hallucinated Warp Prism as well from Spatz, as he's going to send that into the third, the real one into the main, and this is going to cause a lot of mayhem and havoc for a Geralt that does get distracted by the hallucinated Warp Prism as his Stalkers are going to be a little bit out of position. Nice force fields on the side of both players actually, as one of the Immortals is going to be trapped on one side and the other 2 are going to make their way forward to deal with the battery overcharge, but now they are surrounded on offense is Spatz, but not before doing a ton of damage. It is a clowny game indeed, Viamov.
This is not one warp innovation. This is 16 Zealots in the main base. Now, granted, defensive DTs are actually doing a solid job. Whose Observer is that? That is Spatz's Observer.
There's an Observer.
But it's not where the DTs are. I think the DTs may have died eventually, but the Observer didn't actually give him what he wants. No. Okay, they're gonna get. Heart and shield pops just in time, but this is a kill battery. Kill battery. It's gonna keep it alive. Okay, well.
That's insane.
You're saving grace. Spots is still in an incredible position. He's up.
Love it.
8 workers, double the army supply. He's going double forge. Nothing right there. More zealots. More zealots gonna warp in defensively. What is this game,
More zealots are gonna warp in aggressively. And Geralt will finally tap out. What an incredible display of StarCraft 2 from Spatz, the German Protoss. Yeah, that was well done, man. That was cool.
That was a good game. That was an interesting game. I don't know that it was the highest tier of StarCraft we've ever seen, but it was a game of StarCraft.
A very even game. If you look at the graphs, I mean, they're even all the way through. It's very rare to see a game like this where the graphs are just kind of like, you know, like chilling. Even though it's a very chaotic game, there's a lot of trades, etc. They were pretty even trades. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. And now we're gonna move into game 2. It's the nice thing about this one. This is not Gold Nora, right? We're not having a map that we've seen before for like the last season. We got Ghost. We got Ghost River on the way. Cats, I don't know how much you think about this map in PvP, but how do you feel like we saw some weird games, right? Game 1, certainly you can proxy. New maps are always good for proxy because the players just don't have. You have ideas about where proxies might go, but you don't have like the meta of where proxies are going just yet. It's close by air. Like, how are you thinking about this map in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, proxies are always good for sure. Like, you have to kind of like program yourself to get used to a new map pool and have like the whatever patterns, you know, like you're gonna end up adopting there. So certainly like cheesy strats and whatnot can be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Like, it's a little bit more difficult for you to know what you have searched and haven't searched out on the map, and you know what to take into account, because again, you haven't iterated enough to have those processes all set. So I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind some sort of proxy. There is some minerals to be mined as well to make the distances even shorter if either player wanted to do that. But if there's going to be an aggressive player, I would imagine it's Spatz, because Geralt, and one of the things that for my money has kept him from being one of the best players in Europe is just how standard and methodical he can get, and I've never seen him not open 2 gates in this matchup. So, you know, there's that.
Well, let's see how many gateways he opens with, whether he can take us to a game number 3. Because in the upper right, in the red, he's playing for Storm. It's Geralt.
And his opponent, playing from Germany, currently teamless. His name is Spatz.
We need more phlegm in that cats. It's not Spatz, it's Spatz. Right, you gotta sound like you're expectorating as you say the name.
Spatz.
I don't know if that's true or not, but Mafu does tell me that calling it Spatz instead of Spots is the correct pronunciation. So if we're wrong, was that a gateway? No, pylon just gets canceled. Pylon just gets canceled.
This is the right pronunciation, like for German people, you mean?
Yeah.
I see. Very interesting.
So, you know what? I don't know.
What would it be in French?
I don't speak French, but I want to talk. Is Geralt going for a delayed cannon rush?
Is he crazy?
Spatz was also going for a cannon rush.
What is going on?
So,
they know something.
Spatz goes for a cannon, and Geralt is incredibly weak to cannon rushes. By the way, there was a time when Max Packs and Geralt were running into each other in EBT cups and things, and Exxon cups all the time, and Max Packs would just cannon rush Geralt every single time. He'd make him rage out of games. It was great. Geralt has historically not been very good against cannon rushes. But Spatz went, that was the pylon that was canceled, by the way. It was Spatz's pylon, not Geralt. And I guess he tried to get the cannon rush started, got scouted, got pulled. Was like, I'm just bailing out of this. So now Spatz, his Cybercore is later. His Twilight, therefore, is going to be later. He's got this Forge. Geralt, in the end of the day, cancels his. And you know, Cat's game 1 was an absolute clown fiesta. Well, game 2, it's starting pretty much the same way.
Yeah, as far as it being unorthodox and whatnot, certainly not the most common opening. But yeah, I mean, Geralt has such a big advantage, right? Like from not having done the cannon rush or reacted much to it in order to stop it. Now there is just a Forge that's just kind of sitting there, like you pointed out. And that doesn't help Spatz much at all, because if he was to say expand or something like that, then you could easily bypass that with adepts, and all of a sudden you have to invest into static defense, and you can just get kind of destroyed in that way. But Spatz does the right thing here to slow down his opponent as well in turn. The adepts will finish the shade. A nice pull of the probes to make sure that they're isolated to the right. Maybe you can pull them back now. And not the best target firing there, but towards the tail end, one of the adepts will die.
So, game 1, we saw Spatz go in. He got, I want to say it was 4 probes too. Kills 4 probes with 2 adepts, 1 gets out, you know. Game 2, Geralt goes and gets 4 probes with 2 adepts, 1 dies, 1 gets out. Granted, very, very different ways of getting into this game. So, we see Spatz here. He's got a Phoenix out, certainly. He's got a Robo done. Is this just going to be Phoenix Immortal? Do you think that's what Spatz is going for to try to find his way back into this game? Because, like, make no mistake about it. Even before the probes go down, going for that cannon rush, having it fail, completing the forge, which is never great, right? That's 150 minerals that you could spend on something else. Spatz is a little bit far behind. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be Phoenix Immortal for now. What do you make of this pylon on the bottom right side? Is this just for adepts to warp in? Does he have some aggressive idea going like one base Phoenix Immortal isn't really a thing in terms of all-ins aggression that when I think of it at least. Like, it's just, you want that second base, you want those 3rd and 4th gas. So what are we seeing out of Spatz here?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was attempting to defend something like an immortal push on his own right or something like that. And yeah, I think that pylon is mostly just for adept warpings and whatnot, should there be any offensive push from Geralt. And it's lucky for him that it didn't get scouted, because Geralt actually found out like 3 units to search for that probe out on the map, and they were retreated back to his base right as the probe arrived at the location at which it has now dropped a pylon. So now here comes the attack. I mean, 2 of those stalkers are sure to die if the Phoenix show up, but actually they go a little bit too deep into the main, and by the time they lift off, the stalkers are a little bit too far away. One of the Phoenixes instead gets taxed, one of the stalkers and the Zealot as well. So yeah, not the best execution there from Spatz, who loses another unit. By the looks of it, was that an observer? I think that's the corpse of an observer that we just saw. So yeah, things go from bad to worse, and now it's very much Geralt's game to lose.
Yeah, Spatz is okay. So this is not Shadowne versus Spirit, 6 feet, 8 feet under level dead, right? But Spatz he's not living either. He's walking the plane between life and death, which, you know what, cats, it makes sense. We're on Ghost River. We're on an undead map, anyways. So I didn't know a river could be undead. Regardless, we're on an undead map anyway. So Spatz walking that thin line between life and death. Geralt hasn't killed him yet, but stalkers give you so much mobility. Adepts are showing up here. They're getting more probes done. They're more probes killed. Spatz can't defend even one side all that well. He's gonna blink on top. His immortals should die. He's gonna try to trade away for as many stalkers as possible, but it's gladly you trade an immortal for, you shoot 2 stalkers for an immortal. Now getting a Phoenix as well makes it even worse.
Nice shot.
Yeah, he gets it, blinks down. And by the way, the adept's still there. It has not been dealt with. 5 more. Yeah, okay, now he's 6. Now he's 8 feet under. Now Spatz is very dead in this game.
How much would you bet? Would you eat a shoe?
If I can go find a chocolate shoe.
Oh wow, okay, weak. So you wouldn't eat a leather shoe if Spatz wins this game?
I would not eat a leather shoe if Spatz wins this game.
Okay, I will, just to show you via move.
So if Spatz wins this game, if we end up in Dallas or something, I don't know if you're, like, I'm playing, regardless of whether I'm casting, I'll be there. So like if we both end up in Dallas, you're gonna eat a shoe for me, Cats? Is that, like, am I gonna be able to see in person? You gonna take some ketchup and a steak knife and eat some of the tongue?
If it's edible, yeah.
Like, technically you can boil leather and eat it, like in a truly survival scenario. Rawhide is,
you can really, or is it actually edible, like in a survival scenario?
Untreated.
It's
Untreated leather is.
Untreated leather. Okay. So I would have to manufacture a shoe out of untreated leather. That's
the trick is, you know, modern shoes, right, with the leather that's been dyed
pretty expensive
and
for a crappy meal.
It's the chemicals they use to dye it and treat it are toxic. So, you know, in small amount, like if you ate a tiny piece, you'd probably be fine. But certainly not something you want to make a meal out of. Is now Geralt, he's got a ton of charge lots. He's got these stalkers. Your Spots doesn't even take the fight. We're going to game 3.
Even think about it. We're going. Love it.
Yeah, well, game 1, Spots gets 4 workers, wins the game. Game 2, Geralt gets 4 workers, wins the game.
Wins the game. Game 3?
No one gets 4 workers, and no one wins the game.
It's a tie.
Man.
Oceanborn, though, your favorite map.
Why is it Cats, why is it my favorite map?
That's just what I've heard. No?
No. I like new maps.
What is your favorite? Yeah.
I don't know that I have a favorite map. I know I hate post youth as a Zerg player, right? Giving my opponents a free natural is just it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know that I have a favorite map. I just like maps changing. I like that we're getting finally maps. This pool, last pool.
Who is your favorite Harry Potter character then?
Well, people at times have told me, like, not right now because I got a beard and I'm a little bit older. But at times people have told me I look like Daniel Radcliffe. So I guess I'm honor bound to say Harry.
I see. So you're Harry and Frodo.
I get cats. We have the film noir cats.
So tough.
But anyway, so I get Daniel Radcliffe, I get Elijah Wood, and I get Tobey Maguire. Now I get less of Daniel Radcliffe and Tobey Maguire now because I have a beard and there's all that. But we'll get cats back soon. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, we get to
I'm fixing it.
Rejoice that we're not being dazzled by Cats' beauty and can actually focus on the game a little bit more. But yeah. So yeah, but yes, I am Frodo. I am Harry, or I'm the Swiss Army Man is what I am actually. Cats.
Frodo, Harry, and Spider-Man.
Exactly.
3 different. I see.
Did you ever watch that movie, by the way?
Which one?
Swiss Army Man.
No.
It was weird. Daniel Radcliffe, after he made all of his millions on Harry Potter movies, just started doing like really weird movies and theater pieces. But anyway,
it makes sense, right? Like if you're closely associated with like Harry Potter, and it's like everyone's like, oh, you're Harry, it's like, and everyone's probably like telling him like how he's a little kid and he does magic and he's a mage, and he's like, I'm not a mage, Makes sense.
Well, we're gonna have to imagine.
Wizard.
We're gonna have to imagine that. I don't know what we're gonna imagine. But anyways, bottom right, takedown game 2. If you move on to a 1-on-1 match, it's Geralt.
And on the top left-hand side, it's his opponent. What?
Was that actually? I thought you had sneezed or something. We were waiting for the intro, but that was you actually introducing Spots. Okay.
Yeah, Spots as a sneeze. That's the new way to do it.
Gotcha.
It's the new tech.
New tech. So, no cannon rush this time from Spots. No cannon rush this time from Geralt. And 2-gate opener on both sides. It's so weird that you kind of look at PvP and max packs. It's 1-gate expand every single map. Sometimes it's on the low ground. He's been actually doing it more and more 1-gate expand on the high ground. But still for this 1-gate quick nexus idea. And no other Protoss in Europe does this consistently. It's like you would think that at least some of them would picked it up on just playing max packs on ladder and running into things and like picked up how to play it, studied it. But yeah, we see sometimes like maps with natural walls and show tempo play, but it's why like no one else has picked this style.
No one else.
Like that feels wild to me. It is so successful for max packs that you would expect maybe a Geralt, right? They're on the same team. To take the time to study how it works, because first of all, Europe is 50% Protoss in the round of 32. So if you can leverage what appears to be a stronger style, that should improve your chances of going to playoffs. And also, just like it seems to be good. Maybe it's too hard. I don't know, but like it feels weird that no one else is really taking the time to pick this up.
I think other people do it, right? Like they don't do it as often as Max Packs, and yeah, Max Packs has become so adept at this style and at all the responses, and it's not the kind of thing that you can very easily, I think, study, because there's so many little variants and stuff that they probably feel like they're that it's a steeper curve, right? Or maybe even that it's not that style that is winning Max Packs games, but rather just his own proficiency and understanding and proactiveness. Like, he's a very strong player at, you know, just like looking everywhere and scouting like crazy and like getting those probes out there and multitasking and whatnot. So it makes sense. And in the case of Geralt, for example, I've talked to him about this in particular. Like, after not this last Atlanta, but the year before, I got to go on a trip with him and Shadown actually to Florida, and we went to the parks and whatnot, and we talked a lot about StarCraft, obviously, and PvP in particular. He's always felt like the reason he goes for the 2-gate is because he feels very confident in his late game, in his army control, back then in his disruptors and whatnot, right? So different players will play to their strengths and different areas of the game, and in the case of Geralt, he did feel like he could do, you know, what he did back then, like beat Showtime and whatnot, should he be able to get to that position in an okay spot. So I understand, you know, like kind of his opener and why he goes for it.
Yeah, well, for now he's gonna. Man, I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, he kills a stalker, but feels like
he must.
Every single one of these depths are gonna go down. I think you just shade out, accept the loss.
This one, yeah.
But you know what this does actually? This forces the stalkers back home, and this means that Spatz, they're both going 3-gate robo, by the way. Big deal though. Geralt defensively got an immortal. Now there's a warp prism on the way. Spatz, no immortal here. Couple more stalkers. And Geralt walked.
Good position, though.
This is awkward. This is welcome to PvP in Europe. Welcome to North America, apparently. Adepts in the main base as well. Natural gets canceled. It's a full recall. At least that keeps Geralt alive.
Oh my god. A nice pickup from Spatz to save the 2 Adepts, as well as he's now warping in on the low ground for those stalkers. There's 2 stalkers from Geralt that have been trapped, but they will now be elevated in by the warp prism. Now both players with a warp prism and Geralt having an immortal. I'm not sure how much longer Spatz wants to stay here, but I guess as long as he can siege these buildings, that'll provide him with a good little trade here.
Yeah, so
looks good for him. Maybe expand.
Just scouting out. I do feel like Spatz should just go and expand, but I guess he's not going to for now. I don't give him.
He should.
So he's getting immortal. Like, he's just committing to this. And I do like what Geralt's doing, by the way, adding in that. Oh man, that immortal shunts the proper way. Geralt, you know, he would have had a warp prism to keep it alive, but man, almost traps the immortal. I do like what Geralt's going though. First of all, obviously building more immortals, that's great. But he's adding a robo bed. And when you're looking at blinkless stalkers, as the immortals are going to run down the ramp, there's a warp prism here, so really nothing should die. Adding in a couple disruptors, only 4 stalkers fit in a warp prism. You're not going to be able to save them. You know, there is that. So adding in a couple disruptors here on the eventual breakout from Geralt feels really nice. But because Spatz has that high ground, because he's up a gateway. Oh, this warp prism, it's not going to find its way out. Because he's up a gateway, right? He killed one of Geralt's. Because he's got this position, this concave, he's going to finally get his natural. Now, Geralt thinks about running down the ramp here, keeps the stalker alive, keeps the immortals alive. But he's not going to break out of this. Not, at least not until the disruptor's out. And maybe even 2. Maybe even you need 2.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the first one is about to pop up. I think that will be the best opportunity that Geralt's going to go. Gonna have to try to break out. He can't wait for the second one, I think, because he's already been floating a little bit of money now, trying to spend it into an army that will allow him to break out as soon as possible. Maybe the Shades of the Adepts would be nice here as they now go. And this should signal to Spatz that Geralt's going for it and actually cancels the disruptor shot there and forces it back onto the prism, which makes it very, very difficult for Geralt now, but he needs to go out.
That was almost super sick, right? If he's able to wait out on that one, that was a big shot. We weren't seeing Spatz get really any sort of prep for it, but for now, he's not going to get it. 2 disruptors on the map. That 2 disruptors, you got to imagine are going to be this timing where finally Geralt can show himself up on the low ground.
It's so late, though.
Yeah, like, Spatz has been mining out of this natural for a minute at this point. He's up 5 workers or so. Yeah, he's lacking in tech. The Twilight's only just now getting started. He doesn't have disruptors. But he's got so much more
disruptors
money.
Exposed too. Gotta be really careful here. Both the disruptors and the warp prism are exposed. The warp prism could be targeted down, but no. Instead, Geralt's just gonna try to fan out and go up the ramp as well with a nice shading as well. A lot of surface area here. That Nexus is soaking up damage. If Spatz wants to turn to it, there will not be a cancel. Actually, it does get killed. Warp prism now here to aid as well in closing things out, and it looks like this game is Spatz to take, and he's done it, Biomov.
That he has. Not only, by the way, is the natural denied, the natural's killed. When you're talking about a 1-base setup, you're on 25 probes. 450 minerals down the drain is a death knell. Not losing your army, also a death knell. Disruptors are, they're going to get 4 adepts. Pretty nice. I kind of expect to see spots split a little bit better from what we've seen. But at this point, the Warp Prism's still there, so the Warp Prism's not dead. More adepts are going to warp in. Blink is... Did he start? No, he did. He got the Twilight. He never started Blink because the game is just about over. Look at what Geralt has in production, by the way. Or production-wise, he's got 1 gateway. He's got 1 robo. He blew up his own probe.
He sure did.
So good, Cats.
Now he's tough. I mean, yeah, this game is done. Yeah. Hello. And let's go. 1 stalker will fall.
All right,
Will
so
be clipped by the disruptor. Another one. Oh, not even.
does Geralt leave the game before or after his next stuff?
I want to say 5 seconds.
4.
5. Nope. That's tough.
You know, Cats, you were 3 seconds.
That was
Almost
3
there.
seconds off. Yeah.
No, I think it was 3 seconds from when you said it. I counted a little bit.
Oh,
late,
I
so.
see. Nice.
Okay.
So if I had said 3 seconds, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was pretty good. Regardless,
We'll get him next time.
spots look pretty solid. Clowny series. Wild series. But Spatz looking, he's able to withstand the Clown Fiesta, moves up to 1-1, and now Geralt, his back's against the wall, Cats. There have been times when he's been very good, taking down Showtime Cyril in the same group, but right now, 0-2 is not a good position to find yourself in this early in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's very, very bad for him. It's tough. I mean, he's gonna have to make a comeback here, start beating people left and right. But I'm not sure what his form is on the other side for Spatz. It's nice for him, right? Like to be one of those up and comers that has yet hope. I don't think he's had like a breakout performance yet. So there's always the hope for that he can tell the story of how he beat Cyril and Showtime, just like Geralt can.
Yeah, like he's had good results. You know, he's looked promising, but yeah, he's never had that big breakout result where you're like, great, this is looking really good. And you know, when we talk about the story of how these players got here, by the way, because that's, you know, that is important. And we see that like Spatz, yeah, he was at 0-1, sure. But he lost to Skillous, and he took a map off Skillous in the first round. So you can't really say, wow, this feels really bad. Oh, poor Spatz. Geralt lost to his countryman Elazer 0-2. So both these players ran into very strong players in round 1. But Spatz taking a map off Skillous and then 2-1 in Geralt. Depending on how, if he can keep this PvP run going, I'm not saying he's getting out of this group just yet, Cats. I mean, there's a lot of StarCraft to play.
Yeah.
But hey.
Not looking too bad.
No. Well, for now, we have...
just get invited? Oh, Max Spectre versus Blythe is a banger.
Yeah, which is going to be very fun. We do have to run to a break before that happens. So, friends, 4 minutes, the last series in Europe. It's going to be Max Pax Bly. Insanity on Dynasty. That's going to be map 1.
Yeah.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. We have one more series in Europe, although we did get North America started a little bit early in that last one. Spatz and Gerald channeling everything that we love out of kind of an NA-style PvP. But now we get a classic. It's Max Pax.
Yeah, but this is just ridiculous. I mean, like I was saying, like there's no chance that Bly wins, right? But the chat had him at 1%. I just bet 19,000 ESL points on Bly.
That is a value bet there, Cats.
That's a value bet. It went from 1% to 2%. But I mean, yeah, it's not happening, but it happens in more than 2 out of 100 universes is how I see this.
Yeah, it could happen. And look, okay, Dynasty is a good map for Bly to make something happen on, right? It is a weird map. You get a gold for free, but it's very punishable. So I guess not really for free, but you get a gold base as your natural. It's very punishable. There's a world in my head where Bly goes and takes the external gold on Max Packs. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I don't know that.
I see what you're saying.
But
I mean, that would be wild because then, Max Packs makes one adept and then he kind of wins the game. But I think that there is some, maybe he takes his own external gold and then uses the gas, the rich gas to do something like a super fast Muta or Ravager push.
Dude, I don't know, but I think you and I cast a pretty cool Bly series last season where you were talking about the gold base on, I forget, Hecateam or the rich gas base, or maybe it was Hecateam.
Yeah.
And he did it. And you're like, So I choose to believe that that's what Bly decides to go for.
He's doing it. Watch this drone.
Right, we got to get in. And very quickly, introducing our players in the upper right, in the blue, the crazy man, the mad lad. It's Bly.
Bliat. And his opponent, some call him the Prince of Denmark. He is perhaps the greatest Protoss player on Earth right now, Max Pax. I mean, Bly is kind of doing a mix of what we said. I mean, he's not quite taking the gold base for itself, but he's taking the gold base for the rich gas, right? So he's going to use this as a staging point, I imagine, for a Queen Ravager push. Nothing else really makes sense to me of seeing this. Because what he's gonna want to do is use that gas, right? So maybe transfer even a couple of drones all the way from his main wouldn't be the worst idea. But yeah, he wants to utilize that gas. And he doesn't care for the gold, right? Because that's going to get sieged from the other side if he does put it closer. So very creative, very cool way to approach it from Bly. I think that if he puts it on his side of the map, then he has access to both the rich gold and the rich gas. So, cool, but much further away. So, yeah.
One gold is good, Cats, but two must be better.
Yeah, I mean, technically this is his first gold, right? Like the other one is just the gas that he's looking for.
So you talk about adept sieging and making damage. You can of course build spines, which I think Bly's gonna do with these drones. The other thing, the benefit of taking it on this side rather than
insane, actually,
taking the gold base on the other side is that even if you take the rich gas side, is that you can build roaches out of this.
This is so sad. Yeah, this is better. I mean, Bly thought that he was countering a Nexus first at the gold from Max Packs. Is the issue there? So he never really quite scouted to see if that's what was going on. So he wasn't really preempting this expansion to actually make use of the gas, which is kind of sad because it's a very powerful gas, the rich gas. In fact, if you take a rich Vespin gas first off of a hatch first, you can actually get link speed faster than you could off of a normal opening. So it's a deceitfully powerful gas, but maybe not amounting to much here. Is there a roach warren?
Okay, so why? Cats, explain something. Why is Cats mining off the blue minerals on the right side with that drone?
Where?
Like right here, we got a drone. It's got blue minerals. It mined a little bit of money out of this one mineral patch on the left side.
Just to get away from the adept, I suppose.
I guess, get 5 minerals out. A little bit of efficiency there.
Yeah, might as well.
So
Probe will scout. No gases there, but he does see the saturation of the natural. I mean, this is a cool strategy for Bly, no matter how you spin it.
He is mining out of the rich gas base. So there is that.
Yeah.
So Maxpax's response is Glaives. Glaive Adepts, get a Warp Prism, do all that.
Oh. So
just
close.
didn't- no,
Oh,
it gets wedged out. Okay, well, this is
Oh
not
my.
bad. We're
This
going to
is
be a
huge. This is
recall.
massive.
Yeah, this
This
actually
is
going
big
to...
for Bly.
It's only going to be like one dead
Big for
probe,
Bly.
though. So it does force a recall, and it does slow things down, and Bly's going to get
And
a scout on the main base
Stalker.
and see what's up. And by the way, the Queen kills the Zealot. So
Which it wouldn't have otherwise. So yeah, it's good. I mean, that was good. That was great for Bly.
is it good enough, though? Right? Bly is still... He's mining out the rich gas. Sure, fine. Still very exposed. He did commit a lot of money to this other side of the map to make something happen. And, like, yeah, he killed a probe. He killed a stalker. He got a scout. Is that enough to make you solidly defensive against these Glaive Adepts that are going to go run and punish their gold base and just, you can't deal with this without roaches, or really without Ravagers to properly handle this? Is that enough?
He doesn't have a natural either. Oh my. Yeah, he doesn't have a natural expansion either, so it's extra tough, right? Because those drones, whenever they're not mining from the gold, they're just not mining from anywhere. And on the other side, so, oh my god, this is an exposed mineral line as well, right? That's the proper thing to try to make it so that those adepts won't reach the more annoying positions that they could have taken otherwise, but not before losing 12 workers does he actually manage to stop that. So Bly is in a world of trouble now.
You know, it's not just a world; it's a solar system of trouble, cats. It's a galaxy of trouble. The universe. Words cannot describe how big of how much trouble Bly's in right now. He's very dead. He's gonna try to make something happen. He's building roaches, building ravagers, building lings. But the problem with Dynasty, if you don't proxy a hatchery, is Dynasty is a freaking massive map, cats. It is not easy to run across the map and really do anything. So he's gonna try to get on top of these adepts, but Shade's right on through and not going to get on top of them. It's almost worth committing to that Shade to kill the Ravagers. Not enough, not quite worth it, but would have been interesting. And by the way, Bly's, he's mining one base minerals. He's not ever really able to hold on to the gold all that much. This is to the point where, because it's so obviously not the right answer to go mine these gold minerals, I think you just build, you build drones off of this. I guess MaxPax is checking now, but I think you build drones off the proxy gold and mine minerals there, because you're not allowed to go mine at your side of the map. Like, just drop a spine, try to do that, and maybe that's your comeback. But man, cats, it is rough for Bly right now.
IVD rough, and now there's Dark Templar tech as well on the side here for MaxPax, who's gonna warp in 3 Dark Templars. There are 3 bases out of the map and no lair. It just gets started now on the side of Bly. So this should be pretty close to game ending, as they're gonna get dropped onto the gold. That base should have no say in staying alive, and those drones should have no real estate to go to. The Dark Templars are actually not even going to focus the hatchery, but instead continue to chase the queens into the natural. I think that's a little bit of an overextension for MaxPax that might give Bly a little bit more hope than he needs in a game like this.
Yeah, no, it's maybe more hope than he... Files are not going to land, of course. And this is a bit of a shame, right? Because I like the idea behind what Bly is doing, is this get hatch. Keeps all the Dark Templar... I think he lost one on high ground, but for the most part, keeps them all alive. If this had been a setup where MaxPax took the gold base, I kind of like it for Bly. I think that's a pretty cool idea. But unfortunately, this is one of those builds from Bly that is very... It requires your opponent to do a certain thing. And if your opponent doesn't do the certain thing, your build is not going to work. And unfortunately for Bly, MaxPax did not play into Bly, and that means that Bly is... words cannot describe how dead Bly is in this game. I'm not even... He is he's like 10 feet under, 12 feet under. You cannot smell his corpse twice.
No chance. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're completely right about that. I think the thing for Bly is if he could have just had like kind of like a different approach, should his first approach not work, right? Like if he could have somehow been like, okay, like I'm gonna scout and see if there is if that base does exist, and if it does exist, then great, go for the spines as you had originally planned. Be super annoying with that, deny the mining, and that's gonna be huge. But if it's not there, then maybe you should have a contingency plan that doesn't just outright kill you from investing into a hatchery that you just don't put to any use at all, right? Like such as, I don't know, do an all-in off of Ravagers or something like that, right? I think that's feasible, especially off of purple gas, and it's not that far away from the natural, so
Hey,
that
you
could
know
have been
what?
done.
Cats, I have a dream. I have a
Yeah?
dream that Belai on 2 bases is going to go for one base for it briefly. Is going to go for a Nidus, and he's going to get all of his army into his opponent's main base and make a comeback happen, because the Belai Nidus is a classic for a reason. Now, the problem is, Cats. Yeah, put the drones in the Nidus, put them on the other side proxy, because this has to be a base trade. Nothing else happens. Put the drones in the Nidus on the other side. There we go. He's doing it. The classic Belai base trade. I don't think this
half $300 so.
nearly enough to win the game, but it is fun, right? Like, he is making us think like maybe there's no, zero shot. It's not worth $300. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, but you can consider it. You can try. He's got the drones to try to fight.
He does have the drones to try to fight, and I mean, yeah, he's probably gonna look for the fight right here, right now. This should be the last fight of the game, as he does focus fire one of the immortals successfully. Nice little pocket of roaches sections off to try for the second, but it's not enough. And Maxi Paxi, as the cool kids call him, is gonna take game number 1.
You know, Cats, I don't call him Maxi Paxi. Does that make me not cool?
No, I don't think you needed help there.
Transitive property.
Got him.
If the cool people call him Maxi Paxi, I don't call him Maxi Paxi. Therefore, I'm not cool.
Therefore, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's how that works. I think that you are cool, Beowulf.
Well,
And
that's only fair because I've been watching Twitch chat all day, calling you hot.
You're probably the coolest person on the Quidditch courts. Let's
That
put it
is
that way.
such a low bar, Cats.
Why? Wait, what do you mean that's a low bar? You're throwing shade to your own people?
Exactly. I got
Wow.
punched below the gut, so I got to like punch even lower. Punch down on someone else.
I see.
But Cats, is only fair, right? If I'm gonna be cool, it's just that juxtaposition, because Twitch chat's been calling you just. They're a big fan of that mustache. They're saying like the scarf.
I don't think it's there yet, my mustache, like I've been working on it a little bit. Like there's like this phase where it's just like no bueno, but I haven't been streaming and stuff, so I figured, you know what, let's give this a couple weeks. No shave, and here we are. It's my first mustache ever,
I'm just saying, Twitch chat's saying you're hot, so I got to be cool by comparison. That's what it is.
I see. Thank you, Twitch chat. Thank you.
All right. Well, Amphion, MaxPax is certainly giving Bly new maps in the veto, whatever it is, which is fun. So Amphion, again, is that map. We saw that awesome BattleB Clem series. Clem goes mech, BattleB breaks him. It is a map that has some mineral patches that have kind of hybrid bases, half gold, half blue. They're far out on the map, and I don't think we see Bly do anything with it. What do you think, Cats? Does Bly is there like something in your brain that's triggering another Bly crazy thing on this map?
I mean, maybe you could go for something with the mineral patches, right? Like some weird, I don't know, sort of 12 pull with 4 drone pull, or some weird stuff that I've never seen before, but that would come to mind when you see a map like this one. The problem with the hybrid bases in general is that they're almost never worth taking, because they're usually in a position where it's like, oh, you got to risk a little bit more, like walk a little bit more in order to take this. But at the same time, you only get the benefit of 2, in this case, 2 gold patches, and you have to micro for them, and it's just way too much. So hybrid bases, for map makers, just don't do it. Like, they're so bad. Unless you put a hybrid base in your natural base, then that's cool. That's different.
Okay, you're just making me sad about post youth, Cats. Don't do that.
Yeah. What's the deal with post youth?
Post youth, the natural is a hybrid base.
Hybrid?
It's in base and it's
beautiful.
hybrid. It is horrible.
Then it's good.
I hate it. Anyways,
I like it.
bottom left in the red, he's up 1. It's MaxPax.
On the top left-hand side, it is his opponent, Bly.
Cats, if this was Amphion before it was added into ladder, I want to say that the mineral walls was it Amphion that had the mineral walls buffed to be 40 total minerals instead of 20, something like that.
I'm not sure.
20 minerals instead of like 10. There was a map that had actually opportunities for some really crazy all-ins, and they buffed the amount of minerals that you had to mine through to make that happen. Now we got to talk about this game, because Bly opens hatch first, but also proxy hatches. So certainly he's not stealing money from his opponent necessarily in terms of trying to mine off a rich gas or something. but he is messing with how MaxPax wants to play, and that is how Bly plays. Right? We shouldn't be surprised to see MaxPax going or Bly going for this. But
could it be me? Oh my god.
Yeah, we are getting.
Someone lags hard. I mean, do you think it's me? What do you think?
We are getting some stutters. If you want to leave, you have the clean feed. So
I do have the clean feed. I can leave and see what happens. No. So should I? I don't know. Yeah, sure. I'll leave. See what happens.
All right. So it looks like we're gonna get back soon. Sometimes the whales go clockwise over the undersea cables, and that generates lag. Whereas if they barrel roll counterclockwise, they would be fine. Anyways, we're now back in the game, and again, we're still talking about this proxy hash. Now, this forces a zealot out of MaxPax as well. Bly does the Evo cancel just for a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, there's enough DPS here. So MaxPax, he's being annoying, you know, or Bly is being annoying. Does he steal the gas with the? Does he do anything more with the drone?
Just scout around, but yeah. There is a gas there that he could try for, but MaxPax is too good for it. Yeah, I mean, Bly did what he can do, right? Like this was fine for Bly. He's gonna be comfortable playing from a position like this. Economically speaking, it's not bad at all. MaxPax is gonna have his own Nexus delayed, so it's nice for Bly. It's just nice to get into that more chaotic zone where his opponents are not gonna be as familiar with this territory as he is. So successfully does that.
Yeah, no, it's kind of the setup where we talk about MaxPax and PvP, right? Where MaxPax single gate expand, no one else does it. He forces them to play, or very rarely do these other players play it. He forces them to play into how he wants to play. And MaxPax wins a lot of those games, in part because he's very good, and also in part he forces a game that people don't play all that much. Bly's trying to do the same thing here. Proxy hatch, delay the natural, mess with all your timings, mess with all your builds. But that only works if you don't take any damage on the other side. We've already seen one drone go down. Drone's pulled off natural.
Mining time lost.
Mining time lost from this drone in particular, but mining time lost. Like, MaxPax is not getting as much delay as we saw Bly get at the start, but he forces a ton of lings too. That's already damage by itself. That's a bunch of larvae that could have been drones.
Finishes the shade as well, so more drones are gonna end up falling here. At least 2 morphs already as the Lynx do try to cut off the Adepts, but the Adepts find a nice choke here and there to continue to transverse forward, and now finding up to 4, 5, 6 drones. This is game over pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Bly, of course, famous for not leaving games. He's not fantasy, but in this game, I feel like he is living in a fantasy a little bit. This is a... This does
What
not
is your
feel
favorite
good.
fantasy world?
Yeah. Caught in a
What's
landslide.
your favorite? Caught in a landslide? Ah, I see.
Man,
From the Queen
talk
song.
about that though. Like there's this old StarCraft meme of, you know, like that refrain from Bohemian Rhapsody, you know,
Yeah.
caught in a landslide, no escape from reality, whatever it goes. And it's like, I always thought that landslide would be a great, because almost every other word from that setup is this real life, this just fantasy, caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Almost all of those words are StarCraft players. But we've never had a landslide, and I've always thought that landslide would be
That would be
such
cool.
a good name, right?
Yeah. What race would landslide play? Probably Zerg, right?
Yeah, that's my thought. I mean, like, comes
It
in
would
like
be kind of like
landslide,
on a laser
swarm,
thing.
like
Leo Micah could be Leo Micah could rename landslide.
There we go.
Right? Or Elazer maybe could rename. GG, MaxPax takes game number 2. Rather uneventful. I mean, Bly did his thing. MaxPax then crossed with 2 Adepts and won the game. That's tough.
Yeah, that is, you know, we shouldn't be
back to-
surprised, I guess, that this has happened. MaxPax doing MaxPax things. Yeah, you're right. Bly does Bly things, and unfortunately, there was a time when Bly was winning tournaments with doing Bly things, and very, very good. It
He was
hasn't been
very,
true for a
very good.
couple years
I don't
now.
know that he was ever like did he win tournaments?
Yeah,
I'm not
he
sure.
won
Okay.
DreamHack something right at the start of Legacy of the
That's
Void.
insane. Really?
Yeah, Bly was one of the best players in, like, the first year of Legacy of the Void. Bly and Nerdshio, the top Zergs.
I mean, Nerdshio surely, and Nerdshio was for a while like kind of like the front hope. But Bly, I've never thought of him as one of the best players. He's always been like Bly. You know?
Yeah.
He's always been good enough to qualify to everything, which is impressive with his own style, and like he's always had like cool builds and smart approaches and weird stuff, and
Yeah.
he can
Bly.
always upset and like do make some magic. But I've never seen him as like, oh yeah, Bly. That's the guy to beat.
Did he only get a second? I'm pulling up his Wikipedia. Okay, I guess I could have sworn he won one, but he got second in DreamHack Leipzig in 2016, 4-1 to Drogo. I guess 2012 was his other finals, but he was doing a pretty decent job.
A decent job, yeah.
He was much better than he had a really good result. He was decent. He had that Leipzig run in the start of Legacy.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And look, in 2017, he won the DreamHack Austin BYOC tournament.
That's it. Yeah, I think up at Rizalda finished top 4 in one of those as well.
Top 2, I think, in one of those. Like, put some respect on his name, okay?
Yeah.
That
put some respect on
run.
I'm just putting some respect on the tournament's name too.
But anyways, we got to talk about this because this is how Europe has shaked out. We had 8 series thus far. Now, stay with us, folks. We have more on the way. There are 4 more series coming out of North America. But as we think about how Europe has gone, Spirit, Harstem, Skillous, Clem, Reynor, all moving on to that 2-0, looking to maybe qualify in round 3.
Mm-hmm.
None of that is truly surprising. Certainly Harstem Lambo, unfortunate for Lambo, unfortunate for Elazer and Elazer Skillous, kind of running into a really tough challenger at the 1-1 or the 1-0 match. But I mean, look, if I got to think back about Europe today, Cats, Clem BattleB, by far, what a series.
For sure. What a series. That was great. That was great to watch. And BattleB, I mean, yeah, definitely a very promising prospect. So excited to continue to see him play the games.
I am tremendously excited as well. So that's Europe. Looking up next, I think we might have a little bit longer of a break. 21 is 5:20, 3:20. I'm gonna take a look at the schedule. I think we got about a 20-minute break before we get started on North America, but this is our schedule. Astrea Maples, Future Disc, that's gonna be pretty awesome. Special Epic in a TVT, and then
Beast.
Dolan Trigger in that TVP. And Dolan, he's got his builds, Cats.
Yeah. That's a pretty stacked lineup. I expected for the opening day of America to be kind of like lackluster, but there's some really good matchups there actually. So very exciting.
So for now, I think we got about a 20-minute break. I need to doing the live conversion is live time zone conversion is not always the easiest thing, but we'll be back soon enough. Americas are going to get started after the break. We'll see you in when we see you.
We'll see.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome, everyone. We've had 8 series, yes, but 4 more. It's America's time here. My name is BattleB. Always with me is Cats, the man, the myth, the legend, Antonio
Your
Banderas
Belmoth is
himself.
always. Your name is Belmoth always?
Yeah, always.
Okay.
There's not been a time.
It's good to know.
Not been a time in this broadcast when it has not been Beowulf. But we got America's on the way. Before we start talking about what we're gonna get, right? These matchups and all this fun stuff, we got to talk about our sponsors a little bit, because without Blizzard and without Monster Energy, without the U.S. Air Force, and without ESL Shop, this tournament doesn't happen. We're not here. We're not watching BattleB almost take down Clem. We're not seeing pretty awesome series from Harstem and Lambo and everything else. So thank you so much for them for allowing this to happen. And we talk about players winning games, making series. If you want to see what's going to happen with these players when they qualify under the offline event, it's going to be in Dallas May 31st through June 2nd, and tickets are already on sale. So if you use the promo code StarCraft, you're going to get 15% off your tickets. I'll see you in Dallas. It's going to be a good time. We'll eat barbecue and watch StarCraft, and that is going to be a pretty awesome setup. But Cats, as we get ourselves get set up to this, to figure this out, it's round 1 of Swiss. It's 4 series. We talked about it before the break. Astrea Maples, Future Disc. Any of this stand out to you? And we kind of work our way through day 1 of Americas.
For sure. I mean, Future Disc is a great matchup for sure, right? Like that's a banger right there. Both players very, very strong. Astrea Maples is kind of like Astrea now, a well-established American player, perhaps the best or the player to beat in the region, going up against one of the up-and-comers and one of the very few true grinders that StarCraft still has at this level of play, right? Like one of those people that, much like Spirit, kind of grind their way to make themselves into a competent enough player to earn the right to be facing Astrea. But to have earned the right to face Astrea and to, actually beat Astrea, there's still a world of difference there. So I'm not too hopeful for my boy Mape, but he's cool. What can you say? He's a nice guy.
Oh, Cats, you can always be the ape, right? And just go unga bunga through the rainforest and take down Astrea. Now, the other thing we got to talk about, we get ready for this first matchup, is Astrea was on Matcherino, Future's still on Matcherino, but he recently left because he thought that, well, hey, look, Esports World Cup's coming up. There is I know there was a bidding war for Shin, for Bunny, Stats. Certainly now with these better results, like we're starting to see these players get snapped up by Game and Gladiators and Cloud9. And Asterea's like, look, I can go and I am guaranteed qualified through the Esports World Cup. You sign me, you get money, right? You get points, I guess, towards the team challenge, because I am guaranteed to be in the Esports World Cup. And it's been 3 or 4 weeks since Astrea left Matcherino to try to go secure one of these non-endemic, the Game and Gladiators, Cloud9, whatever it is.
Right.
And he hasn't been picked up by a team yet, which is really surprising to me, to be honest. Like
I mean, maybe he has 3 offers,
True.
right? And he's entertaining to see which one's the best. Or maybe they think America kind of suck. But that'd be mean of them. And there are American organizations out there, I'm sure, that would benefit from a player like Astrea. He can definitely beat anyone in the world on a good day. And if he puts his mind to it, he can be one of the very best in the world. But I wouldn't be too concerned. I think he'll get picked up. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously there are all these great North American esports orgs like TSM. Okay, maybe not that one. EG.
Wait, what's wrong with TSM? Wait, I know you're memeing, but I don't get your memes.
TSM is like fired everyone. They've left like every esport. Evil Geniuses is leaving like every single esport.
I see.
I
see.
Anyways, there are teams like 100 Thieves maybe would be reasonable. Like any of the LCS teams would be maybe reasonable. Actually, I guess they're not really multi-sports orgs. Anyway, there are teams that would love to pick up.
There are teams. There are such teams.
Who knows? Apex just got announced as part of Esports World Cup. So Alliance, maybe. They have an Apex team. Anyway, I don't know. What I do know, as we kind of think about where Astrea may find a home, for now, Cats, Astrea's home is on the server. It's gonna be Oceanborn. Game 1. We're ready. We're getting into it. First matchup of Americas. Let's get started.
And we are loaded into the game. In the bottom right-hand side, playing for Merlee for Macherino, now for nobody. He is his own man. He is Max Angel Astrea. Looking for a team.
And the upper left in the blue, you may know him as Mape. Others know him as the Ape. Stalwart member of the North American scene. Protest player extraordinaire. It's Maples. But you know,
Mape the Ape. There's a certain negative connotation to calling someone an ape, isn't there?
Yeah, it's like, I'm just going to kind of smash through. Like, Maples is trying to smash through here. It's a cannon rush coming out of Maples in this game number 1. And he should have that low ground cannon. I think, the probe's walled in, so he should have the low ground cannon. Does he have room? Yeah, he does.
Nice.
Squeaks
Very
in.
beautiful start.
All right, we got some classic NA action here already. You and I both, Cats, how many times have you been cannon rushed on the North American server?
Way too many, but yeah, I like it. I love getting cannon rushed. It's my favorite strategy to go up against. Always chaotic games, especially from the Team Gosu boys. Shout out to Rocker, also teammate of Maples. He's one of the crazier kind of rushers out there in the Americas. And yeah, my games against him were always my favorite in recent history. As the cannon rush is ongoing, second cannon there finally, a little bit late in my opinion. The Zealot can't really do much here.
And here's the problem, right? Is well, one probe went down, one probe took a ton of damage, so it's gonna be. Yeah, Zealot's just gonna dive on top. Oh, it gets out. It gets. Oh, that should not. No, absolutely not. I don't think there was any position for it to. Yeah, it's gonna go down. But another probe has arrived. This gateway is taking half damage. Second cannon's gonna be there. The Zealot's very low.
Supply block.
And but yeah, Max Angel, Astrea supply block. I don't think this works, right? Because there's a cannon on the high ground now. He's poking it, kill the Zealot.
He will get it. Unless he will get it. Beautiful job.
All right, so the gateway's dead. The 2 cannons on the low ground should kill the forge, but I don't think they have range to the high ground cannon, and there's no high ground pylon.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful job. Wow, that was beautiful. Very well done. Now you can cancel that. I guess there's nothing else to gain from that. But that was well done by Maples. I mean, I think a very effective job of cannon rushing here.
Yeah, it's kind of done now, though, right? I think the big value that Astrea got, or that Maples got out of this is not even that he killed a gateway and killed the forge. That was a reaction anyways. But he's gotten 3 probes zoned out of the base. I think he maybe killed one of them, but he has Astrea's up a worker. He's effectively down 3. He's got 3 of those probes that are just not able to mine on the other side of the map. So Maple's economy going well. Although when we talk about things, does he even have a? He does have a cyber. There's no warp gate done. But the problem now that we look at this is Astrea's already got his Stargate up. He's going to send oracles onto the other side of the map. And yes, Cats, there's a shield battery. What's stopping Astrea from building 2 oracles and just bombing on top and killing the entire economy?
Yeah, at the moment, nothing. Hopefully, for Maple's sake, he can, identify what's going on, make a couple of stalkers, and get ready for a defense. Especially if Astrea is careless and kind of shows this oracle prematurely, then, I mean, Maples is already making 2 stalkers at a time, so definitely all right. Like, he can definitely do this. Or you don't believe at all?
I don't know. I feel like when you go for a cannon rush like this, I feel like you got to get more done than Maples did. Like, yeah. True. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. Anyways, Oracle's going to dive in. There's a shield battery there, so it's going to... It's not going to be a good state. It almost was such a good space grab. It gets 3 probes.
It's a decent one.
With the shield... Just with the Sim City that exists on the map, right? With all the structures behind the mineral line and then the shield battery in the mineral line or whatever it is. If... It was a lot of very clustered probes, so Maples had to be very on top of this told not just loose. All mining. He doesn't. He's still mining. But now, Cats, here's the thing. It's 2 oracles. Shield batteries. Who cares about him anymore? Astrea doesn't.
Yeah, sadly, I mean, the stalkers are not here anymore. The warp gates are going to be a little bit too slow for Maples not to lose a ton of probes. Like, at least a good 10 should go down here. And that also forces the next warping of stalkers back into the main, which is not what Maples wants, right? Like, he went for a 3 gateway opening, hoping to apply some pressure, hoping to delay that expansion, so that in turn, upon denying or delaying, he could take his own. As it stands, he's barely able to defend the oracles after taking damage and has no opportunity for aggression on the other side. So, yeah, this looks pretty ogre now.
I mean, he will have a 4th gateway soon. He will have Blink in the next 20, 30 seconds, something like that. Like he will have okay, I was gonna say we'll have a lot of army, but supporting that amount of army on 4 gateways on 17 probes feels dicey.
It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it's very tough. And I mean, Astrea, he doesn't even need to make probes right now. He still is, but I think that's just kind of a sign of confidence. And with 2 immortals on the field, like, well, yeah. I mean, you can blink a lot, but that's not gonna do anything. It's Ogre. Sees the 2 immortals, does not leave yet. Pokes again. Starts blinking. The immortal kills one of the stalkers more. Oh yeah, I mean that's it. Yeah, there we go. That's rough, man. IVD rough.
I love the play, by the way, from Astrea. Like, look, I know there's a world where he's trying to blink on top of my immortals because that's what maybe you burst him. Obviously he couldn't, but it's the goal. And so just puts a stay strap right on top of the immortals, like, yeah, blink on top of my immortals, it'll be good. And then, you know, the entire army would have been stasis strapped, and it would have been beautiful. And I was kind of hoping for it because it'd be cool. Regardless, Astrea gets cannon rushed, really doesn't take that much damage from it. Loses a gateway, loses a fort, really not that much there. The big damage was, of course, the probes being out on the map, not back at home. But of course, you can develop your tech so much faster than the cannon rushing player, where like it generally feels like for a cannon rush to be even stable, you have to kill him in PvP. So that didn't happen. Alcyone is going to be our second map. So, Cats, does Maples cannon rush again?
I kind of hope so. Yeah, I kind of hope so, personally. What about you? Does he? Well, this is a question whether an issue of if he does, or if you know, if it works, or do you want it? Do you want him to?
I feel like
he won't, probably, right? Like, just probabilistically speaking, it's not a good bet.
Yeah.
But do you hope that he does? Yeah, kind of. What about you?
I don't think so, actually. I feel like cannon rushes are at the highest level not very good. I think they're like, okay, they beat me all the time because I see the cannon rush, I'm like, I'm giving up. Like, this is pain. I don't like this. But at the highest level, it's very figured out. Players have enough practice to handle it. And it's almost kind of expected, right? It's like Max Pack or Maples is, I don't know what Elazer says, but it's probably like 99% Astrea favorite. It is just, that is not a matchup we ever expect Maples to win.
I don't know about that, really. I mean, I want to say, what do you think is the Elazer, for real?
99%, 97%.
No
maybe.
chance, Jose. No chance, Jose. What? Like maybe 97. Yeah, like 99 is like no chance, Jose. 97 is even too high. I would think that Maples has like 7% chance or something. Like Elazer would give him. No.
Cats, I don't know, man. I feel like I like Maples. He's a great guy.
Can't, it doesn't load Elazer right now. Someone tell me what it says. He's a nice guy.
Anyways,
Elazer knows these things. I'm like, oh, this is a nice guy. Give him a couple percent.
Elazer saying, oh, we'll give him a percentage or two, but the player that has the majority of the percentages in this setup of 1-0 in the series, formerly Match Arena, but again now teamless, it's Astrea.
And his opponent in the bottom left-hand side, it is for Team Gosu Maples. Team Gosu. Do you know what Gosu means?
Very good. Excellent.
No, but
great.
Where does it come from?
Korean.
Gosu. What's the meaning? I Gosu in Korean.
You so Gozu.
A highly skilled person is Gosu.
Like, you know, Chobo is a very bad player.
Yeah. But did you know that way back when, people actually thought that Gosu stood for God of the StarCraft universe?
Huh. Cats, I got a Elazer for you, by the way. Hold it up. But granted, this is with Astrea 1-0. 97%.
Oh, no. You can't do that.
97.19%.
No, you can't do that because this is with Astrea up 1-0. So could you do a best of 3, like realistically?
Not on the tool that I have, and if I tab out,
What?
it will make FPS around. But on the fly in, let it be known, it was 97%.
I mean, you said 99 first, which is ridiculous. But yeah, like, of course, if he's up 1-0, that's, yeah, that will skew it up. For sure.
Yeah. No, it's Gozu is a very good player. Chobo is someone who is unskilled, a noob.
What about Chogosu?
A noob good player. Yes, I don't know.
I don't think that's how
That's not a term I'm familiar with.
All right. Well, Astrea is going to be familiar with Maple's base after this scout. That's the kind of transition you like, yeah?
Broadcaster
That was
there.
good, huh? Broadcaster. That's what it's all about. And Maples is going to be casting a spell of sight onto Astrea's base, if you know what I mean. As he now dies in the retreat.
But I think the thing here is... Okay, well, we're going to get a bit of a pause
Oh
for a
my
second.
god.
So
Is it lag? Referee B. That's not even
Referee
me.
B.
Referee B. That's not even me.
We can't blame Cats for this one. But anyways, so as we see what's happening right now, we're getting set up for this. Maple's got a proxy robo on the way. I very much expected this.
I like it. Yeah. You expected this? It was written.
It was written in the stars. I expected to see some sort of 3-gate robo setup. I mean, this is just classic PvP. So, or classic NA PvP, classic underdog PvP. Yep. You don't play the mid game. Astrea is so good at mid-late game PvP. He has just forged himself in the fires of need, of running into him over and over again. And yeah, so you don't let him play that. You don't want to play in that setup. You try to blow your opponent out of the water, hit him with something where maybe they've been too greedy or they didn't see it. And you can make the game happen like that. But I scout up on the high ground. It sees the 3rd gateway, and Astrea should know what's up. I don't know that he's seen the robo, but he's in the middle. He's holding this down.
What a move here from Maples. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Maples. Putting on a great show here, and actually gets the Adept onto the other side as well. Unfortunately, sentries are now invincible units, so they will get rid of that promptly.
Well, the problem is, Cats, is that that was an Adept without shields, so the buff doesn't matter. It's only when the units have shields. But I do love how just a couple sentries, they just strip all the shields down so quickly, which actually, does hardened shields count as a shield? Like the extra HP buff you get when hardened shields get procced? Does that count as a shield?
I highly doubt it. I doubt it. But who knows? I don't think so. Good job here from Astrea, as he's gonna section off one of these Maples' units. But Maple still has plenty, and I mean, yeah, Astrea does depower these gateways, but no! It's not the first one. It's actually gonna barely survive, but almost gets taken down, which is horrible for Maples.
Cats, you can talk about things being horrible for Maples all you want, and like Warp Prism getting low. You know what's horrible for Maples? He can't produce anything. His gateways are depowered. He's lost one of them anyways, and Astrea takes a very quick 2-0. And we see just how powerful those sentries are, stripping all the probes down.
Yeah, that's just the thing, right? As soon as Maples loses the pylon that powers all those 3 gateways, he wants to go. He needs to go. But then he almost loses the Warp Prism right away, right? So he needed to basically all in before it mattered too much that he was, not actually warping in additional units, because there is a point at which it doesn't matter at all. And then every second that passes, it matters more and more and more and more until you start losing stuff. So if he could have instead maybe just gotten up the ramp right away, there could have been some interesting like base trading type situation. It's tough.
Perhaps, but regardless, Astrea handles all the classic NA stuff very well. Handles it, doesn't take too much damage. He's up now in the 1-0 match. I don't think I think Astrea doing anything less than 3-0 would be a surprise at this point, considering how good maybe you get knocked down by like Scarlet or something, or maybe Trigger in the 3-0 match or the 2-0 match. But other than that, Astrea not qualifying 3-0 at a Swiss stage, I think is a big surprise. So he continues his start to go forward on that, to try to make sure that happens. Maples, of course, he's got more opportunities, but Cats, that was an amuse-bouche, if you will. An appetizer of our StarCraft play, because what's coming up next...
A what? An amuse-bouche?
An amuse-bouche.
What? How do you spell that?
Amuse, like I'm amused.
Amuse?
And then bouche, like French for mouth.
Bouche.
It is something to wake up the taste buds before the main event.
That's what that means? French? It's French?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Amuse-bouche? I don't think there's an accent, though.
Bouche. Bouche is mouth?
Yeah.
I see. So amuse-bouche is like amusing your mouth?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
But anyways, This was the amuse-bouche. Now we have probably the highest profile series of the day for North America coming up next. It's Future and Disc. It's a pretty cool PVT, and we'll see you right after the break.
What is that? If what's the evolution of an amuse-bouche?
The main
Yeah, but how do you say that in a fancy way?
entree. Entree-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Hardly. Let's just go to a commercial break.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We've had our amuse-bouche. Yes, there we go. We got it. But now it's time for the entree. It's time for the main event. Although I guess we could consider everything as hors d'oeuvres, as we're only in round 1 of the bracket. I'm running out of fancy food terms. That's fine. We have a matchup here, cats. It's Future, it's Disc, it's a PvT. How you feeling about it?
Special was messaging me something about an entree. He was saying an entree is a French word that Americans use to refer to a main course. However, the meaning of entree in French refers to an appetizer, which makes sense because entree in like I think it has Latin roots, right? And for Spanish, entree is from like the word for entree is entrada, which means entrance as well, which makes sense for an appetizer to be the entrance in some literal sense, right? Because it's like what you start with, your starter. But if that is an appetizer, then what is
plat principal? I have a horrible French accent, but plat principal.
I see. Plat principal is the main. I see.
Yeah, the main plate.
Main plate, yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, no, it's always fun though when you talk about this, like these fancy French terms, where like when you think about
are all French terms fancy is another question that people were saying in the chat.
Yeah.
Someone said it's not fancy, it's French, and then someone was like, isn't all French fancy? Mapu, what do you think?
Oh. Importantly, it's because of the Norman conquest, right? Where all the aristocracy were French, so like all our fancy words for things were French, and the words for the animals or like the base stuff is English because that's what the peasantry would use. So, beef,
I see,
is from boeuf, French, food.
Oh.
Cow is English, right? Same idea.
Right.
Anyways.
Okay.
I don't have a French term for
That's very interesting. I didn't know that. I see. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And thank you. Mapu also says that all of France is a fancy, which seems to be a belief like commonly held across many Frenchmen, such as Mapu, right? Where they're like, yeah, we fancy.
There we go.
Like, I dig that. That's cool. I like it.
Well, a player that may be fancy, may not be fancy. Playing for Maturino this time, he's the Terran player. It's Future.
It's Future. And a player with a fancy beard, if he was to groom it, it is Disc. A little bit of a beast.
Yes, tell me. What is your favorite X-Men movie? And why is it Days of
My
Future
favorite
Past?
X-Men movie, and why is it Days of Future Past? I do enjoy Days of Future Past. I don't really remember the movie that well, but I do remember liking it. And as of to why, I can't tell you because I don't remember.
No, I don't know.
Why don't you tell me why I liked it?
Really, it's a really bad Future joke. That being said, Mapu would like us to remind not only you, but the audience in general, that Mapu he's a German. He's not a Frenchman. He takes great offense at you calling him a Frenchman. So we gotta.
I'm so sorry, Mapu.
We gotta clear that up, okay? You know, he was sitting here earlier talking about how, like, why in the world would a German want French bread? And there's a reason. You know, he's proud of his.
I see. My apologies, Mapu, but point stands about the French. They do like their fanciness, I think.
True.
No?
Now,
we could ask Funka. Funka's here.
Does that rub off into the Quebecois, right? Because I want to say Disc is from Montreal, so does that make him fancy as well?
No chance. Yeah, the Quebecois, Adra would have had a thing or two to say about, and it would be nothing fancy, that's for sure.
Yeah, but they do have good maple syrup, so there is that.
They do.
By the way, I love that, like, I'm just 2 minutes delayed. We saw people also talking about the French Canadians, which is just, we are 2 minutes too slow. That being said, look at what Future's doing here. Proxy starport on the map. Likely it's going to be Hellion drops. This is a great counter build to what Disc does, because Disc is in love with Blink Stalkers. He's very good with them, obviously, but that's how he likes to open. In fairness, Twilight openers are pretty common in this matchup, but there are certain players that are going to do it 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10. Disc is one of those players. To open it up, Hellion drops into a Blink opener. We saw it in a series in Europe already, cats. doesn't feel very good for the Stalker player.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to execution and whatnot as well. Disc is a very, very good player at defending as well, at positioning. I think that's where he thrives. But on the other end of the spectrum, Future is one of the best to ever do it in North America as far as aggression is concerned. So we'll see if he can find an opening here. He's going for it. Disc is going to be caught here out on the map. No real reprieve from being close to the shield battery. Means the Hellions are going to go in. No problemo, Biomolf, and they're going to roast already a bunch of probes.
No problemo is exactly. Actually, many problemos.
No
many
problemo.
6 workers go down, get 7. You know, honestly.
Could have been worse.
Oh, but I love this. This wasn't hell. The proxy star is like, look, I can get it. I don't need to build a medevac. I'm going to land a Viking. Vikings 2-shot probes. They actually do a number on it. So no mining of the natural. 9 dead probes in the main base and the natural combined. It's not the 23 probes that we saw Shadone lose to Spirit. Yeah. So this game is technically playable, but it's not a good start for Disc. Does not spark joy into this game.
But it's playable. It's playable, like you said. You know, like it's playable. Maybe if you can get a shutdown on this Viking, it's not paying attention or something like that. Blink is almost finished as well, so there is a chance maybe to kill this Viking. That would be really nice. Nah. Very sad, but at the same time, I mean, Future was hyper aggressive, so he is only at 30 workers. This Liberator looking to do a little bit more, but here's where you turn the tides, right? If you can catch the Viking, the Liberator, stuff like that, then all of a sudden you get map control, and it looks good.
Well played. I think this Viking dies. Nope, not.
Nah,
can't
yeah,
chase
he dies
it in
now.
time.
He stopped.
So
No, he stopped moving.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, he stopped moving. That's his own fault. This Liberator goes way too deep and at a terrible angle as well. So that should mean it's very difficult to escape, right? Like there's so much surface area where the Stalker, you know what I'm saying? Like you should have just been at an angle where you should be able to unsiege and get out, and there shouldn't be this much chase potential by virtue of there being so much area under you.
He's got another one before he sends the starport back home, but the big value, right, from sending the Viking over and sending the Liberator over and sending another Liberator over is that Future has done a really good job of keeping Disc back home. He's gotten a lot of damage, absolutely, but by sending these Liberators in sequentially, he forced all the Stalkers that had that blink timing, that wanted to be on the map and, you know, get something done. And it's like, no, not worth it. Run back home. You got to handle this. You're going to lose a couple more probes. You may get my Liberator, sure, but I'm not going to allow you to be on the map, which is great because, well, Ghost River is a rather short rush distance. You can run Stalkers across very quickly. It's a pretty big area for Stalkers to blink into the main. All of that together means that if Disc got over there and he had proper vision before Future got up to his 3 tanks, counter damage could have been done. But by forcing him back with the Liberator, he just makes it really hard for Disc to do that. And now, I mean, Future is well set up. He's got his 3 tanks. Stim's obviously not going to be for a while, but he's got his tanks and his Sim City and everything else that he could possibly want. Although, as I say that, he's getting ready for a push right into Stalkers. He's not seized for this.
That's very bad timing. That's very bad timing for Future. Oh, but Disc is also messing up. Disc actually probably clicked the shift click into the main and it didn't work or something like that. I'm not sure why he walked into the natural instead of blinking into the main. That would have been such a power move if he had just gone for it, but takes the long way around, which means Future is now on his tail as far as the army is concerned, and in fact even planning for a full surround when Disc tries to evacuate. Luckily for Disc, he kind of just blinks onto the corner and then recalls from the high ground so he doesn't get exposed to the low ground forces that Future was setting a trap with. But yeah, I mean, Future still gets a lot out of it, and the Liberator on the other side kills off a few probes. So all in all, happy will be the Terran.
Happy will be the Terran. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and while Future's trying to carry the crown right now, Stim is finally going to be done. That was what was weird about Future's push. He was moving like a solid minute before Stim combat shields +1 was done. Kind of an anti-timing, really, and I guess maybe you're trying to catch your opponent off guard by it. But now, don't fight into this, Future. My goodness, what a horrible idea. The tanks are going to siege up, but I mean, the Colossus are here. They're immortals.
Horrible idea.
What? Well, all of a sudden, the game is very even. In fact, one might even say Disc favored. Well, that's a big Widowmine shot that does help out quite a bit.
That is a massive Widowmine shot.
The high ground is just so good. And this, the Colossus here, the Immortals. Now, the one thing we're talking about, third base is not even close to being done for Disc. That was delayed for quite a while. He did commit to this 2-base Blink Stalker Colossus idea. So, he doesn't have the big economy behind it that he might like. And I certainly don't like him going and getting aggressive past this. But he slaps that down from Future. I mean,
He slaps it. Yeah. Not even close.
now, the other problem, right, we talked about the third base being delayed. He wasn't building a second Colossus in the middle of that fight. Grubbo wasn't spending any of its build time as that was happening. I get, again, you're focusing on microing the fight. But Disc could have a second Colossus done, third one, I don't know, 20% done already. So having that really powerful 3 Colossus timing against this Terran player that we're going to assume doesn't have a lot of anti-Colossus deck. He just committed the push. It didn't work. Even if he's adding in Vikings now, he's only going to have 4 medevacs. Maybe he'd like to be at 1 or 2 more. So he's having to make sacrifices to deal with this Colossus pressure. And if Disc was able to go and effectively, have his third Colossus just about done by now, maybe there's some time he can look at it. But for now, drops on the other side, medevac. You don't want to lose that actually again because you're committing starport timing to Vikings. That's going to get 1 probe. Nice retargeting action. Get the Stalker. You take that if you're Future.
Yeah. I mean, uses a lot of time in the process as well. But yeah, it's okay. I mean, as far as supply is concerned, he seems to still be competitive in spite of those good moves to bring back Disc into the game, as he now finds the medevac. But who do you think? Yeah, do you like Future's position better? I like Disc's.
Disc economy was slowed down a little bit, but Future had to build his third base on location. Like, I really like Disc's position.
Oh, really?
Especially
Let's bet $15.
With these Vikings, I guess they're looking for a warp prism.
$5 cash.
$5? $5 that Disc wins this game.
I bet you a meal next time I see you.
All right.
I got Future, you got Disc.
Okay.
I
mean, granted, this game, I feel like late game is still pretty rough for Protoss players. I think Disc right now is in a solid spot. Does that mean he wins the game? I don't know, but I'll take your bet.
We're talking about Future. You think there will be a late game?
Oh, this is very fair. For now, though, nice scout out there from Disc. He sees, he knows where the army is. That's a big deal. He does have to be worried about this attack right here. Right, there are a decent number of Vikings. High ground position can be scary. Does have
Listen, Bio, this is where my chip was at. I wish there was a little bit of an SCV pool. Like right now, you look at the Zealots, you should just get angry and be like, you know what? You're taking a counter attack. I'm just gonna bring my SCVs, and then go for it, and then do the Future thing. I think that's a thing that he does. Yeah, Why don't we look at the third and expect an SCV pool in the next 5 seconds? 5, 4, 3, 2. It's not gonna work. That's okay.
I wouldn't hate it though. The 3 ghost SCV pull is a classic idea.
It's a classic.
Hasn't really been a thing in Legacy of the Void, but wasn't Heart of the Swarm, wasn't Wings of Liberty. So
no, I mean no. Like, these things are not a thing for anyone but Future, right? But Future is willing to do this sort of thing is the thing. So that's the only reason I thought it was possible. But he's not gonna go for it this time around. Just kind of transitioning further into the further stages of the game, right? This is not his mantra usually. No. So let's see what happens.
What do you make of this +1 air? I mean, Liberators are good, but it doesn't. Man. Nice job there. EMPs actually really don't land all that well. Disc does a really nice job of making sure his Colossus stay alive against the pot shots. But it feels, Liberators are good. Absolutely. Oh God, what are you doing, Disc? That I don't know what he.
I'm not sure what that was. Yeah.
Did he get a ghost?
I'm not sure what he clicked on to make that happen.
He got a medevac. It's something, I guess. But it does feel like
Disruptors. Oh no, Future, please. Nice, Tim.
Yeah. It does feel like it's a little bit too early to make that like air transition where mass liberators are a thing. So Futures feels like he's committing. I mean, getting +1 air, I guess, will eventually be good for +2 liberators. This Widow Mine has gotten so much done. Cats.
This guy. Love it. Future taking a 4th base. I'm not sure what's going on. But that's okay. That's good. I like it. I mean, he did have a training arc in Korea as well as of recently. Future did. And he had some impressive results, some insane games as well. So him take 1 or 2 from Hero, for example. He was a little bit of a beast during this arc, so
yeah, he was playing really well. Now, this is a little bit awkward, right? EMPs take half the damage off the Stalkers. You're not feeling all that comfortable. And Disc is rapidly getting to that point. So his army right now, tremendously powerful. He does need a 4th Nexus, or he needs to run across the map and in the game. Oh, man, that felt like not a good shot. Felt like it could have been a really good shot. These DTs EMP'd as well. There's detection there. There's nowhere for them to go. And at this point...
SCVs. No?
That's just fine. That's just another clump of army running onto the other side of the map.
It's just not happening.
No,
Yeah.
he's on 4 bases. This is past the SCV pull timing. Oh, wouldn't mind. It's a stalker.
The SCV pull time.
Yeah, you don't really want to go for it anymore now. The Vikings are exposed. 1 or 2 of them are going to go down. The Colossus are still here. But it feels like we're getting past the... Like, Disc needs to do something.
Oh.
He needs a 4th base. He needs to attack into things. He needs to get this...
Oh!
Still not getting anything.
Okay.
He needs to win a good fight or expand. Right. Future has 3 command centers on the way right now. And you know what? I got a mule riding on this game right now. So Disc had a really good position from like minute
Well, we're
8
talking
to
like
10.
about like a meal as well. We should specify it's like a nice meal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't like... I'm liking this less and less, Cats.
Well,
I'm liking
you
this
gonna
less
take me
and
to
less.
Waffle House or?
Please, Mr. Disc, get me off this wild... Get me off to Mr. Disc's wild ride.
Goody and Peter shaves off a Zealot very easily. Another one. That one didn't die. The flank though from the Disruptor's gotta be really careful. But his opponent whiffs and doesn't cancel the expansion, so Future is flawless here.
Yeah, this
on
is
offense.
it's just hard.
Stuff.
Disc has an army that can win. If he's able to take a straight up fight, I mean, look at our Viking count. It's 4 Vikings, 3 Colossus.
Yeah.
The Colossus can stand strong. There's a ton of disruptors as well. The problem is, he's just not allowed to move out. Future's got an army on the right side. He's got an army on the bottom side. He's just sitting there. He's not allowing a 4th base. He's not allowing Disc to ever take a fight. And the moment, I mean, I like this actually. Triggering on right now, keeping the disruptors back home to make sure you can try to take one army and have enough defense elsewhere. And finally, Disc is trying to punish this. But like, corners are a Terran's best friend. Running around the corners like that, only a small subsection of your army can ever really take the fight. So even as this is finally Disc trying to punish the Terran, he's doing it down upgrades. His double forwards hasn't really found its way forward yet. And it doesn't really trade all that well. So even still, and now Disc is bringing himself back to the 3rd base, trying to bring his army together. And guess what? His 4th base is going to get canceled again. And Future just not letting him play a game of StarCraft is the long and short of it here. He's letting him play. He's going to lose the disruptors as well.
well.
Yeah, this is just...
to some of those. Oh no!
Oh, there we go.
Massive disruptor shot. Maybe this is go time for Disc. I mean, he is he has a lot of army. He is crossing the map right now with the good old F2. Everything is joining together. There is no need for further groups now as Future tries to maybe look for something like somewhat of a flank or something of the sorts. He will find his disruptors potentially with his army in the middle of the map if they're not careful, as I don't know that Disc knows where Future is. Now he does via observer a blink forward. He's gonna allow Future to turn around and trade somewhat efficiently, at least to start the engagement, as he tries to get a pincer on the other side, perhaps onto the disruptors.
Oh, the disruptors are so far behind here, and look, even if they... Okay, he's gonna kill the army on the left side. Disruptors, on the ghost only gets 1. That was almost so bad for Disc, but instead, actually, it's gonna turn out fairly nicely for him. He's got a bank. Future's mining incredible amounts more. Future's got 4 knocks, and Disc is Zimbabwean dollars here in terms of economy. It's not good.
Yeah, but Future's gonna have to slow him down, and he knows that Disc wants to plow through and push as fast as possible, but his disruptors have actually derped off to the side. They need to start moving with the rest of his army, I think, if he's gonna, you know, want to try to corner Future and try to end this game. The disruptors are not there. Future's looking with the scan for the disruptors, and that's what allows him to pick off an extra Colossus and Immortal on the retreat, because this didn't have those disruptors there to shield them.
Oh god.
So very nice job from Future. He's gonna find an additional 2 or 3 disruptors as well. I think one of those shots connects, but the rest just simply do not. And now trailing behind are all the disruptors, and things are falling apart for Disc and the entirety of Quebec, Canada, as they break in tears. And BioMolf now owes me a delicious meal at let me think about that. At a French restaurant.
A French restaurant,
not a French Canadian restaurant.
Man, Cats, when I said I'll take that bet, Disc was in a good spot. He had a good army. His economy was doing well. It was faster than Future's. He had everything he wanted. And then he just doesn't take a 4th base, doesn't attack. Future doesn't let him. The army splits aren't good enough, and Future takes like 5 bases. So, yeah, you know, I owe you a meal, sure.
It's a nice one.
We'll take you to Taco Bell, McDonald's or something. There we go.
Taco Bell. We're talking Fogo de Chao at least. No,
Cat's trying to bankrupt me here.
at least I mean, well, you know, I mean, I was with Elazer also in the Netherlands. He was saying Fogo de Chau's not even like top tier. You know?
Actually,
Like,
I do know of a
they're-
really nice
he's
French
not a
place in
real-
Dallas. So if you show up to Dallas,
There you go. Like if I show
got
up,
you.
yeah,
uh,
nice.
my dad
A
actually used to
French
live in
place in
Dallas a long
Dallas.
time ago, and the guy that owns
Yeah.
this restaurant used to own a previous restaurant that my dad loved and was like friends with, and it's this awesome little French bistro. That
That's
being
awesome,
said, Disc, just it split the army better, get a warp prism across the map, something. It was just a slow death, and it's just as a Protoss player that doesn't feel very good, right? It's like that felt like a game
Yeah.
that Disc could win, as we are in the wrong lobby, so
Mhm. Oh, that's bad.
we got to make a new lobby.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was winnable for both players, I think. Future did really well at the start. It could have been worse though. Like I feel like when the 4 Hellions get into the main, or 6 Hellions or whatever that was, 4 Hellions and 3 Reapers, and they only kill like 7 workers. That was kind of wild actually. I thought they were gonna kill so much more. And then this did kind of stabilize, right? Like he did well to stabilize. But yeah, when I saw the 3 ghosts, I thought, okay, like maybe Future will come with a SCVs and end the game or something of the sorts. Wasn't the case, but he ended up winning anyway.
He ended
And
up
we're here for the W's.
And hey, look again. This is like they were a year ago. We would have said, oh yeah, like a year and a half ago, Disc was like not at the Scarlet Astrea level, but like just below them. He topped his group 2 seasons ago, I think it was. But we're not, and it's like, oh well, the Future wasn't actually in this incredible form. But Disc is not. Disc does not appear to be in the same form that he was a year and a half ago. And Future is again looking really good. We talked about the Korea training arc. Again, taking maps off Hero, doing like he had a great last season as well. So it's good to see that he's continuing to do that one. And well, for now, Disc is down 1, which means we get to move. And let me find Mapu. There we go. Which means we get to move into game number 2 of this series. Does Future 2-0? Does Disc have something in store for us?
We'll need to find out. As we are now loading into the game, and at the bottom and at the top left-hand side, it is for Apprentice Esports, and hailing from Quebec, Canada, it is Disc. Trading 01.
The bottom right in the red, costing me a nice meal somewhere. For Maturino, it's Future.
What a beast.
And, you know, Cats, I love Future's response to the fact that the Colossus, I just did a really good job of keeping his Colossus alive. But I love Future's response to that. It's like, no, I'm not going to build 9 to 12 Vikings, right? 3 or 4 Vikings per Colossus is generally a good number. I'm not going to do that. I got 4 Vikings. I got 6. It's fine. I'm just going to make it so my army is 75% Marauders, and I'm just not going to take damage from any of your Colossus. And there we go. Very easy.
Definitely a way to do it. And yeah, that was pretty cool. Well done from a Future. He's a very aggressive player traditionally though, so also props to him for keeping his composure and just kind of like, you know, evolving past that point and going to the 4th and you know, like making like some tech units and ghosts, not pulling his SCVs. It takes a lot of restraint.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's growing as a player, you know.
That career training arc, you know, I think back, you know, it was 2013. Scarlet goes to Korea for a while, comes back with just like some of the best muta control that we've seen. Just this incredible macro goes, and you know, it suddenly starts challenging for tournament championships. Doesn't quite make it, but it has this incredible rivalry versus Bomber. Like her Korean training arc was probably the biggest swing in form, or biggest like improvement in form that we've seen. You think about like Korean arcs. I think that's fair to say,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure when it began, but I know that Scarlet was insane before going to Korea, right? Like that's probably why she goes to Korea in the first place, but like even as early as the early IPLs, like all the Koreans were scared of her in CVC in particular, for example. And, like when you would talk to Linok and whatnot, like he would be like, oh, Scarlet CVC, you know, that's where you should be scared.
Yeah.
So she was, I don't know, Sasha was insane, like pretty much since the beginning of her career.
Yeah, and I think back to that 2013 training arc, because that was when you started to hear it's like, yeah, Scarlet actually just doesn't lose in ZBT to the Koreans. Now, granted, unfortunately, she did lose to Korean Terrans in offline events, because obviously land form is very different from Team House or Customs or playing on ladder or whatever it is. But yeah, no. We've seen some good results, and Future seems to be benefiting, right? That was, even after that attack up the gullet was just not good whatsoever. Future played the mid game very well. He played more of a macro game. Like, he actually is, he's playing like a more well-rounded Terran.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Game 2, Future and Disc. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, you cut off for a couple of seconds there, but yeah, I was gonna say, like, Future's Korea arc also has, like, also was with Scarlet, right? Like Scarlet and Astrea and Future pretty much living together for that duration. So he did get some good guidance, if you will.
And I think actually it's probably fair to say that, yeah, I think Astrea's actually Korean training arcs have been extremely productive as well. The difference between a good North American Protoss player and the best probably player in North America right now. I don't think that's all that controversial to say that Astrea is #1, certainly now that Neve has retired. So yeah, it's these players that go, and certainly the Union Team House is no longer there anymore, which is a little bit sad. Thank you, COVID. But even still, we got that. So for now, these Stalkers are so well positioned here. This medevac, it's got to get the Widow Mines out. Certainly, Blink is done in 3 seconds. So, actually this unburrow hurts, because right now the Stalkers cannot blink both. Okay, they could have outblinked both, and now they're going to lose 2 Stalkers and 2 probes. Disc was like so well set up for this, and he still gets the medevacs and gets the Widow Mines, but 2 Stalkers, 2 probes for a Widow Mine, 2 Widow Mines and a medevac. You're actually really happy about that if you're Future.
Yep, and Disc is going to want to try to equalize things on the other end of things, warp in and try to make something happen, but Future will already have a tank, and it will be sieged by the looks of it, make it 2. So, yeah, Disc is going to probably struggle to break this. The supply depot is on the way alongside the bunker here at the front to help make for chokes and just slow down his opponent. And Future is very well defended inside his main, so low potential for something to be made happen here by Disc.
Yeah, well, for now he's going to get on top of the tank, and that's a decent start. Certainly, Stim is not even close. Stim's not even started, right? So these Marines today, there's a medevac that's going to keep him alive. But Disc, you say low potential to get something done here. He thinks otherwise. 13 SCVs are going to go down. Yes, there's a Liberator on the other side, getting some level of counter damage, but Disc is 2 blinks.
Far and deep.
Yeah.
My God.
That was 21 dead SCVs. And if he just pulled the probes away from his main base, I think he's in a wonderful spot. But as it stands, loses a lot there. It doesn't feel all that great. Bunker is not going to go down. Commits to it, loses a couple Stalkers.
That's tough.
Man. That felt...
What do you think about a double or nothing bet type deal right now?
Double or nothing? I feel far less confident about Disc's game in this game #2 than I did in game #1.
Fair.
Like, if he hadn't lost those 11 probes, I'd say, yeah, 100%, let's go. But as it stands, the tank count is at 2. So not the 3 that you would like to really cover, but they're medevacs that make these Marines fight a little bit better. The bunker still hasn't died. Future is equal on workers with Disc, which is that horrible situation you deal with as a Protoss player. You want to be up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 workers. Stalkers try to show up in the middle line. The tank's just bombing them down. Does not get enough damage done. And Disc, like that attack into his main base, into Future's main base, incredible. Nice timing, takes advantage, knocks the tanks down. SCVs have to get pulled. It's great. But he doesn't warp in any Stalkers at home. Loses 11 probes, and all of a sudden you're like, well, yeah, Disc, you got damage, but you took more than you did in the context of the game.
He freaked out a little bit on the end too, right? Like, I feel like he maybe could have continued to stay there for a little bit longer. I don't know if he could have maybe at least picked off the tank before being forced to blink down and retreat. So yeah, I think this could have definitely done a little bit better, but obviously it's very difficult to multitask and keep up with your opponent while they do all sorts of crazy things to distract you. As the war person now almost flies on top of the army, but doesn't quite. And Future looks ready to move out and potentially close out this series.
Yep, +1 done, Stim done, combat shields done as well. We got everything. No concussive shells, but we got everything else we could possibly want. And now Disc, it's a Hail Mary. It's on the Dark Templar, and guess what? The scan up the
Wow.
high ground shows that the Dark Templar are there. So the first two, the defensive DTs, they're already dead. Stalkers from the backside gotta get on top of this tank. Also, they don't benefit from shield batteries. So, I mean, they do, but the shield battery's not in range, so they're not going to be able to do all that much. DT's on the other side, though. Well, the missile turret's done. In the main base, in the natural. This gets nothing done here. And I don't know if we have a scan, Cats, that may eventually make these defensive DTs do something, but it's 16 dead probes. There's the scan. There's the dead DT. Stalkers, they're going to blink as well as they can, but Cats, you know this story as well as I do. Blink Stalkers against Stimmed Bio are just not good. They're just horrible.
And this will win, or a future will win, game number 2, closing things out 2-0. And yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for the start of the season of both Disc and the pride of French Canadians across the globe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Disc loses the entirety of Eastern Canada also loses. So
Yes.
you know, like already they had, you know, at least I got to figure it out. Disc was so busy. You want to take a look at the eclipse that we had on Monday? On Monday, the full solar eclipse that went through, you know, went through parts of Montreal, went through parts of Quebec.
It did. Oh, lucky.
Yeah, it was. I got 98%. It was like an hour north of me, but the traffic was too bad.
You got 98%.
It was pretty cool.
That's wild. From like the totality point.
Yeah, 98% covered. Like this
Was it
tiny
beautiful?
little sliver on the moon or on the sun.
Was it nice?
It was awesome, dude. It was so cool. I didn't get to see the corona, right? You don't get to see the full. You don't get to see the full moon coverage because. So I live in New Hampshire, right? And there are Vermont is where it was. Vermont has 2 highways in the entire state. They're all they're 2-lane roads. So one going this way, one going this way, and 200,000 people were on the road. Like I would have had to. I had stuff that happened on Monday. Even though it was only 45 minutes away, I couldn't find a path that didn't have me bogged down. Like people that went up to go see it, they overnighted in their cars on the way home because the traffic was that bad.
I see.
Just anyway. That being said, you know, we talk about the eclipse of the sun. We talk about maybe the eclipse of Discs, Hopes, and Dreams. Also, the eclipse of talking for the next 4 minutes because it's ads. It's a break. When we're back, it's gonna be our next series. It's gonna be special and epic in a TVT. See y'all in 4.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to our penultimate series here of Day 3 of ESL. Day 1 of North America, Day 3 of Europe, and well, that's already over. We've got a TVT. We got a Latin American Classic, Cats. It's gonna be special. It's gonna be epic. And hopefully that means the series actually is gonna be epic. But, you know, who knows? Special? He has dominated the region before. He won all but the last of all the ESL Latin America, or all the DreamHack Latin Americas that we had. But I don't know how active he's been in the last 6 months or so. Like, what do you think? Does Epic have it?
Does Epic have it? Well, that's a little bit of a stretch. I don't know, because Special is, you know, he has been one of the best Terran players outside of Korea, like effectively for a very long time. Whereas Epic has never quite like bursted out of the NA bubble, but within and especially as of recently, he is definitely one of the people at the vanguard, right? Like that, he's very, very, very good at this game. There's no doubt about that. But I would think that on paper at least, Special should be that like 70-30 favorite or something at least.
Yeah, that would be my thought as well. Like and probably maybe even more than that if Special is like in really good form. He's been playing in some Wardy events, but other than that, like he just has not. We're not seeing him in EPT Cups. We're not seeing him really playing much of anything. We don't get to see a ton of Special, which is why it's always a bit of a mystery when we get into things. That being said, though, we do have Special here today, and that's going to be pretty fun. So for now, Golden Aura is game number 1 of our series, Special and Epic TVT.
Yep, and here we are now loaded in and spawning in the bottom right hand side of the map. It is Epic.
Upper left.
For Systrom.
Yeah, I'll go for Systrom. We got to pause here as we're getting ready to go.
His hotkeys are selected, but not a single one is working. And he tested them. Lol.
That is unfortunate.
Sad face, crying face, in fact. So getting a little bit over dramatic, a little bit of an overreaction there, perhaps from Epic.
You know, any emotion worth experiencing, Cats, is worth experiencing to the highest level. All right. Do not be sad. Be morose. You know, don't be happy. Be joyous. And Epic is following
joyous.
This.
Yeah, true. Is that how you operate? It's all experiences and emotions to the maximum.
Oh, hell no! I am I am the most even keel person, maybe even to my detriment.
I see.
So just because look, Cats, do as I say, not as I do. That's how that works.
True. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Epic is gonna leave the game or claim a victory. Juanito's restarting to make sure that he can fix his hotkeys, so we're just gonna need a minute here.
Yeah, Epic now up 1-0 in the series, getting his free victory. Is how that goes. Obviously not really, but so
obviously not really.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, who knows? ESL might give him a win. They're not gonna give him a win, but yeah. So Epic and Special, they saw nothing. This was within the first 20 seconds or so. Yeah, Epic, I guess if he wanted to, he could go back and look at the replay, but I don't think we saw anything out of Special. I wasn't really looking at the production tab, but highly unlikely that anything was shown. Special's probably, if he had a plan in game 1, he's probably going to like plan 1B in as we remake, just kind of on the off chance that I didn't see. Maybe he's got a probe, an SCV across the map and was considering a proxy. I don't know, but we should be able to get game 1 started pretty soon. Just got to wait for Special to go restart his client and see what's happening, because apparently, despite him setting up his hotkeys and doing all that, he tested it apparently. Hotkeys weren't where they needed to be. And, you know, Cats, as a former competitive player, if your hotkeys are not what they need to be, good luck playing the game.
Yeah. No bueno, yeah. It's like playing with a separate, like, set of hands. You know, like sometimes if you wake up and you feel like, oh my God, like my hands, like I'm not clicking well, or like, you know, like my fingers not, you know, like responding as quickly as I'd like, or something like that. And sometimes it's like your hotkeys are kind of like the other end of that input, right? So whenever you're clicking wrong, it also feels
oh yeah,
dreadful. Yeah.
even if you got like your mouse sensitivity wrong or something, it just, you have spent
all of it. Yeah.
so much time, so much energy playing a certain kind of way. That like, so Lambo, I think is a good example recently. Lambo had a bit of a slump last year because he went and he got a better keyboard. Uppetry made him a keyboard, and I think maybe a different mouse. I forget. No, it was a different mouse. It was a better mouse as well. But he was so used to his setup, and I think he was using one of the MMO mice and then stopped. Was the other thing there? But anyways, like he changes his setup just moderately, and he's like,
oh, was he using the nasty Razer mouse?
Yeah, he was using the Naga, I think it's called.
Yeah, what a dreadful mouse.
You know what? Look, cats, I had that back in like high school because I played MMOs, and it was great.
I see.
And you know what?
No one should have that.
I mean, a thumb button's great, right? Being able to go and I have inject right on my thumb button.
It's okay.
So,
yeah, it's not that. Yeah, but it takes more effort, and it takes a different movement than a normal button, I think.
It depends, right? I think having like, you know, a thumb button, like or two or something right there, that's fine.
Yeah.
Having the full like radial 0 through 9 is significant. But like if you're used to playing like that, if that's your comfort level, you gotta go
for sure. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to change anything outside of your comfort level, like you're saying. That much is true. And we are now loaded into the game. It's gonna be Golden Aura. We have a good luck, have fun from Epic, G colon L on separate lines from Special. What do you make of that?
I think that is Special. Just make sure his hotkeys are working. Because again, finally, we're in game 1 once again. Also need to point out, you mentioned that Epic is playing for Storm. Special has been picked up by Hyper One Esports. For those of you that are not familiar, Hyper One makes a lot of free-for-all maps. You know, he's big into that community, and he decided to put a team together for the WTL and other things like that. And he signed Special as his ringer, which is hey, love to see more support in the scene. Thank you very much, Hyper One. You're awesome.
Thank you very much, Hyper One. That is awesome.
So for now, cats, we're looking at a TVP or TVT. It's barracks, double gas. We should see the factory on the way behind this. Do you see any, like, where do we deviate? Special is obviously a tinkerer in TVT. He kind of invented this double starport mech all-in that we saw happening a lot last year. He plays mech in this matchup. He plays bio in this matchup. This was a couple months ago when the Cyclones were a lot better in TVT than they are now. Or I guess a month ago, we probably see him play the Cyclone mech style. Where do you think, like, where do you think this, what do you think Special's got up his sleeve as we get ourselves ready for this TVT?
Well, if I couldn't tell you that, right? Like, it's very difficult for me to know what is up his sleeve, but
his arms. Yeah.
I think it might be his arms. That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, you know, it's like the old saying.
Wait, Bio?
Yeah.
What do you think Epic has up his sleeve?
Also his arms, cats.
Nice. Got him.
I got you. See, you know, the old saying. You know, where did the general hide his armies?
Where?
In his sleeveys. All right then.
I really like that the SCV building the factory was kind of a cricket noise. That was the best.
I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I understand. Well, that's a horrible joke, but Cats is just like, I'm being cyberbullied right now. This is what's happening, and it's deserved. You know, sometimes bullying is deserved, and right now Cats is deservedly cyberbullying.
I'm so sorry.
As an SCV will fall down, Special also getting a lot of damage on these Reapers, so he's going to be able to dive his way into the natural, and this should be a delay on the command center, as AD charge isn't going to land, so the Reapers continue to heal, but he does delay the command center. Cyclone pops out, and at the end of the day, I think Special's command center was delayed a little bit by the first Reaper, and he does have to be careful that he doesn't get chased down, but he does get a little bit more substantive damage done. Now, Epic, he's also, this is a... Cats, did you ever watch the original Dr. Dolittle, like 1970s or so? Because if you did, you would know that they had an animal that looked like a llama, except it had a head on both sides. It was a push me, pull you. And it would go forward and go backwards, and you know, is the push me pull you, and that's what this map is turning into. Special pushes me, Epic pulls you, right? Just back and forth across the map, over and over again, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, that's always a fun way to I think to look at how games are progressing, right? Like if it's a back and forth game, it's usually a good metric to go by, but by assuming that it's been exciting and that advantages have shifted over time. So you always want a back and forth game, and if we are blessed with that, or if we were for a little bit, then yeah, you do right to highlight it and enjoy it. And now we're heading into the Banshee portion, Banshees and Ravens as well. So what do you make of this? Do you like the Banshee?
Funny Cats, I was about to ask you the same question. I think it's interesting. We don't see Banshees, at least you look at like the Korean TBT meta, we don't see Banshees all that often. But I feel like because we don't see Banshees all that often, when we see them, they're actually very good. They just kind of sweep in and they're going to get like 5-7 SCVs. Even though it does take a while and it takes 2 shots to kill an SCV, it's generally, you know, you kind of can dive in when an army's not in position. And the other thing that we got to talk about here is, well, Cyclones, one of the reasons Banshees weren't all that good for the last couple months is, well, Cyclones were really good. We saw a ton of Cyclones. So now that they've been nerfed and we're seeing like the defensive Cyclone setup, but not like the 10 Cyclones or whatever get made, that suddenly these Banshees are a lot more viable. Marines are going to go down, 4 SCVs go down, Special's going to run head first into a Cyclone that should eventually kill this Banshee, but it's going to get 6 SCVs. It gets a Marine.
That's quite a lot.
Whole scout the main base. It's great for Special.
Yeah, it's amazing for Special, and it's not like his production was early enough that he's not falling too far behind in terms of Ravens or anything like that. So Epic is kind of hard pressed to find any advantage at the moment, as he is now trailing over 10 supply too. And yeah, things look very good for the Mexican, El Mexicano.
Exactly. So now it's Epic. I mean, I do like this, sending the Reapers in like this. It's a weird timing. Generally, Reapers aren't all that great anymore, but 3 Reapers, 2-shot SCVs. So I expected him to dive in the middle line, but he's just gonna say, you know what? Look, I'm gonna delay your barracks. That's fun. I'm gonna maybe get out and fight again another day, but not with the Cyclones here. So this has now become a one-way trip for the Reapers. Other side, though, seems like Epic's handling that one-way trip a little bit better. Doesn't lose anything from it. Although Ravens dropping on top of a bunch of Marines here, looking to get the Cyclone
Raven,
too.
Raven.
He's gonna get a
God,
Raven. Gets
Epic.
a second. No, only gets 1 Raven. I think he was trying to snipe Stim. Is the thing, but he gets a Raven, gets a couple Marines, gets a Cyclone.
Yeah.
Does he snipe Stim, Cats? No, he doesn't. I don't think Special's crying about it though. I think he's very happy with this.
That was he's got to be ecstatic about it. It's very difficult for Epic to make something happen from this position now. I mean, losing the extra Ravens, like he really didn't need to re-engage onto that location where Special was dropping the turrets, right? Like he could have just waited it out, but just a lack of attention, right? Like he just kind of probably clicked on the blob on the minimap and tried not to fall behind on other areas and continue to do his tasks, but it cost him dearly. And now Special looking to close things out, trying to drop some turrets here offensively as well to get rid of these tanks. One of them is disabled in the back, the other one does still get to fire, and I mean, this is plenty for Special to still continue to get the cleanup. Epic does a good job of cleaning one of the tanks up, but Special still with favorable trade, I would say, because he has already a 3rd mining and he's going to continue to prevent Epics.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see Epic go and try to take that 3rd base. Look, there's an army sieging up there. There are Marines, there are Cyclones, there are tanks. Putting that base down only means you have to repair it later. Like, it's just, there's no value to be gained by doing so. So for now, Epic, Command Center floating in the main base. Yeah, he's probably got enough that he can shove this back once the Ravens get energy, is the guess. It's only 2 tanks here. It's not a massive army for Special. But you give it a little bit more time, the rally continues, the SCVs run forward, and they get dragged forward by the Ravens on the repair, and that makes them take a shot or two. Now, here's the thing, though. Cats. 1-1 is done for Epic, and it's not even close for Special.
I think that's where we go. If you're Epic, he is on sieging right now, and re-sieging actually a little bit closer to Special as he now stims his 1-1 bio to try to make something happen, but he's gonna run into a tank line of 3, and that's gonna be just plenty for Special to continue to push on 4th. One of the Ravens at least was lost as well from Epic in that altercation, which, I mean, it is just from bad to worse, right? And the reason he wants to take that expansion is because he wants to match his opponent, right? Otherwise, he's look at that. He has 33 workers at his natural, so very far from efficiently mining here is Epic, and that just makes things further close to impossible for him.
Epic is dead. He's going to try to make one last ditch effort, and hey, he can still lose a bunch of SCVs and be saturated. He actually, this is a pretty decent. He's only lost 2 SCVs thus far. Like, this is a fairly decent breakout. Problem is, there's still bio, and he's not truly breaking out. His 1-1 is, Special's 1-1 is done now, so even that advantage is not really a thing for Epic anymore. So it was a decent attempt, and he didn't lose that many workers for it. All things considered against the tanks. But now the economic damage is going to get done. Now Special's here. Special's army in the main base is bigger than Epic's army in the main base, which is not a good feeling when you're the defensive Terran player. So Epic, looks like this tank might survive. Yeah, I think it does survive, actually. So Epic will force Special back. But, you know, Cats, it's a 50 supply lead. I'd love to be able to tell you some story about, have you heard the story about when Epic came back from a crazy deficit? This is not story time, Cats. We are not the Brothers Grimm. This is the real world, and there is not a whole lot coming back for Epic in this game.
You are right about that. Who are the Brothers Grimm is maybe the most important question left to answer in this game, as the rest of it is already, I think, spoken for.
Well, actually, I guess we are. We might be the Brothers Grimm, because if you go right back and read those fairy tales, they're dark, they're twisted, there's a lot of death and dismemberment and other sad things. That's kind of what this game is turning into. So I guess we're
a
not
little
too.
bit, yeah.
We're the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah,
there we
that's
go.
pretty much over. Yeah, I mean, let's see here. I mean, Epic might get a cleanup here, which is gonna give him a full sense of hope. But in reality, I mean, it's Special on 4 base mining, over 50 supply now ahead, and it will only continue to get worse and worse as Epic is trying to hold on for dear life, but there is just no chance lands. It is done.
No chance Jose, and I think you'll say.
No chance Jose is the real one, yeah. But sometimes you have to say no chance lands and no way Jose so that people understand where the roots are of no chance Jose.
Funny, because I've always heard it be like I don't think I've ever heard no chance Jose. I think I've always heard no way Jose.
Right, that's the joke, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like there's no way Jose and there's no chance lands. No chance lands and no way Jose, because they rhyme. But then you say no chance Jose, and then people are like, wait, what? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't rhyme.
No.
Like, well,
It did, you know, you put a rhyme in a coconut and you drink it all up. Anyways, game 1.
what? Wait, what?
You put
How
a
does that
rhyme in a
work?
coconut. You put a rhyme. Anyway.
Oh, I see.
It's been a long day of StarCraft. We're going along though. Epic down 0-1. Certainly, he goes and just doesn't handle the aggression from Special all that well. His own aggression doesn't really work out. And you know, we talk about, is Special in good form? Is he not in good form? Like, where's he standing? I think TVT is one of those matchups where he's always been so good that relative form, one way or the other, unless he's running into, I don't know, Clem, Maru, Cure, whoever it is, anyone in North America, even if he's in poor form, maybe Elazer. Elazer did knock him down, did knock him out in the last DreamHack Latin America regional. You know, he's looking at this situation where he's probably going to, regardless of the form he's in, regardless of how practiced he is, he's probably going to take down any other Terran in a TVT. He's just that good at the matchup, just as a base level.
Yeah, I agree. He is very, very good. I mean, he's one of those players that has broken through, right, and has been a contender and capable of basically beating anyone on the planet, right? Like he is that caliber of player that can really take it to the best when he is in shape. So yeah, for sure, Epic hasn't really ever breached to that level, and yeah, it's not like unrealistic for him to win a game or 2 against Special, but it's certainly going to be hard.
And you know, like Epic's had some good runs. He took down Scarlet in a region, in a regional a bit ago. Like, he is good, but again, Special's TVT is nothing to shake a stick at.
For sure. When Epic did beat Scarlet, though, that was by far, TVC was by far his best.
Oh yeah,
right? Like, he was a beast at TVC. He might still be. He's very, very good at the matchup.
Well, for now, up 1 here for Hyper One Esports is Special.
And the top left-hand side, it is for Storm Gaming Epic. He's always happy as well, this guy. Always smiling.
It's funny. I ran into Epic a couple times on ladder in another RTS that we shall not be named, and it was funny because like I was like top 200 or top 100 doing very well, and I ran into Epic. All of a sudden, I'm like, this is the first player I've run into on this ladder. I'm like, I feel like I've got no shot. Granted, Epic's a pro player. You know, this was like the first 5 days of that play test, so it was it weren't like the skill levels hadn't filtered out. Playing a decent amount of games got you up there, but it's like, man, like again, Epic is a solid player. He has really good RTS fundamentals. He's made a deep run in several other RTS tournaments, but again, it's special. Special's doing what Special does. So the question now is we get into game 2, and you know, certainly we're looking at a site Delta that has a natural ramp. Maybe you go for mech. Does Special break out the mech chops here in game 2?
He very well might. I mean, that is kind of like part of his identity as a player, I think. His bread and butter is being a little bit of a mix, right? He's one of those players that more or less plays 50-50 bio and mech, I think, in this matchup. So would be cool for sure. Do you want to see it?
I do. Yeah, I think Special's been like Special and Gumiho, and then TY when he was back. Of course, he's retired now, at least from StarCraft 2. But like when you TY, Gumiho, and Special, and they're all like really designing, really leading on how mech works. So for now, leading with the SCV, trying to get a first shot on the Reaper. Now, unfortunately, actually, wait, no, Epic's got the positive trade here. He's going to try to chase this down. Reaper goes up the high ground. So at the end of the day, Epic's not even going to get the SCV. What he does do, though, is he forces the command center to be built on the high ground. He forces it to be built later than Epic's is. So minor lead, minor advantage from Epic in the start of game 2. But hey, look, any sort of advantage. Oh, he's going to get a Reaper as well.
No.
No? Never mind.
No, and in fact, he sneaks past these 2 Reapers, but that means the 2 Reapers are outposts on the other side of the map. However, Epic is again not gonna trust himself to go up and kind of trade actions with Special, even though he had the unit lead there. A little bit sad. He could have gotten a lot, I feel like, before Special got any sort of real counter out, as now the first 2 Cyclones are about to pop up. Special does suicide his Reaper. But yeah, I feel like an opportunity mister from Epic.
Yeah, So this is Reactor Cyclones coming out of Special as we... Okay, so Reactor Cyclones, briefly researching Cloak, but now this is going to be for Ravens. So this is going to be a Hellion drop out of Special to start. He's building a ton of Cyclones here. Yeah, this might be a Cyclone mech. We're going to have to see when... Yeah, no, look at
Cyclone mech, baby.
Look at how quickly he's taking the gases on his natural, even before the command center floats over. This is starting to feel like Special playing, not traditional mech, certainly not tank focused, whatever it is, but this nouveau Cyclone mech style, which was, in fairness, that's pretty heavily nerfed in the last patch. So again, it's going to be interesting to see how Special adapts and plays it maybe a little bit differently.
It is going to be interesting indeed. I mean, medevac on medevac action here, like ships in the night towards each other's bases. So we'll see. A lot of this comes down to micro management and multitasking. In some sense, it's a little bit easier on the side of Special, as he has less units to work with. And you know, like if he can defend a little more easily, and then continue to apply pressure here as he finds a Viking as well right off the bat, and the position for Epic is not particularly good. Special is quick to just kind of like cancel his command center. Nice job from Epic defending on the other side, however. So now all of a sudden that he has repelled the aggression with only 4 SCVs lost, this position becomes very, very strong for Epic.
Yeah, I really like this for Epic all of a sudden. He goes on top. SCVs are going to have to repair. Otherwise, does Epic kill the orbital? I don't think there's enough damage on the ground when it's floating to make that happen. But, I mean, he's making it low. Ravens try to show up. Cyclone really wants to drop on top of that tank, but that is not going to happen. So 9 SCVs go down. Raven gets the shutdown on the tank. So this should be the cleanup right now. But the question...
Oh, but it's good for Epic.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like... How much damage is that? Oh, he's going to get 2 Cyclones. He's not going to get this extra Raven. But it's 9 SCVs going down. It's a Raven dead. You love this for Epic.
Yeah, and it's beautiful as well that he goes back in, because he knows where all the units of Special are. Special in a little bit of a panic here, as Epic is going to go back in for second servings. And if he could have gotten the Raven, that would have been absolutely massive. He doesn't. Still a nice trade for Epic when all is said and done. He is 26 supply ahead, and things are looking very, very good right now. Do you want to Try to. Do you want to bet on special right now?
No, Cats. I've already gone, and I've learned my lesson, and that is don't bet on broadcast. It's not gonna work out regardless. So Cyclone's here, dropping in the main base from special, get some damage done. But I mean, Cats, he needs to get so much done here with the Cyclone drop. And by the way, this one Cyclone is, you can't take a single shot. It's got like 5 HP. It is so low, but you got mobility on your side. And notice what's special doing that was more you might have done that intentionally. But that low
On the other side, however, that's the big stuff is happening here as Epic is pushing special back. There isn't any tanks on the high ground as far as I can tell, which means Epic should be able to situate himself here slowly, and he does so beautifully, just leapfrogging little by little. On the other side, special is trying to make something happen to set himself for win condition should he be able to defend, but that in itself is looking very grim. Now forced to pull up his command center and to start floating away. And yeah, I mean, maybe another leapfrog from Epic is warranted here from one of those tanks. If he can do that, I think he can close the game right now, because all of those SCVs will be dead. And there is that tank getting ready to go, as the push from special will force Epic to stop in his tracks and just defend. That should be plenty enough. This should be game number 2 going to the side of the American.
Yeah, unfortunately for special, there he goes, and he tries to make this last break happen. Cyclones get stuck behind the mineral line, so it's just they're clumped up. The last defense was never really defense in the first place.
Never really a defense. The last defense was something.
The last defense
like,
was a good offense? No, it was bad offense.
Like
yeah, so really that goes down to the fact that special lost a ton of Ravens. They were all sniped down by Cyclones and Vikings and everything like that. So it's like, maybe if he actually in the last attack from Epic, he's starting to get damage done with his Cyclones on the other side. It's like, okay, you can survive here.
Yeah.
If you don't lose your Ravens, which he did, if you don't lose your Ravens, maybe you can get shutdowns on the tanks and pull the SCVs in and make something happen. But losing those 2 Ravens before the defense even started, kind of hard to win a game when you're down 3 Ravens.
Completely agree. And yeah, special could have maybe done a little bit more damage with his Cyclones or something like that. Then there was some semblance of hope, right? I pulled all my SCVs to defend, but I killed like all the SCVs in your main. Maybe there's a chance. But Epic did a really good job of prioritizing and of being like, actually, I'm going to put out fires in my main before actually pushing them forward further. And he does a really good job of setting himself the right priorities, going over them, and closing out a game very well and elegantly done. El Épico.
El Épico. Now, Cats, do you have hope? Do you have faith? Does Epic go 1-0 here in round 1 of Swiss against probably one of his scariest opponents? Does he have what it takes?
I do have hope. Do you want to bet on it?
No. We've been over this, Cats. I've learned my lesson.
Okay. In that case, I don't have hope. You see, yeah.
I only have hope if I can drag Bayo into another meal. I can get him if I convince him to buy me another meal.
Another one. All right. Well, we got Alkioni. How do you feel about this map in the TVT matchup? Are you a fan?
I like the map in general. I think it probably was the best map of the last pool. It certainly can lead to like a more, I don't know if stable is the right word ever to use with the TVT, but a more mid-game focused setup, because you have these high ground positions, a decently defensible third base. You have the rocks. You can go for some proxies. Like it's a pretty interesting map. I'm excited to see what Epic probably has in store for us, because I do think he's still the one that probably has to be the first mover and the first shaker in this setup. Yeah. Regardless, we're going to find out. Cats, we don't have to guess anymore. We're into game 3, and in the bottom left, in the red, he's playing for Hyper One once again, looking to move up to that 1-0 in the Swiss. It's special.
And in the top right-hand side, he is playing for Sidestorm once again, looking to move up 1-0 in the Swiss. It is Epic. What a beast.
What a beast. So, Cats, what happens in this game? And how can we spin it to argue that Zerg is Imba?
So what's going to happen in this game is going to be that... Wait, did Special technically go mech? Or did he... Like, I guess he kind of did, right?
He never really got there. Like, he built Cyclones. But it was still 1-1-1, right? We never really got to see what his game plan was, because Epic just kind of ran across the map with a single tank and a single Cyclone and 4 Marines, and bashed his face in.
Okay. I think that one player will kill the other Reaper. Do you think that will happen or not this game? Do you think they'll disengage?
I think at some point a Reaper will die.
No. But do you think in the initial altercation there's gonna be like a Reaper trade-off of any kind?
I don't think so. We even had opportunities for that to happen in game 2 where Epic probably could have done so, but he didn't chase it down. It's always so scary, right, Cats, to try to chase the Reaper down and find that advantage. And it's like, oh, well, maybe there's a Reaper behind and I'm baiting myself into a bad fight. It feels rough. So for now, we're, look, as this, oh, STV, you gotta knock it down. 88 charge. STV,
oh, wow.
This
what
has gotta
dodge.
die. Gotta die. Kill it. Epic. Knock it down. It's dead. There we go. Good job, Epic.
Wow. That was beautiful. I mean, beautiful micro from Epic here as he now looks to corner the Reaper of Special and successfully getting the first pot shot from his Reaper to his enemies, and now finding an SCV as well. Gonna be very difficult for that SCV to disengage, but instead it's Epic who's gonna have to sacrifice his SCV to make sure that the Reaper can acquire enough of a distance to get away from the two Reapers. However, Epic has a Reaper of his own, trying to set up a trap, but Special ain't biting.
Oh man, you talk about TVT and you talk about Alcyone. I hate, and I love at the same time, the Xel'Naga tower here on Alcyone, because you can hold with Marines and with tanks in particular, you can hold the Xel'Naga tower, you get the vision while hiding in the line of sight blocker, and small units, you can't, there are only so many units that can fit in there, so you put a hold position like Epic has done. And this is effectively unassailable until you have a lot more army. You have medevacs or something that gives you flying vision, or you just got so much that you can bull rush right through it. There is so much value in holding the line of sight blocker. It gives you the Xel'Naga tower really hard to defend or hard to attack into. So that is one thing we can talk about in TVT here. Special though, he's not even fighting for it. He's taking the long way around with these two Reapers. He's not going to be able to delay the natural.
And you load, oh, that is nasty, actually. Big from Special here. He's going to find all of the SCVs exposed at the gas and using the KDA grenades as well to bounce one of them and deal damage to another to close it off. So very, very well done from Special. Now equalizing the worker count as a result.
Oh, this is scary. Epic, I think he's trying to chase it down. Yeah, there's the trap. These Reapers are dead. I don't think there should be a way. He's going to try to find his way into the main base. No, they are 100% dead here. So, Cats, the Reapers died, but not in the way that we were talking about. So I think, finally, all day of you baiting me into prognostications and predictions and bets and things that I've ended up on the wrong side of. Finally, I got one right. Just a little bit.
You also manufactured that 3% guess by inputting the right the Astrea 1-0.
Look, Cat, I didn't know what Elazer was going to say before I pulled it up.
Let's see what happens here. This is about to happen. Perhaps the Raven is looking for an angle here to disable the tank. Might have to go for the for the Cyclone as well. Here comes Special though. He's ready to breach out, and it will be done. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is, by the way, you talk about interference. Interference matrix is halfway done. That would have been an auto turret break, which is a little bit more dicey. Epic actually dropping down. He's got a second tank here, I think, in this medevac. Medevac stays alive. Cyclone stays alive here.
Oh, damn.
And now, Epic's the one that wants to move forward. Reaper gets the Cyclone. How often do you get to say that, Cat? That's really nice. Even as the Cyclone goes down here, Epic's got it's hard to attack into, and certainly with interference matrix. But Epic, in a straight-up fight, his army is maybe just that much more powerful. Here's the thing, though, Cats. That's a fourth Raven on the way for Special here. He is really committing to the Sky Power.
Yeah, Sky Power from Special here. And on the other side, I mean, Epic is the one with a supply lead, right? And the army lead as well by a little bit. So yeah, he may not have that that transition into the later stages of the game as clean as Special, but he certainly has a lot of potential now as the Ravens are going to spot the medevacs and vice versa. You got to start dropping those units potentially a little bit sooner to make sure that you can kind of punish some of those Ravens. Instead, the Ravens are going to be in a perfect position to get rid of the tanks via turrets this time around, and this is a clean up from Special onto Epic. So a little bit of a Saj.
Yeah,
it was promising.
Special had Sky Power, but unfortunately, Epic is not in contact with the Fremen. He does not have Sand Power that truly counters the air power. So dives in, loses everything, and I think Epic was in a pretty solid spot. There was no pressure for him to go and dive into the main
Are you a
base like
fan of
that.
Dune?
And
You're a fan
now,
of, you read the books.
sorry.
Have you read the books?
Yeah, well, I've read Dune. I got my way. I got like a third of the way.
There's a lot
through.
of them, right?
Sorry.
There's a lot of books, no?
Yeah, there's a ton. I got my way. I read book 1. I got like a third of the way through book 2, but I think it's Dune Messiah's book 2 is just it's a slog to get through. It is.
Okay, like it's a chunky book.
It's just slow, and it doesn't grab you. Is probably the best way to say it.
Oh wow.
Special's
Okay.
on
So the
5
movie's better
ravens,
than the
by
book
the
is
way.
what you're saying? That is a lot of ravens.
That is so many ravens. And now, I mean, yeah, the supplies are relatively equal. It was 95 to 85. That's not too bad, but
Oh, nice.
this Raven count invalidates so much of this army of Epic. It makes it so hard for him to make this defense happen. He's got a couple, sure, but I mean, 5 Ravens and 2 is just infinitely more at this point.
Well, an argument could be made against that statement, but for the most part, they're doing a really good job here. Epic and Special are trying to trade effectively here.
I love this set. It's like, you can interfere, I can interfere, you can interfere, I can interfere, let's go! And Tank's actually gonna have to run forward, but there's no vision, so trading tank for tank, do we have, yeah, okay, auto turret's gonna get knocked down. What are we looking at tank
both
count-wise? 1-0, 12 Viking, 12 Marines to 11. Epic is,
Even
you're right,
supply.
Epic's handling this really nicely.
Yeah, it's been a nice dance here. Now Liberators, however, to aid the tanks, and that's gonna be where Epic says enough is enough. I'm getting out of here. I'm floating my third probably. I would think just horizontally to his natural, so let's just go for that and see if you can gain a little bit of space out on the map. A Special looks to retreat, knows that he could get breached any moment here, and the Liberators are gonna be facing a certain direction, exposing their back potentially, so Wise perhaps disengaged here from Special, but he did what he had to do. There's a lot of mining time lost on the transfer from Epic.
I mean, you look at the income graph, and it is just a spike down for Special. Now, granted, it'll go and find its way back, right? And it'll develop itself roughly evenly. But like that is like, I don't know, a couple hundred minerals that suddenly Epic does not have. That's another tank, maybe a couple more Marines, whatever it is. And these double Liberators here, they're doing such a good job of covering each other, so it's hard for Marines to get on top. Now though, Liberators, they're gonna siege up once again, and it's gonna delay the armory, which is actually a big deal. Epic has an upgrade advantage right now. He's 1-1 versus 0-0, but delaying that armory closes the 2-2 timing. So that's actually a pretty nice setup that that Special has. And by the way, because the supply depot's not raised, he's not restarting this armory. I don't know if he thinks it's done or whatever it is, but he needs to get an SCV on that. Like, this is a big deal. Special's pulling ahead in upgrades.
Yeah, that's very tough. Now he notices, so he's gonna get to it and finish that armory finally. But yeah, that was a lot of dead time from Epic. At the same time, he's not out of this game yet. 83 workers to 71. And similar supplies. So, you know, this is very much workable. It's gonna come down to the engagements. You could potentially, like, that's a huge doom drop from Special. That's gets spotted towards the tail end, but Epic's army is way out of position.
Yeah, does he pick up boost in the main base? Looks like now, no, just pulls SCVs into this. That's a meat grinder, certainly. Ravens, like, oh no, Ravens, they're gonna be okay. They're not gonna, that was a very scary situation where it looks like the Ravens might have been targeted down, but as it stands, they shut down the tank, Marines go down. And now, Cats, you know, we talked about this game, and we talked about this game of StarCraft, and one of the important things when we were talking about this game of StarCraft is macro is important. Epic was at 1,000 minerals in that setup. He had so much money as a Raven gets sniped in. Nice shot, Special. He had so much money to the point where his supply, like, he'd probably be about 20 army supply if he had spent the money properly. Now he's getting himself back into it. His 2-2's on the way. +1 attack from Mech is a lot slower than Special's is. But there is this timer now that Epic's got to deal with because, yeah, he got his third base up as this tank's going to get shut down in the middle. Gets a shot, but Medevac's going to heal that. Epic's only on 3 bases. He got his 4th command center about halfway done. Special's got his planetary done. Like, he is well set up here to go into the mid game, to go into the late game. And it feels like there's a bit of a timing for Epic. He's got to get something done. Full Medevac is shut down here, but even still,
tough.
That's still 16 Marines. They're going to show through the middle here. All of a sudden, Epic gets on top of things. Nice shutdowns on all the tanks. And yeah, anti-armor missile's a thing, absolutely, but his tanks aren't truly getting shut down here, not in any way that kills the tanks down. So
Oh, gotta get those SCVs.
massive drop in the main base, absolutely. The special's getting, he's gonna knock the third base down, and Cats, as you rightly pointed out, the SCVs stay alive. So it is a 30 SCV lead, but special supply blocked by about 30 supply. Yeah, he's gonna have this T2 timing. Ravens are gonna go down here as well. This is a beautiful, Epic has to get more done, I think, to really justify this, but he's starting to find his way in, and he really can't lose these SCVs.
Yet he is. So 47 workers, only remaining 4. Epic nearly double from his opponent, who is also on the chase of these Marines that are gonna kind of funnel through a little bit of a choke and turn a nasty corner, but now it's on the other end. The units that clamp up, as Mapu shows us exactly the center of the explosion there from the tanks. A beautiful set of shots, and Epic is actually the one that comes out on top as far as the supply is concerned, and that means 107 army supply to the 55 of special, so nearly double in terms of army supply by virtue of being so behind in workers, which means Epic, if you're rooting for Epic, you want to send them the mind wave that says go attack him and try your best to kill him now.
Cats, you're going to use the voice, right? Does he go, attack, run right on through, run roughshod over your opponent. The tanks are going to get shut down very quickly. Up the high ground here. There's a tank. Who the hell? Anti-armor missile. Who the hell cares?
Is he doing it? No way. Surely not, right?
No, he's
this
got
would
40
be
army
a
supply.
huge upset.
Yeah, Epic's going to do it here.
So
Doom drop. Oh, this is scary, though. On top, 2 medevacs go down. Only one of them had any sort of anything inside of it into the main base. Of all the ways for Epic to try to win this, this is the worst possible. This is the scariest idea. And all of a sudden, it's not a 40 army supply lead, Cats. It's a 20 army supply lead.
Oh my god, the Raven's full.
All the tanks are shut down. This is a good concave for special.
Oh my god.
And out of defeat comes maybe victory. I guess it's not even going to be enough despite that. But Epic still got it, okay, you know? It got scary. Epic still got it.
Epic is on 4 base as well, worth of real estate, right? So I think that Special could have actually shut this down because he had a lot of energy on those Ravens. I think he could have just forced an evacuation by dropping a lot of auto turrets as soon as he could. Instead, a couple of those just end up falling, and you know, like you get the disruption onto a couple of tanks, but didn't really seem to make too much use out of that until the tail end. So I feel like that could have still been done, a couple of turrets, and then Special might have been able to stabilize a little bit cleaner, but instead it's Epic who continues to have a massive army lead and is looking now to punch through Special and send them back to Mexico.
Back to Mexico, yeah, absolutely. Now, there is one advantage that Special has, which I think is worth talking about. His +1 attack is, or +3 attack, excuse me, is so much faster that you drop. I mean, how many Ravens does he still have? Ravens? He doesn't. So you can't effectively build yourself a 3 upgrade lead. But even a single upgrade in this matchup is this medevac. Hey, missile turret's pretty good. But even a single upgrade lead in this matchup when it's Marines versus Marines, with how fast they shoot, I mean, it's only 55 HP. They don't have a lot here.
How many there are?
Yeah, it can be a big difference. Even still, at this point, all Epic has to do, build his economy up. Once again, yeah, Special's got 80 SCVs, and he's on 4 bases. Epic's got his 5th base. Wait until 3-3. You got your supply lead. You got your advantage. You got your theoretical game-winning advantage. And the worst thing you can do right now is try to attack into a defensive Terran that's all set up, throw your supply lead away, and just really not, and lose everything, lose this advantage that you have. So Special is moving on the map. Like, this is not, Epic should not be taking these fights. Again, max out,
wait,
get
what
your
do you
upgrades.
think should be? He is maxed out.
Yeah, but get your upgrade. He's 6
okay,
playoff,
okay.
but like, you are.
See. Let's wait for the 3-3.
Exactly, yeah.
Got it. Let's do that. I'm down for that. I think yeah, he has a couple of seconds here to go. But then I do want him to go. You want him to go or you don't want him to go?
Yeah,
oh, nice. Finds a few tanks here. That's very, very nice pickups here, as 3, maybe 4 of them will end up falling. Epic very careful to drop the right ones, but on the other side, Papi, it's Juanito who will get rid of one of those command centers, as well as a couple of SCVs. 10 total go down to make the count of Epic go down back down to 60 after working hard to kind of stabilize on this front. This should drive this back, but not before some losses.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Yeah, okay, it actually is a 22 worker deficit. It is still 4 bases to 4 bases. Like, that is something, and it's good now that Epic actually had that north side base on the way. I'm not, is that Special's missile turret that he's trying to make, or is that, okay, no, that is Epic's. It just never got completed. And Epic does have a 5th base on the way as well, on the right side. So yes, he lost a base, but he is actually done. He's turning into a planetary. So yeah, you know what, losing that orbital, it doesn't feel good. But he's still got a decent economy here set up. He's still actually, despite being down about 22 workers or less 13 workers now, he is still mining a lot more than Special is. So he should be maxed out pretty soon. He had a little bit more of a bank. He's got 3-3. And I like this transition as well. It's like you have these extra bases. You can get all this extra gas, get a fleet beacon, get into fleet beacon, that's Proton. Get yourself into that, get yourself into the Massive Liberator play, get your fusion core, make cattle cruises if you want to, but continue to develop your tech, because man, it is so hard on El Cyne to go and break someone. The high grounds, the chokes are fantastic, as this missile turret's not, it gets damage done, doesn't prevent anything, and now Epic finds his way on 2 fronts, into the main base, into this 4th base. Liberators are here though, so he's gonna have to give up on this idea. The main base is knocking down so much infrastructure.
Yeah, but look at the supply. I mean, Special is in a very good position as far as that's concerned, and for the first time in a while, he takes the army supply lead, as Epic is going to focus fire the orbital command. No saving there for Special. The medevacs are going to allow enough sustain for Epic to overstay there and trade against the bio, but he is trailing 20 supply behind, 10 of that in army and 10 basically in workers. So Epic not in the position that he once was, where it looked dominant to some degree, where it looked like he just needed to close out the game and get the upset for himself. Instead, he is kind of in a little bit of trouble.
A little bit of trouble. I'd say a lot of trouble here. We talked about
like
that triple drop in from Epic into the main base. Like, oh man, he's knocking down infrastructure. He actually did get a lot. And Epic on the other side, he's losing barracks. He's losing, and really barracks that I think is the big thing. So at the end of the day, we look at infrastructure-wise, 4 barracks from Epic have died. He's killed 1 of Specials. The production available to Epic right now is just not incredible. You can build 10 Marines at a time. Special.
Go middle. There's the siege of the Liberators as well. So with air control, so Special is in a very good position in that sense, as the Marines now encroach onto a couple of tanks. The tanks just have to stand and fight and trade for Marines, because otherwise they would get picked off on the retreat. And Special, yeah, very disrespectful here, not really leapfrogging or doing anything fancy here. He knows he has enough to just kind of plow through the tanks of Epic and make it onto his side of the map. Epic is just trying to delay him as much as possible, trying to get some sort of defense set up, by the looks of it, some sort of advantage on the air. He wants to contest for that and then take the air fight and then go for the Liberators himself, right? It's definitely a viable way to approach things, but will he have enough time?
I mean, you give him enough time, he's gonna fight his way right back into this game. His economy is so much better than Specials right now. Doubling the mineral income is a pretty big deal when we talk about this. And he's winning the air battle. 4 Vikings to 1. The Liberators are dead. That means this siege is not gonna work. It's starting to wear away at the medevac count. And when we look at the supply, right? 98, 84. Special actually had a bit bigger of a supply lead a little bit more recently. 20 of that supply, Cats, is in medevacs, which are good. They heal up your army, but as the game goes later and later, Marines get 1 shot when they're stimmed anyways, once you get +2 mech. So, like, medevacs being able to keep your army healed up matter a whole lot less when this game gets very late and the damage gets just so bursty. So, yeah, a lot of Special's army is in maneuverability. It's in healing, absolutely, but in a straight-up fight, it is better for Epic right now. He's gonna find a planetary. That's not really gonna, he's not gonna be able to break this down, not with just Marines. And on the right side, Special's gonna try to lean into him as well. And actually, yeah, Special's got the first siege, but the Liberators have, I mean, it's Marines that are defending. Planetary, I think it dies to the tanks. Yeah, they're not even repairing. But is that worth it? Because look at the backside here. Liberators are going to start siege up. Marines run in. They're just going to get knocked down. This is so many tanks right from the picking. Stims on top of here. Epic goes as well. And all of a sudden, this is massive for Epic. So many of these tanks are going to go down. So many Marines have died in the response. And Look at the supply. It's a 30 supply lead for Epic all of a sudden.
Look at that was crazy. That was crazy. And a lot of that is an army. The work count is kind of stable, but like you were saying, I mean, Special has a bunch of idle workers as well, because Epic did leave one of those 3 medevacs here just stationed to make sure that they can delay for as long as possible. So very, very well done by him to do that while everything else was going on and while he was taking efficient and good trades on the other side. And with this air superiority now, he can kind of bully the tanks off Special, right? Like, he has the higher tank count, but that's okay if you have air superiority and liberators.
Exactly. Although you say if you have liberators, that if is doing a lot of work here, Cats, because there are no liberators on the map right now. 12 Vikings, 4 liberators on the way. But we have no Vikings on the map right now. So yeah, he can bully the Vikings back. Good job. But again, there's nothing to really take advantage of that at the moment. So Epic, he's got his main base orbital moving over to that base that he lost early on. Scans getting dropped here. Epic wants to know where the army is at any given time. He could kill these medevacs, but instead, my great enemy, the rocks, are here, and he's wasting a lot of DPS into them as Special attacks, which is a really nice heads-up move from Special, taking advantage of when all the A move is on the rocks and you get a bunch of damage done. And Special's now going to dislodge this position on the north side, and it looks like there's a slow Liberator siege up trying to knock these tanks down. On the scale of damage, Cats, losing a base like this, and that is a dead orbital, not just lifted off and going elsewhere, far more impactful than losing like 2 tanks.
No, for sure. I mean, this game is so back and forth at this point. It's such a great game of StarCraft, right? Like, it's game 3 as well. And both players really playing their hearts out. I'm not sure at this point who is going to come out on top, but at multiple points now during this game, I'm like, oh, this game's Epics. Oh, this game's Specials. And it's really cool to see them both fighting tooth and nail here, as now Epic does have this air superiority and will get a little bit of a reprieve here on defense. But Special is going to use this opportunity to try to push through the other side of the map. Will even go on top of a Liberator that is pre-sieged with 2 tanks behind it as well. So a very ballsy move, and maybe could have continued on forward, but thinks better of it. And Epic is here, but I think Special might have been able to get a better position there, not sure.
Yeah, now we're seeing the benefit of Special knocking these planetaries down early. It's not something that Epic can afford. All right, this is his main base orbital that's now over in this position. So you stim 3 Marines in, they got 3-3. They're not dying anytime soon. They're a ton of damage. But now look at this, Epic through the middle of the map. He's gonna have his Liberator siege, and with the tank siege up as well. It's a beautiful fight for Epic here. He knocks a ton of it down.
Oh, don't waste noise.
That's a little bit awkward. You lost 17 SCVs to that. Actually, I guess the Liberator is the big deal. SCVs are gonna get pulled through. Oh, it hurts. That's not a good feeling.
Nerds.
So, and this is how Special wants to win this game. Not through having an army that's going to win the straight up fight. Oh, landing the Vikings here. They're +1. They're +0 Vikings. They just don't do anything. They eventually kill off the Marines, but that was Epic's air superiority. He's got 6 Vikings. His opponent still has 0, but man, you know, I think we're how many starports are we at? We are at, where's the starport count? I can't see it. I am blind. 1 starport for Special, so it's not like he's on multiple starports. Liberators are going to siege up here. Marines are going to deal with the rest of this. So again, Epic is surviving.
It sure is.
But he's had like, it's hard to say, well, like, you know, he's clearly dead here. Ooh, nice positioning on the tanks. But we've had so many times where it's like, man, Epic's clearly dead. This is where it feels right now. His economy is not great. His supply is not great. But Epic has proven 3 times in this game that even if he's down, he is absolutely not out. He can take these incredible fights, but now he's on.
Now he's kind of out.
2 orbitals, right? No. He doesn't have the mules to lean on anymore like he previously did. He doesn't have this banger economy like he did earlier. And at this point, this has been an incredible game, but Special showing us how much experience he has. Special was down and out in this game multiple times, but he knows where to do. He knows how to come back in a game like this.
What a great game this was, though. What a great series as well. And yeah, I mean, the rightful winner, but he had to fight for it, right? Like, this is an Epic that really showed up today and showed that he can compete for the region effectively, right? Like, if you can take it to Special, if you can take it to game 3, and if you can be as close to winning as you were, I mean, it doesn't get much better than Special for the regions. Special is definitely a contender here. And yeah, so for Epic, I think elevated status in the eyes of the people, and that's good. You know, continue to grind, get them.
Yeah, as these Well, the tanks are actually
But
poorly
today is not
upgraded.
that
So SCVs, citizens arrest. The SCVs are going to kill the tank. And man, like nothing feels truly impossible with Liberators. And I'm just looking at this. Like, man, if Epic could have squeaked out to +2 attack for the tanks, I think he wins this game. I think there have been enough times where it's like the Marines stem in and they one more tank shot before everything goes down. Maybe it's possible, but if I'm Epic, I'm looking back at this game and I'm looking at that Doom drop at like, what was it, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, something like that. The Doom drop in the main base that just everything dies and you don't get a good trade. It's like, man, if I hadn't done that and I just played a little bit more stable of a game, this game's mine. I'm 1-0 in the Swiss stage and I'm feeling really good about it. So it's easy to look back and say, yeah, man, I can look at 5 or 6 things, and if something happened a little bit differently, I think I win this game. And he's kind of dead at this point, but he's still making a game of it. He's still making it really hard for Special to kill him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's fighting tooth and nail here. Special, of course, is spreading like a virus as well on the bottom side of the map, and Epic is not really finding much success as much as he is trying. One of the Liberators gets taken down. The other one is as bruised as it possibly gets. And Special is nearly now double the supply of Epic and trading much more efficiently as the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. So things are starting to snowball towards a close here, and there's very little that Epic is going to be able to do. I think he's going to try here. Yes, does get the clean up onto a couple of those tanks, and with the medevacs, maybe he could have looked to try to continue to take that fight until the rest of the Bayou joined in. But
I mean,
as it stands, it looks pretty impossible. No?
It does. It really does. But a lot of the supply leads in Marines. The Marines matter less in a TVT. I mean, granted, they're dead orbitals, so that's 1. You're keeping track. 1 orbital. No, sorry, 0. 0 orbitals remaining on the map for Epic at this point. That means no more scans. That means no more mules. Epic's economy already shattered, even worse. And the only reason that this is looking, he's still in the game is, I mean, he's attacking the tanks here. It doesn't matter anymore. Special's got far too much. Simming on top of everything.
That's
Epic, this probably is going to force him out of the game. 47 army supply to 107. Again, incredible game for Epic. Really well played from both players. But at the end of the day, the results are what we expect, right?
Yeah. GG, well played. GG, well played. Asterix and Epic will leave the game. Special takes the series, but what a special series that was.
What an
it
epic
was really
series that
epic
was.
Series. Yeah, I liked it.
That was a lot of fun. I don't know what it is, cats. Our TVTs we've had today have been by far our best series.
True. The Clem BattleB was really good. Yeah, for sure.
And I think this series might have eclipsed it. At least game 3.
Game 3 was really nice. It was really back and forth. It dragged out a little bit too long, I feel like, towards the end there. But while it was going, it was definitely going. And it's always nice from the underdog as well, right? Like to kind of that's part of the exciting bit of both the series and the BattleB series is that people stepping up that you don't usually put up on that same level or caliber as their opponents.
Well, cats. One thing that is going to be on the same caliber. Different caliber, maybe? I don't know. One thing we do have to do before we move on to our final series of an A today is a break. We'll be back in 4 minutes, friends. When we're back, Trigger and Dolan.
How do you take caliber into a break?
Well, it's a high caliber break, cats. That's what it is.
Okay, let's go for that.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
No, I don't see it on the.
There we go.
Nothing.
We're back. Hello, everyone.
We're back. Love it. What's up, everyone? I am Katz, joined by BattleB, and we are about to watch the last North American series for the day. It is the up-and-comer Paul Dolan against Trigger, one of also an up-and-comer in his own right, but kind of like more well-established as a contender now for the region, a very, very powerful Protoss player who had a meteoric rise over the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I'd say Trigger's not an up-and-comer. Trigger has arrived. He's not
Trigger has
Cyril.
arrived.
He's not Reynor, but in North America, in this region, and even in international events, like he has had some really good results in the group stages of different ESL Masters events. So like he is he again? Is he Cyril? Is he Reynor? Is he one of his teammates? No, but he has arrived as a top.
Well,
tier,
he is one of his teammates. Yeah,
technically.
quite literally one of their teammates.
Can you be teammates with yourself?
Well, yeah, I think you can. I guess, yeah. I don't know why that's relevant, but he is Cyril and Reynor's teammate.
There we go. Anyways, upper left for Basilisk. The teammate of Reynor and Cyril is apparently really relevant to this conversation. It's Trigger.
You said it's teammates. You said, is he one of their teammates? No.
I said, is he one of his teammates?
Is he one of his own teammates? Is he a teammate of himself? Is that what you were asking?
Is he Reynor or Cyril? No, but he's, looking good.
I see. Yeah, in the top right-hand side, is he Cyril or Reynor? Not really. It is Dolan for the cracky ducklings. He's a beast.
Yes, I got a question
Eric
for you.
is one of his teammates, I think. Yeah.
How many what's the over-under on how many bases Dolan takes in this series?
I'm gonna say over under 4
I think he gets up to 4 command centers in this series.
for sure.
Yeah, probably. I think a lot of his stuff is right now is probably 2 based anyways. Because Dolan, of course, is known for one thing, and that is his Dolan builds. It's actually kind of funny. So at Atlanta last year, so not like three months ago, but at the previous Atlanta, Dolan was hanging out with. If you could turn your headset away from the microphone.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gotta get rid of that echo there. But Dolan was hanging out with Hero Marine and some other Terrans, and they were just like going over the Dolan builds because, well, Dolan is maybe not as mechanically clean as a Hero Marine or a Maru or a Clem or something. His builds are just really, really good. They're interesting. They're wild. They hit you off timings, and it's the reason that he generally qualifies into Americas. That he'll occasionally take someone's name, right, and have a decent run, because his builds are just, they're wild. They're all over the place, and that doesn't mean he's gonna do it in this game, Cats, or what we're gonna see. But when you're watching Dolan, you gotta have your eye out a little bit, because he's got wrinkles. His brain is not smooth. His brain has more crevasses than the Arctic ice shelf. Like, it is deep and wrinkly.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And Trigger here is going to be pushing out to try to make something happen. He is more of a straightforward player for the most part, but his brain also has wrinkles in some other ways, right? Like, he's not maybe looking to redefine and like recreate strategies and whatnot, but the way that he uses his units and he uses the resources available to him, always very efficient, always clean, always looking for like the minimum input to output type situations to make sure that he maximizes his efficiency. He's a powerful player, a player that likes playing Stalkers a lot, for example.
Yeah, and actually, when you mentioned this about him playing Blink Stalkers, I think it's more that he just doesn't like Stargate play in this matchup, which we talked about this earlier on in one of the other series, where you're talking about, like, okay, yeah, we had Disc in Future, where going Hellion drops makes a lot of sense, because Disc is one of those players that you're pretty sure that he's going to open Twilight. Highly unlikely he opens Stargate, just because of how he plays, because of what he likes. And this is another one of those setups where it would make sense to see Dolan do some sort of Hellion drop in this game. Because again, Trigger, 99 games out of 100 in TVP, he's going to open Stargate. Or he's going to open Twilight, 3-gate, 4-gate, get aggressive with it. Doesn't really like 2-gate all that much because it doesn't give you enough aggressive. It doesn't give you enough presence on the map. And again, if You know that is Dolan. Hit him with Hellions. Hit him with that kind of drop because again, that's very good against that style.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Dolan is gonna hit your advice here. As for the time being, Trigger is the one moving out with a little bit of a squad of Blink Stalkers now soon to be, and in the next 5 or so seconds we'll pick off a little bit of SCV there, but no real way to blink up the high ground for now.
Yeah,
so
you're waiting for your War Prism realistically anyways. So Dolan, this is a 3-1-1. All right, this is a pretty standard setup. Now the difference, of course, this is a 6-minute stem. This is not 7:30. Which is, funnily enough, the quicker timing is the greedier timing. It feels weird, right? But this 6-minute stem generally gets a third base faster than 7:30, right? It doesn't, not as many units, but it makes up where we're just hitting that much faster. And look at this from Trigger. This is not charge follow-up. There's no Robo Bay on the way. He's adding a Dark Shrine, Cats, against a notoriously aggressive Terran. How do you feel about this?
I love it, right? Like, yeah, exactly for the reasons that you mentioned just now. If it is a player that's not gonna look to take a third very often or most commonly, then that's gonna be less scans available for the DTs on defense, and you can always be offensive with them as well. So Dark Shrine is a great choice here.
Yeah, for now, Stalker's the main base as well. Getting a couple SCV. You're not gonna get a ton here. Certainly, you're looking down the barrel of Stim in 30, 20 odd seconds. But anything you can do to get a scout off, to get into the main base, slow things down just a little bit is always really nice if you're a fan of Trigger. If you're not a fan of Trigger, you're really sad about it. But you know,
yeah,
that's just how StarCraft goes. Ooh, gets on top of a tank, maybe damage done, but he's not gonna kill the tank, and his Stalkers aren't really brought together. And this is where it gets a little scary, right? Stim is done right now, actually. So Trigger, loses a couple Stalkers, gets a lot of Marines. But because he took a pit stop for the Dark Shrine, and yes, in the main base, you're not going to have as many scans. You're absolutely right. To kind of be able to outpace the... Oh, that is bad.
Oh, damn.
There's a DT in the
That
natural.
is really bad. It goes back in for seconds as well, but the one in the natural is doing a lot of work like you were alluding to. The next scan will get rid of the one in the main, and there is one scan available for the DT in the natural, but there's also DTs on the other side, so the scan will go there instead, where Dolan is going to pretty much be in a very all-in position. Trigger will be relegated to one base, and yeah, I mean, he is just warping in one DT at a time, and that seems like it's probably going to be enough for this.
It's taken a while for him to knock this down, and this is a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, the DTs, they're hunting down the tanks, right? That's their job in this game. Dolan's going to try to get as much damage done as possible. Drops a scan here. This 16 dead probes. It's a late pull out of Trigger. So he doesn't lose his third base, but 16 probes are dead. Trigger, he's got a 6-worker lead. But this game is still decent for Trigger, absolutely. But it could have been a lot better, guys. 17 dead probes. It equalizes the economy some level. Obviously, of course, Trigger, he's out in the 3 Nexus. He can rebuild 3 at a time. It's not the end of the world. But not as clean as you would like to see it if you're a Trigger fan.
I think if you're a Trigger fan, you're okay. He already won this game, right? Like, Dolan can't really do much from here on out. It's not like he has that third CC or third orbital to fall back on. It's not like he's gonna have ever an easy time establishing his natural or moving out against DTs for that matter. And Trigger can just kind of happily continue to get further and further ahead. You know, you use one scan as a Dolan, then Trigger should have another DT ready to go. He should. He's even gonna save this one. That's just insult to injury.
Man, you love that one. And yeah, there's a missile turret that's going to be just about done, but you got to have an army there to take advantage of it. And, well, there's just not a lot of army for Dolan right now. So Trigger just being as obnoxious as possible. At this point, it's like, okay, you're right. Or you're right, Kat. Like, was Trigger the cleanest? No, not really. But does it matter? At the end of the day, the opening, the build order choice against Dolan was really well done. That one DT, and then one DT, and then one DT. Every scan timing is a great way to make sure your opponent has no money. And again, because these DTs are on the map and because you have so few orbitals, you can't even mule your way back into the game. You gotta save those scans. Even with missile turrets, we're seeing that the angles being found. And if you want to get aggressive at all, I mean, obviously you need scans. So Dolan, he doesn't have scans back. His worker count's pretty low. There's no third base. Trigger's gonna run across the map in like a minute and a half. Probably, maybe wait. Extended thermal lance is probably the timing, and I don't know what Dolan's supposed to do about that.
Yeah. What makes you think it's gonna be extended thermal lens? Just yeah.
Well, the fact that it's the obvious timing that you're waiting for, right? You know, Colossus without that additional range or not, they can be much easier to get dove upon by Marauders and things like that. So you wait for the upgrade to complete. That'll give you 2.5 Colossus, third one probably on the way, just about done. And you shove up the ramp and say, hey, Dolan, I got Colossus. You do not have Vikings. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Dolan on the other end is getting ghosts, so a lot of the time you get like 3 ghosts or something like that and go for an attack, maybe pull the boys. I'm always a fan of in dire situations. That's exactly what Dolan's gonna do. So I kind of like this because yeah, it's his own timing, right? And it will hit, unfortunately for him, about the time at which Trigger is gonna have thermal lance. But I think this is one of the better bets that he can place on this game. It's still a very, very low percentage chance. But yeah, what can you do? I mean, there's barely anything here, to be honest. This is not going to work out.
Yeah, you know, the downside, at least, I mean, EP's hit everything, but look at that. Trigger does F2 his Warp Prism back through a missile turret, so he loses the Warp Prism as he's trying to get harassment. And you know what? You know, Cats.
What?
That is one answer to a bunch of harass, all right? If you're losing all your SCVs and they're getting harassed down and you're just slowly losing your economy, one way to make sure that to deny the harass is just to pull your SCVs onto the other side of the map, because then the Zealots in your main base won't kill him.
Got him.
That's how that works. I don't make the rules, Cats.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, yeah, I think in a situation as dire as that one, you just, well, they're just open beds. In a situation as dire as that one, you just, you know, pull the SCVs and hope for the best, and that's the best that you can do.
Yeah.
Because you're just dead otherwise.
Very, very, very dead. Part of that was, of course, we'll get Cats back in a second. Part of that was, of course, build order choice from Trigger doing a really nice job about saying, like again, aggressive Terran. I'm gonna be I'm just gonna open DTs. Part of it was really good play. Part of it was Dolan a little bit slow on the scans. He had 100 mineral or 100 energy on the natural that he wasn't really spending. That was allowing these DTs to get more damage done. And part of it was the DT showed up as he was on the map. So really not a lot of defensive power there. So now as we move into Dynasty, which is a massive map, it's got a gold base in your natural. Do we do anything with that one? I don't know. Is it DTs again? Is that just a really good answer to how Paul Dolan likes to play, Cats? Or do we go some other option?
I don't mind it. It's very smart. Right, if your opponent is always going for like low command centers, then yeah, DTs are always going to be good. Maybe Dolan could adjust and do something like a timing with a Raven, right?
Yeah, that'd be... I do like Raven pushes. I don't like it as much as I used to, because
it's
again,
tough, yeah.
Interference Matrix slows it down a little bit. But if you're going to open Blinkstalker Colossus, a 2 Raven push, not a bad idea, right?
Yeah, I don't hate it, right? Because otherwise, if you're this predictable and you're going to be 2 basing and whatnot, then yeah, the DTs are going to be a problem, I think.
Well, maybe trying to make some invisible men maybe a little bit more visible and relevant and, you know, recognized in our society. He's doing his good work for Basilisk. It's Trigger.
What a guy.
What a guy.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is for the Cranky Ducklings, Paul Dolan.
Dolan. All right, so Cats, that was 2 bases taken, 2 command centers taken by Dolan in game number 1. Yeah, Dolan, you gotta hope that he doesn't. I don't think you won base on Dynasty. I just don't think it's possible.
Chance.
It's just too big. So looking like saying 2 or more is pretty accurate. So congratulations, the man. Catstradamus knows his StarCraft.
Wow, that's very nice. But yeah, I mean, it's possibly the last game of the day, Biomolf. So hopefully we get a good one. Or do you believe in Dolan to it would be definitely an upset, right? If he was to bring it to a 3rd game.
Cats, I'm gonna be honest.
Do you believe?
I love Dolan. He's a great guy.
But
he's got a great beard. 0 shot.
But
I don't think he takes us to game
0
3.
shot. Jesus.
I don't think. Okay. Maybe 0 is a little bit too aggressive. I think it is highly unlikely that he beats Trigger in this series. Certainly on a map that is far more macro. It is macro oriented than most other maps in the. I mean, Dynasty's massive, and you get a free gold base. I guess Trigger's going to take it as his third, whatever. We'll have to see. But on a map that is so macro focused, that is so big, that gives you so much money, I think Trigger is, again, he's massively favored in this setup, and this map favors the better player.
Okay. Let's see what Dolan can do here is he's just going to be crossing the map with his first Reaper. Gonna jump into the main of Trigger and gonna try to scout what he can scout. It's Trigger that's dropping at Twilight Council this time around. That will be... Oh, actually Dolan's not even gonna try to go for it. And if he had it, it's very deep, so the Reaper would have likely died for the information. Instead, he's gonna poke from the front and make sure that there is a Nexus and what the timing on that is.
Okay, Cats, you know, I said I think you're gonna be right? This is a big map. It's really hard to push across. Clearly, there's gonna be some sort of natural. No, in fact, maybe later if the game goes weird and doesn't get enough damage done, but enough to stabilize. This is a Concussive Shell Marauder Hellion build. Does he drop an armory here? I don't think Hellbats against Protoss are very good, but this feels like a one-base Hellbat Marauder player, at least, you know, I guess. There we go. Armory on the way. This is, you talked about last game, you talked about Dolan builds. Cats, this is a Dolan build.
All right. Let's see what it can accomplish. I mean, it certainly is a build order with Marauders and Hellbats potentially, as well as Medevac. So it feels very reminiscent of like TVP or TVC rather type openings. And you know, there have been some buffs to this opening in some sense, but is that enough of a buff to, you know, make it usable in the matchup? I don't know. I mean, maybe, right? You'll have the Medevac as well for this. It's kind of cute. Let's see.
Yeah, well, he's gonna run across the map now with Marauderous intent as, you know what? Fine. Nice. I guess he's gonna get that base. This doesn't count though. This is, look, if this attack doesn't get damage done,
big though.
The game's over, right? This is
Dolan's got this, man. Check this out. I mean, he's powerful right now, and he's gonna be morphing into Hellbats already before he's even spotted. And the Marauders, they're not moving forward for some reason. I wouldn't even mind it if they kind of just stay and cut off reinforcements from the Stalkers, but instead he's going after the Pylon. And it will end up working out. Does depower 2 of those gateways, so there's just the 1. And other than that, there's a shield battery overcharge going on that he has to be really careful with. Now the Medevac is taking a little bit of fire, and fire is also being spread from the jaws of this Hellbat. It's going really well for Dolan, no?
I mean, it's going just about as well as you could hope it would, but the Medevac's dead now, and Hellbats are going to all get knocked down. He's getting a lot, absolutely. But unless Trigger had actually, like, I don't know why Trigger pulled the probes from the natural to the main, but yeah. I mean, he didn't kill any economy. Trigger's up 30. Trigger's up 9 workers. Trigger's economy's going like gangbusters. Yeah, there's a gold, but trading army for army when you're one basing versus a 2-base player, you get your second a lot later, is pretty much never great. That being said, Banshee, Cloak, maybe this can get something done.
Yeah, this is pretty nifty. No Observer just around here at the moment. In fact, no Observer at all. It's going to have to be chrono boosted. But Dolan doesn't know that, so he's just going to respect things and pull back for the time being. I don't know if he can afford to do that. Maybe just wait for the second Banshee is what he's doing, so that he can one-shot probes regardless of there being any sort of shield batteries or anything like that. This Banshee likely to get intercepted though, as it's going to be at least spotted by the 4 Stalkers.
That does mean though that it has to spend a decent amount of energy. Now this is 2 Banshees that do one-shot probes. They can work through any number of shield batteries.
Same for the Stalkers.
I love this. It's so hard to hold on to this gold base. I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing Trigger try to take his own gold. He has so much presence on the map right now, but instead he's going to take the forward base, which I guess is more defensible against tank pushes and things, and there is that, as the Banshees are now going to be revealed. There's an Observer. Yeah, they should be able to get in the main base. There's like one. There's enough here. One Banshee's going to go down. Yeah, this is... Probes are like... He's going to get 6 probes, but 5 probes out on the other side. And remember, Trigger's got his 3rd base on the way. He's a 2-base Protoss for the moment in terms of how much he's mining at. He's denying a lot of Dolan's mining on this gold base. The economies are just in no way, shape, or form comparable. Not really.
Not really. Not at all. So yeah, I mean, a lot of trouble here. I feel like that first attack from Dolan could have done a little bit more, but yeah, also an overwhelming investment into the first strike that he went for, right? But I feel like that medevac had a little bit more potential if it loads the Hellions at some point, right, and throws them into the natural base, for example. Like, that could have been big. But as it stands, I mean, yeah, they just didn't do much against Stalkers, and it's kind of sad. I mean, Dolan had some chances, but looking now pretty grim, no?
Yeah, and you know, I think you talk about Dolan maybe could have done a little bit more. I think on the same side, I think Trigger, again, he wasn't perfect on the defense. He didn't target the medevac down when he had opportunities, and that medevac staying alive for like a solid 60 seconds really made it hard. It gave so much healing to the Hellbats and the Marauders and all that fun stuff. And the Stalkers now try to show up. Dolan opens the door and says, "Ah, yes, come into my lair," said the spider to the fly. And well, there's a whole lot of spiders in that nest. Trigger's gonna have to back up for the time being. He cannot fight this army with the Stalkers. He can knock a Marine down here or there, but Dolan does have this timing. Army supplies are equal. Here's the trick, though. Cats, charge is done. The tanks are with the army, so, well, yeah, again, this is the solution. You're getting harassed. You're worried about your opponent, like your opponent's not letting you mine. Just pull your SCVs to the other side of the map, and that's your solution.
Yeah, he's pulling the ones in the main as well. So yeah, this game will end one way or the other ever so briefly here, as Dolan is trying to get set up to go through a choke, which is pretty smart. But the scan also reveals that some of the army of Trigger lies to the left-hand side and looking for a flank. And that's exactly what Trigger is going to be looking to do as the shield battery overcharge gets popped. On the other side, however, half of his army gets kind of caught. So gotta be really careful there if you're a Trigger fan. And here we go, blinking onto the tanks. Yeah,
Stalkers are going to get right on top of the tank. Trigger was supply block going into this. His +1 wasn't done yet, but I mean, you know, Cats, you say this game is ending one way or the other. It's ending one way. There is no other.
Yeah, there was no other. But that statement would have been true regardless of what happened.
This is accurate. The game is ending.
The game is ending.
Yeah, so that's going to do it here for our first day of Americas. I don't think there are too many surprises in how things went. Certainly, shout out to Epic. That was an epic.
Big shout out.
Game.
That was great.
Yeah, that was an awesome series. But at the end of the day, you know, Astrea 2-0 Maples, Future. I think I expected to see Disc maybe take a map off Future, but I guess not in the proper form for that right now. Special goes, of course, and you know, looks vulnerable. He doesn't look as untouchable as he has in regions past.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was really fun, and yeah, he did look a little bit vulnerable, right? So that's always nice to see that the competition is kind of rising to where, you know, people can more evenly trade against each other and are threats to each other. That's always, you know, a good indicator of health of a scene.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's parity and everyone's able to fight back and forwards and backwards and forwards, it's great for us. We get to enjoy more awesome StarCraft, more interesting games, and it gets a lot of fun. So for now, we're done here. We took a look at 8 series in Europe, 4 series in North America. If you have an opportunity, go take a look at the 2 TVTs. BattleB Clem, fantastic, really nice series. Special nice. Special epic game 3, also incredible. But Cats, it's been just about 8 hours, 8 hours and 20 minutes. We've been live today.
That's wild.
Any final thoughts before we put a close to it?
No, some great games, some not so great games, you know, just a mix. This the life of StarCraft. That was really fun overall. A long day, no less. So yeah, thank you for having me, Bio, and yeah, good times.
All right, so I won't be back tomorrow. I think Cats might be. I think it's Cats and Wardy tomorrow.
It might be.
Don't quote me on that one. Regardless, there is more StarCraft tomorrow. There's more StarCraft on Sunday. There's a break for EPT Cups, and then another week of StarCraft coming up next week. Another one as we figure out slowly but steadily who moves on to the playoffs, who falls out of the tournament, who has to keep playing more StarCraft, because that's how Swiss stage works. You got to win 3 before you lose 3. So for now, that's going to do it. We'll see you all tomorrow. See who it is. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.